the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate everyone out there for tuning in on this Wednesday afternoon. Trying to keep to our times here, normal times, scheduled program, all that kind of stuff. And we do have a little bit of news to talk about. This has been a bit of a requested show here to go into this a little bit, and that's the recent Seahawks OTAs, organized offseason activities. And what happened, what occurred, what looked good, what looked bad. And I'm certainly a person that's a little bit reticent to put a ton of stock into these offseason reports that come out of it. But I don't think that there's not necessarily nothing to take away from it. And there's certainly times where you do get a lot of negative that comes out on the other side of it, where you're hearing about guys that are still not healthy or behind the eight ball as far as their rehab if they're trying to come back from injury. And so by all accounts and all measures, if we go down the line from the rookies getting out there on the field and playing to what we're hearing about from those guys that are trying to get back from rehab, even though they weren't at OTAs, to just, the general participation, as this is, of course, a voluntary OTA camp. And so you can take a little thing away like me saying, well, Gino showing up there and really taking command and really, showing that he's looking to build upon what he did last season may not seem like a really big deal, but then mirror that up against, let's say, Lamar Jackson not coming to his OTAs after signing his grand contract. It's a little bit of a different dichotomy, and it also is a little bit of why we should appreciate Gino. And this is really, I know it's also something that's a little bit of a cliche that's spoken about often, but that this is where the championship run begins, with those guys putting in that extra work and that extra time. And so good to see that the defensive leaders that you're mainly going to be leaning on this year, being Geno Smith and Bobby Wagner returning back into the fold once again, lets us know that we're going to have a good, strong leadership core there next year to go along with the others that we have too. It's not that they're the only guys, but Bobby's taken that, put that green dot helmet back on. He's out there leading the drills on those warm-up agility drills that they do. And it's very endearing to see. It certainly warms your heart as any 12 that's been here throughout Bobby's career, but it is just certainly nice to see from a standpoint of you need leadership in the locker room to go out there and be great. It doesn't just come from within talent. It doesn't just come from within having a coaching staff that are brainiacs that can move the chess pieces across the board in such an elegant fashion as to win the day in itself. It really does come down to the players taking that real keen responsibility, taking that extra step, that extra bit of film watching. KJ Wright's got a great little channel that he's been creating and getting going over there on that side of things with G. Scott. And they had Brandon Mabane talking a little bit about this stuff in just... The young guys will take cues from these older guys when they say work. There was one story in particular Mabane was talking about with TJ Mahushmanzada, where him and Red Bryant were just about to head out of the facility after training. And Hush said, where you guys going? Where you heading? And Mabane and Brad were like, we're just practice over. We're heading home. I said, man, and Hush said, you want to play in this league for a long time? You want to elongate your career? Says always do something extra after practice for your body. Always add something extra into that. And that's, again, where these small little bits of extra work you hear from the leaders, from the veterans, from these guys in their 30s may seem just like a toss-away thing, but it's voluntary. And there's a lot of times these guys wouldn't necessarily show up in other organizations, and it does show, and I think is pretty representatory of the fact that these guys are all in, as much as we can ask for this upcoming season, and that's going to be tantamount to them particularly being a potential elite team like we've been talking about over the last month. Two guys that have been notable absences from the OTAs, and there's been a little bit of bluster behind one of the absences, and that's going to be Jamal Adams, rehabbing back from, of course, the quad pulling off of the bone. This had outlets like 710 with Brock and Salk freaking out, saying, oh, this is such a bad sign. You need your leaders there, and you need to... I really can't find myself landing on that same place, much like I wouldn't throw any shade at Jordan Brooks for staying down in Texas and rehabbing his ACL. By all accounts, he's ahead of schedule. By all accounts, Jamal Adams is on schedule. That is what the most important thing is for those guys in this particular moment, not standing on the sidelines watching the rookies coaching them up. That's why you have coaches. Let these guys get through their injuries. Let them stick to their training schedule, which is really the most important thing, right? Because that's the thing that does occur with that, is that you have everything locked into a certain training schedule you're locked into. Now you got to step away from that for the OTA period to go out there, go across the country. I think in Jamal's case, because he's out in Florida training as he is. And I just think that it's not that big of a deal. It's not going to really affect things all that much when it's all said and done. Certainly you would love to have Jamal there, but it's understandable if you're rehabbing a major injury as both him and Jordan are. And those guys, by all accounts, appear to be really on track minimum. Jordan a little bit ahead of schedule. That was another good thing that came out of the reports from this. So I'm personally not going to take too much. I wouldn't, if you were out there, take too much from Jamal's lack of absence there. He wasn't going to provide a whole hell of a lot. Another absence that got people's eyes up and worried was Tariq Woolen not being there as well, as it was announced, recovering from off-season arthroscopic surgery. The arthroscopic part of it is the part to really key in on, because that means a little less serious than what you get when they've got to stamp down the ACL back to the knee. It's a little different, a little more minor. There's a variety of things they could have been doing in there, clearing out bodies, foreign bodies, or usually get a little fragments, sometimes of bones in there or whatever, and it can kind of ail guys a little bit. But it's no necessarily a bad thing in itself that he had it done, or anything that's an indicator that we've got a worrisome knee on our hands with Tariq in that respect of things. So another thing that not necessarily gets super worried about, this stuff is pretty normal, I would say, within the NFL as far as this stuff goes. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be anything bad. I got a couple of video cut-ups to show you guys here that I think you guys will dig on this part. We first had, when in the rookie OTAs, Jaxon Smith-Njigba and Witherspoon were not really able to do much. I think by all accounts, JSN maybe ran like 3 routes during rookie OTAs. It does appear that he was let loose a little bit more. Seahawks were just being cautious with him coming off that hamstring injury. That's one where you do want to be cautious with, because the only thing that it gets it is that final full rest, and it can suddenly come up and bite you again, and then you got to reset the whole clock on the rehab on it. So it's good to be a little bit hesitant with those kind of injuries rather than pushing him out there. But they did seem to let him roll a little bit more. And I thought there were some fun cut-ups here of what we saw from him. You're going to see him here on just a little stop route. Nothing major. So let me make sure I get this to reset when it does. Yeah, there we go. So nothing major here. He's just doing a little stop route. This doesn't show you a whole lot, just sitting down, catching it, falling forward. Nothing big there. But after this, you got him running a 9 route here, catches it. And what you can see here is just ball tracking, ability to be able to then move from being a receiver to a runner. I mean, that's something that you saw, especially in that Utah game with the 300 yards, right? Like, watch on this bomb here as the ball's coming in, how he redirects Yak after the catch, trying to take advantage of that safety closing in rather than just looking for a place to fall down. That's a spot that should show up with him. Yak in the open field, vision in the open field, a feel for where guys and defenders are in order how to break those tackles. It's not going to be necessarily with him the juking type of stuff, but he was looking good in the pass receiving drills. He was looking good in that. You could see the sinking of the hips. Here's another one right here, for instance, where you watch how he really can sink those hips down and come back on the comeback route. Really feels like on this kind of route, you can just kind of feel him, how this is the exact kind of route he's going to be running a lot of the time. Just quick comeback, quick in-cutting route, and that's where that short area burst really comes in handy, way more so than just the pure speed angle. And that's where you put those slots or linebackers, nickel corners and linebackers in a real pickle, because they just can't stay with this guy when he's this quick. But this is going to be what he's going to be doing a lot of, and it's good. You can see the bounce in him. You can see the quickness there with him. Nothing that's going to be, I'm going to go over the moon with on this, but I just think it's, again, good signs for us at this point in time. We also had another play here with Bobby Wagner. We got questions out there whether or not he's going to be able to hold up in coverage for us anymore. Our team's going to be able to simply just attack him. Well, Seahawks offense with Drew Lock back here tried to attack him, and Bobby might have had himself an interception if Julian Love didn't jump in front of the ball and knock it down instead. Bobby comes over there and talks to the coach and says, how dare you challenge me in coverage? Watch it again here. These receivers just going to sit down on these routes. Bobby's on it. Julian Love's on it. Bobby's going to go over there and let them know, because that intensity is amped up. Look at the coach looking down at his knees, because he knows what happened. So Bobby out there almost making picks, looking okay in coverage. Granted, it's just a little sit-down routes across the board. He's not being pressed 30 yards down the field, having to run step for step with a running back. But hey, not bad as well, right? As I said, there's been nothing really but positive, at least on this angle of it. Nothing to get effusive with in our praise, but to feel encouraged about, nonetheless. So one more look. So one more little quick look. Receivers sitting down the route. These kind of drills tend to favor the offense because you're playing against a lot of time space, no pads, no physicality. We'll just knock that down. Defense not looking too bad. So how about our guy Witherspoon? Let's check in on Spoon. How's he holding up on his end of the bargain here? Is he playing well? Of course, like I said, with JSN, wasn't able to do a lot in the last OTAs or rookie OTAs. Looks like they're setting him loose a little bit here. Nothing insane in this drill, of course. He just comes off his man and goes and makes an interception off the pick. And this is a wonderful play on his part where you could see a guy that is a guy that even himself spoke about coming in, that I struggle a little bit in zone coverage. That's my place I got to improve upon. Here he's dropping into zone, dropping into that cover 3, recognizing the route, and then driving on the route. Now, he probably could easily have read that this is where this was going to go because it looked like the guy was basically uncovered. So it's not even as much about the driving on the route here as that it might have just been a real easy read to meet. But it's about the reaction to the ball being tipped. Bam! Got his hands on it just like that. Ball skills. Why is this guy going to be fearsome on his side? Why is it that you're not going to be able to necessarily just run from Tariq Woolen and go over to him and have a Shaquille Griffin-like situation where you might have a solid corner, but the best thing that he can do is just knock down balls. He's not really ever going to get any interceptions unless it's a tip pass or a real wayward throw. And that's not going to be the case with him. When it's close, when they're even, the receiver and the cornerback with Witherspoon, he's got just as much of a chance to go get that ball as the receiver does. Only had 3 interceptions technically last year, but when you went through his tape, there was a lot of times with his hands on the ball. He's got those sticky hands, ball skills. He can react really quickly to a tip pass or something just a little bit thrown this way. He doesn't have to like fully guide it into his hands to make the catch. So something that showed up here in practice on that stood out to me a little bit. And nothing too big, but I thought it was kind of interesting. Our guys already getting picks there out in OTAs. This is a little fun drill here to watch that can really show off to me a bit of the power that you get in regards to Bradford. This isn't really shade at Oluwatimi, who's the guy that goes behind him here. This is more about just how powerful, when you watch Bradford step up to this drill, look at how he takes this block shed and just throws it back. Just tosses it back, just boom. Then effortlessly, one arm. Now watch Oluwatimi come up in here. Boom. Not bad, right? Not too bad, but you can feel the difference of, this is why I said the guy's built like a bear. He's got that bear strength to him. And we know he's got the athleticism. You got to refine the hell out of this kid. You got to get him technically a lot more on point. But you can just feel on this kind of rep here where he drives into it and just throw. Look how high he lifts this bag up. Boom. Effortlessly. And then watch Oluwatimi kind of struggle to even get it up about halfway up the size. Oluwatimi's strong enough. This isn't about Oluwatimi not being powerful enough from the center position to do this. It's just about Bradford's real, pure strength and power. And a lot of stuff we'll be able to take away from these OTAs, but there's these little things I think you can kind of find at times like, oh, that's nice. It's interesting to see that is showing up to what we saw on tape and what we thought we would be getting with this guy. I think that will be a part of what he has. This one's kind of just a tough one to see in the background. Something that was really mentioned about that stood out was, especially from Brady Henderson referencing this, is that he says, it's been easy to notice how natural rookie running backs Zach Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh are as pass catchers. No surprise, since they caught 37 and 43 passes last season, respectively. Both were on the far side in this red zone passing drill. Charbonnet second up and McIntosh last. So I couldn't get a great angle on this one, unfortunately. They are in the background, not the foreground here of the guys getting caught, but you can see the twisting back there by 25 there to reach back for the ball on a throw where it's not exactly on line. So just a little bit of a mention from reporters about the smoothness with these guys catching the ball out of the backfield, something that we did expect with both of them, much like Bradford's power and strength, but something that is now starting to show up at least a little bit on the practice field, which is just that much more encouraging that they're going to be able to be what we kind of thought and hope they might be when we get them around to actually on game days and Sundays as a pro. So running backs look like they were good. And the rookies look like everything that we had hoped for. I'll tell you what, Zach Charbonnet certainly looks well put together as a running back, and it certainly looks like he's built well enough to take on those short yardage duties that we need him, I think, at least minimum to jump into from day one, if not be that kind of, counter punch back to Kenneth Walker. Speaking of Kenneth Walker, he was also taking punts here at OTAs. So the team is trying with him, I guess. Wouldn't have been the first guy I would have gone to as far as thinking this is what they was going to do is with the punt return game. He didn't look particularly comfortable in the clip that I saw of it. There's definitely a lot of that, this thing where you can tell. DJ Dallas does this too, where it just gives you no faith when that ball's in the air because they're and they might eventually get around to catching it, but you've got beads of sweat dropping off your face by the time that they finally reel it in. So I don't know, maybe Kenneth Walker is going to be the answer for us out at punt return. Maybe it's just for them, they're looking at look, we're going to try to even this load up between Charbonnet and him and even get McIntosh in here. So we got to work to find these guys touches where we can find them, and certainly there is open touches to be had as it concerns the punt return duties, which have been one of the few poor points of the special teams unit over the last couple of years. We'll just have to kind of track and see, how that continues there with the punt return stuff. Eskridge, D. Eskridge, the man, the myth, the legend, is back at it here this offseason. And by all reports, he is healthy, raring to go, practicing, and that's a great sign for us, I would suppose to say. I think the receiving core, if that guy can come in and be legitimately close to a second-round like talent like we thought we were getting from him, that only makes the receiver room that much deeper. Boy, it's going to bring down the coaching staff to maybe one hell of a decision that they have to make, though, because they are sitting with probably right now minimum 3 guys on the roster. I think they like Derek Young. He finds his way on the roster. Who's the 5th guy now that you have? Do you take a Derek Young? Do you take, do you take a D. Eskridge? You got a Jake Bobo. You got a Matt Landers. Got some options here at the wide receiver position as far as other places you might want to go. So, if he might very well end up taking it out if he's just so good and he's raring to go and he's just finally healthy, God willing. But he is looking good, according to camp reports. And the word that's out of everybody is the thing that you do see with him on the field when he is out there healthy, which is that he is a pretty explosive cat. It's just about getting this guy healthy. It's about getting him cleaned up with the route running in the hands. That stuff is certainly things that you can work on, but the kid just hasn't been able to stay on the field healthy enough to do it. So we'll have to see if he can kind of maintain that now on through training camp and keep it going. But it's not a bad thing for us that he's doing well. It's not a bad turn. It's only that much better the deeper that we can create these positional groups, because that means the cream's going to rise to the crop. And we know that come the start of the season, we'll have the deepest possible position core that we could have put together, as opposed to just throwing back in guys on the roster at the receiver position that can't do anything if you got to put them on the field. Your Swain types, your Hart types. I'm not going to say Cody Thompson types, but your Cody Thompson types. We also had Evan Brown taking most of the snaps at center over Oluwatimi, though Oluwatimi did work his way in with the ones through the course of the OTAs, according to reports. So that is certainly a battle that could remain opened up here. We did see this last year a little bit play out in the same manner with, for instance, Abraham Lucas, where he wasn't initially getting the number 1 reps out there, but as the time went, things went along, started to get some snaps over there, and then finally was fully acclimated in as the starter as we got around into pretty early on, it felt like, into training camp, where they're like, okay, this is where we're going to go with this one. Another interesting note here, a guy that I've been trying to get here on the channel here quite a bit, but I just can't get him. Lofa Tatupu's been working with the defense during the OTAs and through the offseason. He's not on the staff in any official role, but interesting and great to hear Coach Carroll is having Lofa in there. Lofa is by far one of the smartest players that I've ever seen on a football field, and a guy that is certainly, I'm sure, a wealth of knowledge when it comes to not just coaching, training these guys up. I'd imagine it's maybe not something he wants to do as a main job, but still something that could be highly beneficial to the team. And the thing I really do love about something that Coach Carroll has done here with the culture that's really stood out over the last couple of years and especially became clear last year with some of the other older guys coming back into the fray a bit. The team has Cliff Averill working with some of their pass rushers. They'll bring back in Michael Bennett from time to time, or you hear Lofa Tatupu coming in there, or some of these others that they'll still have out there. Cam Chancellor, for instance, being available a couple of years ago to the safety, Marquise Blair, and trying to help him get acclimated to what the role was going to call for in this particular defense. It's really nice to have these, in a lot of cases, legends to call upon to help out these youngsters. And when you have such a young roster as we do have that you're hoping is going to be able to take hold this upcoming season, you're going to need to have some of those veteran maybe guys out there that they can call on the speed dial and say, how do you do this? How do you play that? How do I put this on this? But it just goes to show you that they've got such a wonderful culture and community there down around that VMAC as even former players coming back in as they do. It's just wonderful to see. But other than that, we had rookie 4th-round pick Cameron Young and 5th-round pick Mike Morris are getting some big, long looks at nose tackle and defensive end, respectively. No shockers there. Coaches were focusing on the footwork and handwork to take on run blockers inside. So already starting to get those guys as much as they can coached up on the, stopping the run, getting them as early down guys, early down defenders. And no surprise, of course, there. That's something that's definitely truly needed with this team. So that's in regards to Cameron Young. Clint Hurtt said he's a large man with long arms, big hands, is strong, and is physical at the point of contact. Defensive coordinator Clint Hurtt said, but he's a guy that has good football awareness, ideas, and a feel of things going on. Team is definitely very, very high on Cameron Young, which I'm not trying to necessarily knock on. I've got a video I'm putting together of Cameron Young, which I'm going to have done hopefully here in a couple of days, where I'm not quite seeing some of those things that he's seeing on tape or had seen of Cameron Young coming out of it. But again, a good sign. We got these guys going, getting acclimated, hitting the ground running. The thing they'll always say about rookies and young players is that if they don't get out there and play in that rookie year, when they're not able to get going, it's usually when you backtrack it a little bit to find out what caused them to kind of miss the ability to get out on the field. It comes back to not being at these OTAs and available, not being available during training camp. To make the production happen from the young guys, you need them going right now and raring and getting up to speed as fast as humanly possible, especially on this particular team that's going to be so young. It really crystallized for me thinking about this, about what it would take for this team to get to an elite status of things, where that team that won a Super Bowl in 2015 was at 26 and a half years per age on average. Last year, you averaged about 26.1 years per age. This year, it's probably going to drop down to about 25.7, 25.8, because you're going to onboard 10 draft picks and maybe even a few UDFAs on top of that, on top of, for the most part, shedding age. I know Bobby's coming back, but there's a lot of other age that you shedded around the other edges here on this. That's going to overrun that. So you could have, again, now, if it's going to go on to win a Super Bowl, essentially the youngest roster in NFL history to do it. But Coach Carroll is the coach who has shown that he has an ability to coach up young players, and he was the man who set that record initially back in 2013 with that youngest roster in NFL history that went out and beat the best offense in NFL history for our first Lombardi trophy. So even though the odds may look a little long, we got the one man in charge who's rightly suited to be able to go out there and get the job done. But great OTAs overall. Nothing bad really coming out of it, unless you're going to wring your hands a little bit over Jamal Adams' lack of presence there, or Jordan Brooks, I guess, not being there. Because if you're going to wring your hands over Jamal, you got to wring your hands over Jordan, and I'm not wringing him over either of them. Both those guys will settle in as they settle in, and we want to try to get them, especially in Jamal's case, get that rehab going, get this self back on track. He sustained a terrible, miserable injury, and one that's going to take him probably up to every last minute to get himself ready and right to be able to go out there and play on Sundays, especially come game one. So if that means that he's got to be every minute out there in that rehab facility, in the oxygen chamber, or out there on the treadmill, whatever he's got to get it done, I'm sure he's doing it, because there's no doubt that guy's got to be hungry, having now had a couple of years here where he's just not been able to play a full season. And I would have to think that a hungry Jamal Adams is a good Jamal Adams. Is a proper Jamal Adams. I appreciate you guys watching and all of the new subscribers. We continue to just grow tremendously this offseason. Thank you to all of you who have jumped up and joined here. The Hawks Nest, we will keep these usual shows going on in through June. Absent, I will be in Hawaii at the end of the month. So just as a programming note to you guys on that, I won't be We'll do it through the 3 weeks, but then I got to go, visit mom, hang out on the beach maybe a little bit. But let's talk a little bit about these OTAs. Let's talk about this Seahawks team. I'd love to hear what you guys, if there's any other reports that you heard. I tried to kind of go through all the reports that I could find on what people were talking about. Good to hear Geno's out there in control, just building upon, what he did last year. You've got Drew right behind him, pushing him every step of the way, but can't be nothing but a bad thing. So, it's good to hear. Geno did say as well that he got his real kind of first chance here to really run with JSN there out of practice, and he really did note his route running and his hands. And so already getting a little bit of bumps there from the vets, and usually those rooks got to work for that. You know what I mean? They got to carry some helmets first before they're going to start getting the praise out there. So certainly stands out that he's probably looking pretty good. They got him running the routes, got him running going. It doesn't sound like that hamstring's still killing him in any way, shape, or form in that respect of things. So all good all around for the most part. I'm not trying to be just positive all the time, but what was the negative report we could pull from? What was that? Well, they had this first rounder out there that wasn't even able to get on the field. No, they all got on the field. Everybody looked good. And the people brought the skills to play that you were hoping you were getting in drafting them. Cameron Young, you're hoping he's going to be big and strong, and certainly that fit the parts of that. Mike Morris coming in at 297. He'll be making that transition inside, I would say, pretty naturally and pretty easily. So very, very, very good to see. And please do, guys, hit that like button today if you like what you're listening to. If you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. I would appreciate it. And thank you for watching today. We got the Mariners going on right now in the bottom of the sixth inning there, 0-0 with the Yanks. So they're fighting out down there. But I appreciate you guys watching today on the channel. Young Battle Game, how you doing? Brennan Finnegan. Happy Wednesday to you too as well. Brennan. I probably mispronounced it, man, but I appreciate you. Captain Rex, CT, Seahawks. That's right, man. Flying Blind. How you doing, bro? It's good to see you in the chat, too. Says, had to catch this one. I'm so excited for the rookies this year. I am stoked for the rookies this year. And the fact that you got them playing like I was saying, they're Flying Blind, that's, the reality here is nobody is, JSM still got the hamstring. And, Devon Witherspoon's got this weird oblique thing that they just can't quite figure out. And then this guy's got like a foot thing. We've had that in the past with guys, Dwayne Eskridge. So it's good that this situation right now, we have those guys out there. I'm making a big deal of it, but it is a big deal because this team is only going to go as far as the young guys take us. The first and second year guys are going to have to take us to that mountaintop if we've got any chance of getting there next year. I know we've got the team put together to go get to the mountaintop within the next couple of years if things break in the right direction. We've stacked up enough talent to do that. But to get there next year, to get there in year 2 of a rebuild, to get there where the average age of your roster is at 25.7, whatever it may be, that's going to take for us Flying Blind, these rookies to really get it to that next level in this respect, be able to hit that ground running fast. And there's a really good reason to believe they can do so. JSN's not going to have to be wide receiver number 1. He's not going to have to be wide receiver number 2. He gets to slide in as wide receiver number 3 from day one. Zach Charbonnet is not going to need to be RB1. He gets to slide in as running back 2. Derek Hall doesn't have to be edge 1 or edge 2 or edge 3. He gets to slide on into that edge 4. Now, Witherspoon, you're hoping he can start from day one, but you've built up insurance there with Jackson, Trey Brown, who, by the way, is back out and practicing in OTAs, running full speed, and Kobe Bryant, who now gets to lurk back on the outside with Julian Love's presence down the slot. So you got a lot there, looking good. But appreciate you Flying Blind. Hope you're having a good night. JL, what's up? Flying Blind says, what time is it where everyone's at? It's nearly 10 here in Arkansas. We're about 8 o'clock here in my side of it. Brian Myers here straight from the finale of Ted Lasso. Gonna miss that show. Very popular show. And it's got a hell of a supporting audience on that one. So I guess it's just he doesn't want to go to London anymore because it's still very popular, right, Brian? All Pro Seahawks says, what's up, Brandon? It's good to hear from you, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. It's good to see you, too. I'm having a great night. Talk a little Seahawks here. We're getting closer and closer to the season. Megan Gock-Roger in the house. How you doing, Megan? And thank you for the $5 donation. She says, the Kraken jersey has just arrived. Have to pick it up in a few hours. Not admitting Jim Zorn is better than Craig can ruin my day. Not with that jersey. I've seen that thing. That thing's like a golden cloak. It should be called a jersey. It's a cloak. Props to the Kraken, man. They didn't spare any expense on those jerseys. They're almost too nice to be playing in, frankly. You know? Like I said, it's like it's got gold embroidered and all that. It's got tapestry. But thank you for the $5 dono, Megan. And congrats on the jersey arriving. I got some Seahawks swag coming through from Amazon here soon. I got my Brian Bosworth shirt. Young Bido game. I'm not deleting anything, Young Bido game. I don't know what it's doing. Jonah the Whale, how you doing? It's good to see you. Tommy Eden says, life is good, and if we are not putting Bobby 30 yards down the field in coverage, he still has the anticipation. He does indeed. It's a bit like Jamal, where it's putting him in the right spots, in the right places for success. Not trying to fit him ramrod style into what you want them to do within the context of your defense, but get the most out of them. And they can provide you still a pathway to a successful defense. It's like there's more than one way to slay the chicken, you know? And you can do so by putting Bobby and Jamal in those kind of positions. And I do agree with the people that will say that that you don't want a Bobby 30 yards down that field, that you don't want him running up the seam route with the tight end like Kittle, trying to stay step for step with him because teams are going to slay him in that. Yeah, but the anticipation is also going to help him on the shorter routes. And that did show up, in my opinion, watching the tape from the Rams last year. I know they put him in less situations of coverage, which is understandable, and yes, they did. But there were still moments of him being put in coverage and him still excelling in those situations because he was put in the right kind of coverage situations, as opposed to being in those situations where you're stuck with a receiver in one-on-one or, you know, a real tough, you know, tight end like a Kittle or Kelsey type. Jordan R14, got a feeling JSN's going to play outside a little more than people are expecting, so DK can play inside. Ooh, how about that? Well, that would be an interesting pickle for teams. It's possible. He seems to feel that he's got an ability to go play on that outside. There have been guys at his speed. There have been guys with a little bit of the shorter arms who have been able to play on the outside and have success at the NFL level. Justin Jefferson does able to sometimes do some stuff out there, though he is still really, at the end of the day, kind of operating, at least last year, really from the Cooper Kupp kind of role. And he's been mainly a slot guy, and that's what he was looked at as kind of a similar guy with JSN, where they're coming out looked at it this way, and that is kind of what they are. It doesn't mean they can't be still super dynamic within that role. It's a little bit of, you know, that used to be shade. I don't think it's shade anymore to call a guy that, because it is becoming a de facto starter in the offense. But he believes he can run it. My two worries with that is it's the two things that compound together that give him those problems on the outside, being that it's not just speed, it's the speed and the short arms. So you don't really, you know, when especially getting long routes down the field, you're not going to separate with speed necessarily. And then when you get to those contested catch situations, you're not going to really have the long arms to be able to get in there and be able to, you know, win more often than not in those kind of situations as well. So that's where it's kind of a double barrel one for him there that he's got to overcome a bit. Golden Tate used to run into this little, you know, where Golden Tate, you'd see him on those trust throws. You guys remember the trust throws with Golden Tate? Same kind of things where the arms were just a little bit short, not necessarily going to, you know, come up over, and you could kind of feel the same kind of thing where there just wasn't always an ability, the corner could kind of just outstretch him a little bit. And there was really nothing he could do about it. And didn't have necessarily the pure burner speed to get past. So I think it's a little bit of the same application here, but if he proves us wrong on that, it'd be wonderful to be able to kick DK inside, because what are you going to do defensively now? Do you want to bring down the safety and try to double him, you know, crunch down into the middle of the field on DK, which then opens things up on the outside for a guy like JSN or Tyler at that point? They may do that. They may do some of that. They certainly have moved DK into the slot at times, and that is a way to free a guy up who is getting a lot of double team pulls like we know DK does. Megan says, Walker taking punts. Not the first guy I would have thought of for that, but okay, I guess. That was about my response to it too, Megan. And the coach was, you know, God bless him, the coach was trying to coach him up because you could see that he wasn't particularly comfortable with it. So, you know, he's just, the wind was taking it, you know, and Yeah, it was a little tough. Megan, I don't know how long D's going to stay healthy. I certainly am very, very skeptical of Eskridge. What I like this year, though, is that you don't have to feel like you just have to hold on to him for the hell of it. Julio Rodriguez just made a hell of a play in center. You don't have to hold on to him just for the hell of it at this point. This isn't a year now of Swains. This isn't a year of Penny Harts. This isn't a year of Cade Johnsons. Even guys like Matt Landers and Bobo are going to push that fifth receiver on this roster in a major way, especially because those guys are probably going to commit, at least one of the two of them, to playing special teams. And that ends up, maybe winning out especially. So Eskridge is going to have to stay on point. There's no room for error here. And that can be one hell of a motivator, right? Maybe that's just what certain guys need, is that kind of fire lit behind them, knowing that there is no other second chance. You better get everything on point. You step out of line here a little bit, and they'll just cut you. And you may have another one opportunity somewhere else in the NFL where they'll take a flyer on you. But it doesn't mean that, you're set here or you're going to get another contract. Robs, I'm scared about how much hype the NFL fan base is putting on the Seahawks and feels like we are ready to disappoint. It is a possibility, Robs. It's something I've tried to caution a little bit against on the expectation levels that are certainly escalating, and maybe I've had a little bit of something to do with the escalation of expectations along with that. I do think that they do have a chance of reaching that hype. I've also cautioned that if they don't, it's not the end of the world, that it's not an indicator that the franchise is moving in a wrong direction. It just means that this roster, which is going to probably be almost a year younger in average age than the roster that was the youngest roster to win in Super Bowl history, isn't quite ready yet. And that's not some great, horrible thing at that point from us, from a fan base standpoint, to look at and see that to be the reality. So it's possible, Rob. I think there is some expectation there, but it is where we're also not in that place that, where it starts to get a little bit toxic in the expectation, like, let's say, the Niners fan base a little bit right now, where they're feeling the window close. The smell of desperation is starting to seep in a little bit. And you're going, okay, they can see the end is near here. And we've got our new beginnings. We're just getting warmed up. Tired Canadian says D for MVP, guaranteed to score 17 touchdowns. That'd be amazing if he did that. That sounds about right to me too. Oh, jeez. The Yankee right fielder just took a header off the wall in right field. Nicholas Newton, I have no faith in Glaskridge. Glaskridge. Haven't heard that one. That's pretty good. Tommy, we all thought Eskridge would never produce, and then he did until he got hurt. Maybe we get the same out of Deskridge. It's possible, man. It's possible. And this is a long NFL season. Maybe there is a hope here of, even if you can get him to give you a good 5-6 game run of production, you're fine with that. You call it a day on that. Going, he ain't giving us nowhere near a full season. And just get a little bit out of him through the year. Help us win a few games. Let's just salvage this for what it is. But he also, maybe finally things lock in. A couple of years of being in an NFL program and training methods and getting the body a little bit better, and the injury luck just happens to bend the other way than it's been for him so far. It's possible. Nick Guzman, how you doing, man? Hope you're having a good evening as well. Nicholas Newton, Bradford looked a little bit bigger than Olu. He's a big man. He's a legit 325, 330. Olu's 318-ish. So they're actually pretty close. But who knows? Maybe he's actually up around 330 now with Bradford. He did look. I saw the same, Nicholas. He looked a little bit bigger to me too. But Olu's also pretty big too. They're not small by any measure. Chosen One says, can't wait to watch Kenny McIntosh highlights. He's going to get his chances, I think. They're going to find a way, I think, to get him 4 or 5 touches a game if they can throughout the course of the year. They'd be smart to do so. You want me to bring the cat thing? Okay, hold on. Here we go. She says it's time to come up and... Come on. Cat needs her camera time. Herbicide's in the house. What's up, Herbicide? Henry Mars, how many wins y'all have for the season? No, it looks like we got 11, 12. Okay, kitty, come on. Get comfortable. Mark Habercorn coming in at 13. I got 14 in here. I like that. Whitey Wise says the O-line does well, and it should. The defense can generate a consistent pass rush, and it should. 12 to 14 wins. That's about right to me. Herbert kitty goes meow. I like the Bengals. Bengals are going to be strong again this year, I think. They haven't really lost anybody yet with that team. They were able to hold on to the linebacker, and they didn't sign Jesse Bates, though. That's going to be a little bit of a... That's going to sting. Henry Mars, can we average 35 points per game? It's possible. I think certainly you have the firepower to average 35 points a game. You know, you're essentially just about putting up more than a touchdown a game, a little less than that on average from what you did last year. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. If you're a top 3, top 5 offense, like I'm thinking, you're going to be kind of in that territory. So if they're not at 35, my expectation is this team should probably average 30 points a game with what they've stacked offensively speaking. Especially knowing against the Rams and the Cardinals, you're not going to go be facing, that's 4 games of the year that you're going to be facing substandard defenses minimum. Erickson, big ups, Rasta slang for kudos. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Henry Mars, Gino can get 5,000, but Pete wants to run the rock. Pete does want to run the rock, and there is going to remain that commitment to run the football, I think, no doubt about it. But hey, stop, kitty. Come on. I know. But I also was doing some research today just in regards to the run pass ratio and offensively how things could kind of be looking over next year as far as that goes. Kind of surprising if you go and look at over the past 3 years. So if we go back to the 2015, 16, 17, how the run to pass rate was so even during that period of time, and how now the last couple of years, there's been a pretty great disparity, considerably so. And it's also a league-wide trend where the amount of passes is just really going up compared to the number of running attempts. Like teams that are leading the league in running the ball, I think it was the Falcons last year, ran it at 51% of the time, and that led the league. So it's definitely going that way. But if we're going to pass that much, Henry, I'll tell you what, we can get to 5,000. Certainly is possible. Andrew Stenson, what play can you run with 3 running backs? I think the easiest one on this one to me is there's 2 different formations to me, Andrew. You can run you could run a 3 wide, you could run an I formation set first off, right? So let's say we would have Charbonnet as our fullback, Walker as our tailback, and then what you would have is let's say 2 receivers to one side of the field. So then you have DK as your outside guy, but then you bring in McIntosh as your slot from the other side of the field. Now, McIntosh goes back in motion pre-snap as your fly sweep guy. And now you have the defense having to think about covering the horizontal edge there if McIntosh gets the ball. Having to also prepare for Charbonnet getting a fullback dive right up over the A-gap, or hitting it with Kenneth Walker on one of those power gap runs that he was so money on last year, going to either side of the field. So if you got the linebackers carrying with a false step with the fly sweep McIntosh, and then you hit the power gap back to the weak side of the formation, and those linebackers have emptied out of that spot, Walker's quick enough then to clear through that before the linebackers can recover to get back over there to him. Part of the benefit of that fly sweep when it generates those false steps from those linebackers, because they have to stay with that fly sweep guy to make sure that they're keeping their leverage clear on the outside if he gets the ball. They got to make sure if he gets the ball, he's not going to outrun me to the edge. I've got to be the defender to spill it back inside at that point. More often than not. Some defenses play it differently, but that's how most would play it, of course. So that's one way you can use it right there off the top, I think. You could do the same thing with a shotgun set. We, of course, did this with the tight ends last year, where you'd have Geno in shotgun. You'd sometimes have 2 tight ends on either side of him. Sometimes you'd have 3 tight ends in the backfield, 1 behind him, 2 to the side. But you could do the same thing with running backs. You have Charbonnet, and you could have Walker on either side of Geno, and then you could again have McIntosh as your fly sweep guy. You could flex out Walker to McIntosh and flip the spots on that. I mean, there's a lot that you can kind of roll with as far as running it differently, but there's a variety of ways to make it happen if you want. It's unusual, but especially with the ability to work in bubble screens and fly sweeps and that type of stuff, that opens the door to having a running back a little bit more, having that extra running back if they should want. Especially the guy like McIntosh who can run receiver-like routes when you ask him to do so. Kitty, you got to give up. Give it up. Don't let the Yankees sweep. Hopefully not. It doesn't look like we're scoring many runs tonight. 0-0 through 7 innings. Mega says, B, you need to calm my anxiety about how the rookies will do this year. Still terrified. Well, I think it's worthy of being nervous about. I don't know if there's a calming you down in this scenario that makes a lot of sense in the respect of we don't know what we're going to get exactly. It's hard to predict with rookies, and we got the benefit last year of having guys come in, and whether they were playing as starters, where week in and week out you could count on them to perform at least a league average level like Charles Cross, Kenneth Walker, or Abraham Lucas, or they were guys that just filled into roles like Boye Mafe, who was a really good run defender for us last year, or if they were stars like Tariq Woolen pulled himself out to be, or solid contributors like Kobe Bryant. Like, it's not always that you get that kind of contributions from young guys. They do tend to take a little bit of time. As I've hit a couple times on top of the head of this, where I think this is really a key point to keep in mind with that, though, is you do have a kind of coach here who is uniquely built in order to get a lot out of young players. And he's shown a lot of times over his career, him almost being at his best when he has his youngest rosters. And so that's the place I'd give you a little bit of, to take some solace in that you have the right coach to take a roster. If you're going to say just any coach in the NFL, I'm going to give you an incredibly stocked roster of young talent, but man, they're going to be young. There's not literally any other coach that I'm going to want to take a young, unseasoned roster and get them out, the most out of them quicker, I think, than anybody than Coach Carroll. He's a guy that just knows how to do it. He's done it at different places. So I think he'll do it again this upcoming year. I don't know if it'll equate to last year. I think that was a special class. That was historically a special class. But even if he can come close, Megan, we're in the playoffs and probably pushing even further beyond that at that point. Herbicide says, I'm kind of thinking we go outside linebacker in the first pick in next year's draft. It's possible, Herbicide. Uchenna Nwosu is due to be a free agent. Darrell Taylor is going to be getting in towards his contract year. You may need to start looking at getting somebody else beyond that. You are set with Boye and Hall there, but we don't know yet what we've got in Hall. And that has been a position that they seemingly have had kind of a sea change philosophy on this one, where we're really going to stock this one up now, where there's been years prior where they've gone kind of just good enough with defensive end time and time again. So it is possible. I think there's going to be a good group of edge rushers coming out of next year's class, according to early reports as well. Yeah, I don't root for the Yankees either. I've got to second all that. No to the Yankees in this house. 100K just joined. How has Spoon, Njigba, and Hall looked? Spoon's looked pretty good. He had a pick in, and I'm playing it here right now, pick in practice here, where you can see he's dropping into cover 3, bails on that, drives on the undercutting route. The receiver's he's a little lazy about going for the catch. The slot is, and he just kind of sticks up a lazy hand, and Witherspoon takes advantage. So looking pretty good there. JSN's probably gotten the most pub. Gino complimented him mightily and said he really liked what he saw from him out there as far as the route running and the catching was concerned. So it's been very good reports on JSN, especially considering that he didn't necessarily get a lot of run at rookie OTAs because they were still trying to be kind of careful with him with the hamstring. Hall, I hadn't really found any real tangible reports. There were some that said maybe he didn't look, tremendously great initially. He's a guy that relies so much with him on power and his strength. That's not going to show up when those guys are in shells and they're not in pads and they're not hitting. That's where that guy's game's really going to shine. So we'll see if we get a little bit more from that going forward with him. This was really an OTAs when they're 7-on-7 drills and those guys aren't in pads. It is a little bit more about the skill position players at that point shining naturally just because you're not playing real football in that respect of things. But Njigba looked good as well. We've got a little highlight here of him initially just sitting down on a quick little route underneath. He'll be doing a lot of this. And then we've got him taking the top of the defense off, looks like from the outside as well, and then running it in for a touchdown. So nice little play on his part. Looking good in that respect of things. Kurt says, why aren't we trying Eskridge at punt returns? Prefer not to risk K9 out there. I've been kind of scratching my head over that one, Kurt, for a very long period of time now, because it feels like just a natural thing that he should be embedding himself into. It's a guy that is not ever going to play on the outside when we talk about Eskridge. He's never going to play on the outside. You can maybe sign me up to a guy at 6'1" and JSN with his short area burst and with his natural feel for the position. That guy might be able to work on the outside, but I'm not there with ever thinking Eskridge is going to be. So you have a slot only guy who should be trying to find that role as that punt returner, just like Bobby Ingram did back in the day. He was your punt returner as well. They're really fine, maybe the best slot we've ever had in Seahawks history. He caught 90 passes and was still back there returning punts. So I guess maybe he just doesn't have a good feel for it. They don't trust him to field it right. But you would think, Kurt, that would be the natural fit for a guy that you don't have a lot of necessarily openings as we go into this upcoming season for him necessarily. Absent him just lighting the world on fire and looking amazing, of course. Donnie Pearson, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. I do get the Hawks. Brandon, are you taking Pumpkin to Hawaii with you? Get her some fresh grouper? No, sadly, she's going to have to stay home. She doesn't get to go on vacation. So, no, that's a hell of a trip for those cats. That's a long couple of flights from Spokane out to Hawaii. That's for sure. I'd like to, though. She'd have fun back there going after the birds. AI says Eskridge is done in Seattle unless he does something spectacular in the preseason. The kid from Arkansas is too talented to not be the fifth wide receiver. He's going to have to be on his P's and Q's. I'll agree with you on that, AI. I mean, he's going to have to look especially special this year, unlike any other year. And he can't get injured once. And really, it's just, he's already, even if he's just healthy, it's going to be a dogfight for him. So it's it's uphill, I think. I think Seattle, in a lot of ways, in what they plan to do, and probably in telling these UDFAs, like, we're not guaranteeing this guy's spot. That was a part of Price selling him coming to the team, was that this second rounder from a couple of years ago is not guaranteed to be in here. Your client wants to come out here and get a chance to make it as a fifth receiver on this team. We have an opening. And Landers is a guy that has the skill set because he can play both on the outs. He can play on the outside, unlike Eskridge, where he might have a little bit more of an in with that. Dion Moore, you got him 11-5-1. I like it, Dion. Coming with the tie. That's very specific. Space says, hey, Brandon, how's it going? I'm not sure how I feel about using Walker as a punt returner. We got a lot of conflicted folks out there in regards to Walker as a punt returner. I get it. Is the squeeze worth the juice? Punt returns have been reduced down so very often in recent years, and you open the guy up to that Ricardo Lockett gunner shot and then the guy just takes his head off. And boy, you talk about a team just want to target your starting tailback, especially if he's killing him. You probably don't want to do it ideally. I'm going to think maybe that they're just having him do there to be a backup guy to it if something happens to the main guys doing it. But he didn't look good doing it, so at least that part's maybe going to prevent some of the coaches from looking at bringing him in to have him go with it. It's good to see you, though, Space. Hope you're having a good night, man. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Glaskridge is my made-up name for him. I need to copyright it and make T-shirts. What you do, Nicholas, is you're right. You get the name done, and then you get the T-shirts, and you have his silhouette. But then within the silhouette is just cracked glass. The player is cracked glass within the silhouette, and then it says Glaskridge above it. Tell you, $1 million idea there, Nicholas. $1 million idea, man. That's an awesome nickname, though. Glaskridge is that's definitely it's brutal, but it is also accurate. Hopefully the kid can undo it. Some guys we've seen it with Jamal Adams. Some guys get snake bit, and they start going in that direction. And with Eskridge, this didn't start when he just became a pro. He had injuries going back to college. We saw this with Carson, too. Had it going back to high school. Some guys just have that thing, and they just can't ever quite get it on the right path. Hopefully he can. He does have some talent he can bring to the table here. He does have some stuff that he does offer if he is healthy. I mean, talk about him and Landers. Landers is faster, but no doubt about it, Eskridge will be more explosive in space. But can you count on Eskridge? Even if he is healthy going day one, do you trust him if you're Carroll to say, I can ride with him as my fifth receiver on this roster because I know I can count on him as far as availability goes? That's a dicey proposition. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you. Says, of this year's crop, and hope you're having a good night, Randall. Of this year's crop of rookies, who has the most upside? Where, if they hit, it's a high ceiling? Ooh, good question. The highest upside. I think that at the end of the day, it's not a particularly outside the box answer to your question, Randall, but I think that when you take a corner in the top 10 as an NFL organization, you're doing so because you feel you're drafting a star, not just merely a good guy at that position, but you're getting a guy that's a difference maker at the position. And I think JSN is going to be a really good receiver in this league, but I do think that he's going to be mainly, Randall, a slot guy, and that's going to be great, and that's still going to be really good production, but I don't know if he'll hit the star kind of level that I think Witherspoon will be able to hit. And Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen both can feed off of each other in the knowledge that, they're going to have some opportunities to go out there and put on a show at times. They're either going to get exposed or put on a show, one of the two. And that means he's going to get his chances to get those interceptions, and he has the ball skills, as he shows right here on this pick, jumping through. This isn't just an interception about his hand-eye coordination. This is quick reactions. Being able to, the ball's in the air, it's mine. That innate, players say that stuff, right? They say it all the time. But it's also, certain players just have the mentality of that. It's mine. Sherman was like that. It's mine. It's going to be mine. If it's up here near me, it's going to be mine. And I think that he does have, at the end of the day, with those ball skills, that a change of direction, the explosiveness to his game, how good he is as a tackler, because I think he will be one of the better tackling corners in this league right from the get-go. All of that stuff, I think, allows him to build up to being a star. And I think the other guys can be really, really good, but he's the one that I think is uniquely set to be to hit that mark, Randall. So I'm sorry it's not really an outside the box answer, but it is what I think. I do trust in it. So many legends, Randall. I'm going to be doing a members only show tomorrow. So many legends talk about this kid, Witherspoon. And, whether you think of a person like me as just a talking head on YouTube speaking about players, go to these guys that have played then and hear what they talk about in them and how blown away they are when they watch the tape on them and how much it stands out. And with Witherspoon, it's always been that thing, that almost thing they can't quite articulate to an exacting degree of, this is what it is about but just something about him. It's like, go watch Rondé Barber talk about him on the one channel or another. You can just type it in and search it, but he's measuring up Gonzalez and Witherspoon and talking about the two of them because he knew those were going to be your 1-2 guys in the draft. This is leading up to the draft. And he's just going, Gonzalez is, better and blah, 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 blah. And he gets to this thing and he loves Witherspoon's game, and he kind of breaks down a couple of places where Witherspoon can improve and get better. But then he gets to the end and the guy asks him, well, who do you want? And he's gone through this whole diatribe where he really likes Witherspoon, but he's been kind of giving you the I prefer Gonzalez vibe through the whole discussion. And then at the end he goes, but I really would want Witherspoon. And that's just that thing you get from these guys when they talk about him, where you just get this feel for him. If they can sense it too, much like I think the scouts, much like Detroit behind us, who is going to pick Witherspoon if we happen to have passed on him. This seems to have been very clear to many different people within the league in this of how good this kid is from a talent standpoint. Just got me excited, man. Got me excited for him. Thank you though, Randall, for that donation, brother. Appreciate you. Megan with another $5 donation as well. Appreciate you too, Megan, for the double dono. Says, not sure if that helped the anxiety or made it worse, B. Oh, and by the way, go Yankees and go and Judge. That was hard for me to say that one there, Megan. That was tough for me. Yeah. Yankee fan, huh? Yankee fan. Well, I can't take the anxiety away because it's a rightful thing to feel in regards to this upcoming season. It is a young team. Young teams, at the heart of their problems when they come up is consistency. Doesn't matter what sport it is in, and we're seeing this with our Mariner team right now. As a young team trying to find that consistent mark, right? Not just run red hot, ice cold, but find this place where you can really hit that steady spot you're looking to hit. And it takes time to get there. Sometimes there's no real way to just fast forward your way through that. And you just got to let it play out like a bit of a process. And we might have to let that process play out this year to kind of go through a bump of a year of just getting back in the playoffs again, but not progressing very far from it. But it is part of kind of getting up ahead of that a little bit for me, Megan, to mention this and say, we got to be patient with it. I am not a guy, anybody that's monitored this channel, that'll say that I give blind backing to this organization, franchise, or coaching staff. I will certainly hold feet to the fire with any of them, anybody out there. But we also have to understand that this team has just had two of the best drafts, at least on the surface of it right now, at least on paper right now, in the history of its franchise. It is in year 2 of a rebuild. It is in the process right now of having to get back to that elite status. And football goes in that kind of ebb and flow. So if they don't happen to hit that this year, I don't think we should lose our minds over it, because it still is a team that is on the rise. It is still a team with the future looking ever brighter, ever brighter. So, yeah, it's right. It's rightful to have a little bit of that anxiety, but it'll be all right, Megan. It'll be all good when it's all said and done. Thank you, though, for that donation. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, better chance at Offensive Rookie of the Year, JSN or Charbonnet? Good question. Well, it seems to be that when you're gonna get Offensive Rookie of the Year, be it if you're a receiver or you're a running back, the 1,000-yard mark seems to be the one that you've got to hit in order for you to accomplish that. I guess I would probably say that it would be probably Charbonnet, because we know that with the recent history of the running back room, there's a really good chance that the number one running back is going to get injured. The number two guy's got to slide into that spot. And I think JSN's going to have a productive year here, Randall, but I don't see a year where he's going to get up to 1,000 yards receiving. When you do have DK and Tyler on the outside, when you do have so many running backs, when you do have the 2 and 3 tight end sets, the 12 and 13 personnel that you run, I think that just removes the opportunities necessarily for JSN to get up to that 1,000 yards, where Charbonnet starts to run it, even though he's not your starter, and he's going to get his opportunity, especially if Walker goes down, and now you're down to the 3 running backs of Charbonnet, McIntosh, and Dallas. He'll get a lot of carries at that point. So not a huge likelihood, I think, on either necessarily getting it, but I do think Charbonnet would have a little bit of an edge because of that reasoning. If it's just about both of them being like if it's about Walker being healthy, them being healthy, JSN would obviously have the better chance, because I think Charbonnet's carries will be a little more limited at that point. If Walker, they're going to really try to, I think, run with Walker as they can. Not necessarily give him all the carries, but he would get the bigger chunk of carries. Yeah. Thank you though, Randall. Appreciate the donation. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donos. Very kind of you. Says, nearly has you choking as much as saying Jim Zorn is better than Dave Craig, right, B? Just about. Yeah. Yeah. The Go Yankees, just like, I mean, that literally, I threw up a little bit in the back of my throat and it went back down and then it came back up again. It's one of those, but you're hitting some sensitive areas here with Mariner fans. We've seen our season upended by Yankees spending sprees over many a year, many a moon have our seasons been lost to those dumbass pinstripers. Them Yankees. Them damn Yankees. But thank you, Megan, for the $5 donation. Nearly as much. Actually, that one might almost be more so. That one might almost be more so. 360 Inspiration says, my account switched. I used to be Matthias2345, but going through the Jordan Brooks pick and the Russ trade demands lows this channel. Russ trade demand lows of this channel. This is a lovely place to be with this team next few years. Oh, well, thank you, man. And it's good to see you, Matthias. Going through the Jordan demands lows of this channel. Those were definitely some tougher times, and it does get me celebrating and enjoying this time that much more. That when I first started this channel, in much ways, we're the team that was in that place that I always hate to see teams fall into. I don't care whether it's us or other franchises, because I feel for fans of those franchises that are going through it, and that's that team that's caught in between, that just can't seem to get its place to a state of rebuilding or to a place of being elite. It's just kind of spinning around there in the middle in some shape or form or another in certain respects. And we are far from that now. We have all of our boats pointed in the right direction. They have a firm, solid philosophy in place. They're going back in a lot of ways to their designs, which created their success initially here 10 years ago. And it's I think it's going to be a fun next few years, 360 Inspiration, man. And Matthias, I do believe so as well. Addicted Hawks, why would they have Walker practice at punt returner? Maybe Abe Lucas should start kicking field goals. I was surprised as you guys were with it. I wouldn't have thought that either, that would be their first go-to. But, there's nobody that can do this. I'm not. I'd be the guy in the field, like I'm just over looking at Carroll, looking at the special teams, go like, we got literally no one else. No one else can learn this. This skill is so hard to learn. They can't just sit underneath the jugs machine for a whole off season. Just put it in their backyard. Tell them, I want you catching 20 jugs a day at least. You'd think there'd be a way to work on it, but they have a hard time finding the punt returners. Why do I know it makes people mad? I used to not want to believe it myself. Running doesn't matter much. Rules have changed. Passing wins games. The data I was looking at earlier today, why was pretty astounding. I would not have necessarily guessed it going in that's how far the disparity was running between the passing and running of NFL teams across the board over the last couple of years, but it is moving in this direction at light speed. All the much more than does it to me make sense here as you see the Seahawks team going with JSN and seemingly understanding that. If you're going to have a passing attack that's going to want to run 50, 60, 65, 70% of the time, you better have a slot receiver that can make it go too. But that is where the game seems to be going to being changed too. And there are teams still committed to running, but Still does have a place in this game, but certainly wide catching the ball, throwing the ball, that's ruling the day. Tommy Reedon says it's an RRO instead of an RPO. There we go. Yeah, Glassridge is awesome. Nicholas, you absolutely have to trademark that thing. Absolutely have to trademark it. Erickson says Bobby and Mafe are monsters out there. They are. You saw when Bobby went over and made the play here. He goes over and him and Julian Love break it up, but you can see that there's Mafe comes in at the end too. So here comes Julian Love to break it up. Bobby would have picked it. Bobby starts talking at the coach. Why you try me? Why you try me? And then Mafe's right next to him. Yeah, like, yeah. Like the little brother back there. You tell him. Sajid Kirby holding it down. He is, man. 9 innings, no runs for the Yankees here. Mariners can't do much on their side either, though. 2 outs, Eddie Eugenio up. 2-1 count. BP 1989, do you think a major signing or trade via extension will go down with the Hawks? Yes, I think both of those are potential things. First off, an extension BP very well could put you in a position to be able to save some money off this year's cap, which then could allow you to make a trade. So you could see the thing here, BP, where one thing is needed to happen for the other thing to occur. But I do believe beyond an extension, a trade is likely to occur one way or another. As I was saying with that breakdown over the recent weeks, there's really, and I'm going to do a video on this that's going to kind of distill this stuff down a little bit of a quicker video than just the live stream shows we've done. But there's really 4 factors to me that impact whether or not this team can get to become elite this next year. And I think it's a top 5 offense, a top 15 defense, a top 3 special teams unit. And the final factor is bringing in somebody else as far as a trade, adding a little bit more to this team, topping off the tank, if you will, making that equivalent Christian McCaffrey-like potential move you could make, be it either now, BP, training camp, or before the trade deadline. So there's a long period of time here where this could be made. It's not necessarily it has to be made like right now, but I think that they have a big opening to make that kind of move in this time frame, and I expect it to happen. If this team's good, if Schneider goes into training camp, we got a good team, but we're a little light on the defensive line. I don't think that he just then goes into the season and goes, let's let it ride out in this year. It's year 2 of a rebuild. We're really not truly trying to compete. We're just trying to tell people we're trying to compete. No, I think his past history has told you, BP, with the Richardson trade, with the Clowney trade, with the Jamal Adams trade, that if we get down to that spot and we recognize that that is a limiting factor on this team, or that there is some limiting factor on this team, we will address it. Schneider has said many times over that roster building is not simply an off-season chore. It is a 365-day event for them, be it making trades for Carlos Dunlap or Quandre Diggs at the trade deadline, or bringing in the DJ Reed as he did at a time when Reed was just kind of being thrown off as a waiver wire deal. John's always got his ear kind of the ground in that respect of things, and you got to appreciate that about your general manager in that respect. So I'm predicting so. Could be out on this one, but I really do predict so. Erickson, I think Tave may make the practice squad. They may. I'm working a little bit on an undrafted rookie free agent deal. So I'm still kind of going through that, all the tape on the practice squad guys. But you very well may. I think it's opened up. It's going to be a hell of a battle with them taking 25 undrafted rookie free agents that they signed and brought in. And we already had a team that was starting to get stocked up. It ain't like last year where there's a lot of opening places. So if you're going to make the team, you better be all in, 100% ready to go. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for all the donations. My lady from Danenda says, I love the M's and have since Ichiro, but have loved the Yankees since I was 5. 42 years. And I wouldn't knock you on your Yankee love there. I get it. I understand it. We're just particularly, there's certain organizations that you have, certain franchises that you have in certain sports that, Seahawks, we got our Niners, right, Megan? It'd be a bit like you saying I'm a fan of the Niners on a baseball equivalent for us. So it's just only that, but it's all good. We still accept it about you. We understand. We're not happy about it, but we understand. Appreciate the donation, though. Thank you so much. Why do I says my only real concerns are D. If Bobby and Bush can't cover, then who will at inside linebacker? When Adams goes down, who is the backup box safety without having to move Love out of the nickel slot? All fantastic questions. I don't think that there's really any good answers to any of those. If Bobby and Bush can't cover, and you've got Jordan Brooks coming back, Jordan Brooks isn't good in coverage. He doesn't have that ability really. So the fix isn't there. It could be a problem. It could be a legit issue. If Jamal goes down, you don't really have it. You moved on from Ryan Neal. You needed to free up his salary, I guess. So you didn't really create a situation where you've got necessarily a backup to that. I think Jarek Reed's going to be more of a free safety when it's all said and done. Maybe the team feels like Jarek Reed can slide into that, or they think Joey Blunt can maybe slide into that. I don't think I have to ask your opinion. Why do I believe that you're probably the same as me, as you're a little reticent to believe that those guys are viable backups for the position if they go down in that manner. But that's kind of the fallout from moving on from Ryan Neal as they did. Riverside says, I saw the highlight of Love and Bobby looking good. Looking good. Looking on it. Both of them were right there ready to pick that ball off. Tom Eaton says, off topic but important. You got a favorite coffee brand or roast? I'm looking for something new. I don't have one that I'd love. You know what I mean? I have ones it's okay. Like I'm doing this breakfast blend Pike Place roast one. Pretty good. But I'm still waiting for that one with all the coffee companies out there. There's not that one that has me. I'm still waiting for my true coffee love. That's what I'm trying to say here, Tommy. You know what I mean? I'm just out there slutting it around with a bunch of these off brands, looking for the real thing. Maxwell House, it was 1971. And I needed to use the tin for something. Donnie Pearson says, HawksNest likewise. I'm doing amazing. Thank you. Hope you are well. I'm doing great, man. Having a good day. It's beautiful weather out. Getting a bunch of walks in. Herbicide, don't know. You get Seattle's. Yeah, I do the Seattle Best breakfast blend. It's pretty good. Not a dark, not a light roast, middle of the road roast. It's not bad. If you notice with the Pike Place, when you go up to it, it says something, right? When you go up to the coffee thing and you got a particular brand and you see that all of the brands are really well stocked, and then there's that one brand where there's only like two and there's nothing left behind it. That's how you know that's the right one to get on the shelf. Because people know what's up, especially when it comes to coffee. I can't do the pods, Megan. Too acidic for me. Riverside says, why'd you have to bring up Amazon? Hey, Bezos. He'll be our next owner. You probably will be at this point, yep. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, I still have the team going 10-7. I can see it, Jose. I think that's realistic. Completely realistic. It's good to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're having a good night. Definitely within the realm of reason. Nick Guzman, I'd love to see Eskridge at least return kicks, punts, kicks, something. There's no reason to keep him in the glass cage anymore, right? There's no reason to protect him. Like, well, we don't have anything behind him. We have to just make sure we don't get him hit. Like, get your money's worth at this point and see what the kid's got. If he gets broken, then move on to Landers, Bobo, or the like and call it a day. Yeah. Erickson, I'm with you. I'd love to see a penny-like resurgence out of Eskridge. I'm not trying to cancel the kid out or say he has to go. But no more room for error at this point. May not have been his fault up until this point, but we as an organization got to move forward a bit to go. We gotta put the best guys out there, and we need to put a little bit more depth out there with Tyler getting older and DK having played in 4 years, never been down any point. Got to keep our depth there as well. Can't just hang on to a guy for the sake of it. And I don't think the team will. Herbicide says, I think Reed and Young will be good versus the run with Bobby. We should be okay. It could be. I'm a little bit lower on Young. Herbicide, I'm in the midst of putting it together, the Cameron Young video. Based on his draft and kind of doing the deep dive with it. And so I'm going to show you guys a lot of tape with him, which is going to be tough because, people want things to be positive, right? And I always go down to, I'm going to be first honest with you before I'm going to be positive, because that's just where I want this channel to be led by. And when I go and look at Cameron Young, I'm just not there with it. I've gone through game after game after game of tape, and I'm not sure what the organization saw in him outside of there just being a lot of pressure to draft him at the time they did. He might be okay. The PFF scores at least give him moderately good run defense grades. But on the tape, from what I saw from him, he doesn't hold up well against the double teams. He gets single blocked by centers at times. He's just not particularly stout against the run. A lot of high effort, high motor stuff that you see from him. But, is he going to pull the double team block? Is he going to pull the second level blocks off of our linebackers? No. Now I think Reed will be a little bit more helpful in that respect of things, Herbicide. I do. But yeah, I'm Cameron Young. If Clint Hurt can get this kid rolling day one, it will be quite a feather in Clint Hurt's cap if he can pull that off. Because the kid looks very raw to me on tape. Even for just the duties of what you would ask from a zero tech, a nose tackle. I just need you to root down and be stout at the point of attack. Even for that. It's looking a little long, the odds on that one. Jamie Cruz says, to be honest, people are underrating Jaron Reed. He's going to have a lot of people surprised when he holds the middle. We will have to see, but I believe. I love to hear it, Jamie. I love to hear it. I do think that whether he can give us some pass rush, which used to be more of his forte when studying a little bit of what Reed had slid into, at least into last year, and kind of where it seems like he's transitioned a bit in his career, is going back to his roots as a run-stuffing player first and foremost. And that's, of course, our big need right now. Beyond, it would be nice to get some pressure up the middle, but beyond that old three-tech role that he was filling into before, now we need the guy that can clog things up, that can be a problem in the run game, that can command the double-team blocks. That's what he did back out in Alabama. And so hopefully he can slide back and continue to slide back to those traditions. That would be a very nice thing, because we was talking about with Cameron Young. I don't think it's coming from him, so it's got to come from somewhere. BP1989 says, call me crazy, but Jake Bobo reminds me of a poor man's Adam Thielen, but I think he has a good chance to make the roster. He has a very good chance to make the roster. He's a guy I'm going to be featuring in my UDFA video as one of the guys. Matt Landers will be a guy. Tavai will be one of those guys that I feature in the video. Very excited about him as well. And what stands out to me that's really interesting with me is that he's a very big wide receiver, but he's a big slot. But what he has really nice is at the top of the stem of the route, he really doesn't show his hand at all to the cornerback. And so he at times can get initially open off the stem of the route, and whatever cut he makes off the stem of the route, almost like at will at times on tape. And then you put on top of that he's got such a big body, and he can then turn into like a power forward down in the paint where he's just blocking out the defender behind him. And the combination of being really good at the top of the stem of the route, and then also being such a big body and having good hands and being able to catch out away from his body, it can make him a bit of a problem. And now I think he is only a slot guy at the next level. But if he proves to be kind of uncoverable in that way on those routes, and he can play the special teams in some fashion or another, that might prove tempting to Coach Carroll and company to bring him in and have him be the fifth guy. I think it's a wide open race right now in that fifth spot. Brian Myers, Bobo's so slow. I think Landers will be better. Bobo's definitely only a slot. Landers is definitely a guy that could play outside and maybe some in. The speed of difference between those guys is significantly. There's no way to dress that up differently. The question with Landers is he going to be able to deal with physicality in coverage, physicality off the line of scrimmage, physicality through his route when guys are going to jostle him off of his route? Those are a little bit of the things that people were worried about with him on tape, and why maybe some of him dropped. Kind of an odd reason, and reading up to that's what caused him to drop, was some of the struggling with the physicality stuff at the college level. But that is the thing that he has over the top of him. And if it comes down for coaches to guys being even, two guys, a Landers and a Bobo, both having an equal training camp as far as their performance goes, you're going to lean into the guy that can play on the outside, I think, first and foremost. Absent maybe leaning to the guy that plays better special teams. That might also be something that has more weight. Herbicide, I don't know if Bobo makes the team, but I think he's got his... if you look at any of the UDFA guys, to me, I think Bobo's probably in the top 5 as the most likely to make the team of the 25 guys that they went out there and grabbed. Landers is very impressive on tape. Bobo's very impressive on tape. Tavai is really impressive on tape. I'm just starting to get into Gryffindor. The tight end from North Dakota that we got. So I'm still kind of developing opinion on him. He might slide into this realm as well, but Bobo's right there in with him. Like, I wouldn't put Arquan Bush into that realm. Arquan Bush's tape is kind of... yeah. There's a couple of those guys with the tapes like DJ Johnson. He's not making the team. But there's a chance with Bobo. That's certain skill he has, able to use his big body, and then he's the unusual big body receiver. It's a little bit like the Mike Thomas-esque. He's not Mike Thomas. I'm not trying to put comps to that, but it's like Mike Thomas and how he used to be able at will to get open on that slot on the slant routes, right? And it was because the corner could just not see any indicators about when he was making that cut. The corner had to play it true all the way through the route, where he had to still protect himself on the out-cutting route, or if he's going to try to take the top off. And that's the very same thing that Bobo does, where he just time and again, you see him, even when it feels like the corner's starting to lean to the inside to take away that in-cutting route or the comeback route, he still is able to, sell his route well enough with the route running to get it done. If Bobo makes a team, it'll be with that route running and that ability to separate at that stem of the route like he does, despite not having anywhere close to elite speed, of course. Nick Guzman says Woolen already got some good national reception by the end of the year. Witherspoon and Woolen can be a top cornerback duo within 3 years. Hell, within 2 years, Nick. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with you on that one. BP says, I think Bobo has a good chance to make the roster. Wide receiver is not about necessarily how fast you are, but how quick you can break in and out of your routes. Agreed. Especially when you're a slot, which I think he's going to be just more of a slot. He did do the outside stuff a little bit at his first stop, which was, I think, Duke. I watched a little bit of his tape, and he did some of that, but Duke ran some real kitschy stuff. It was a lot of bubble screens and drag routes and just kind of having him do kind of non-traditional things on the outside when they had him out there. But as a slot, he's great with it. He can do that for sure. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you, brother. He says, wonder which second-year guy is going to get the he really hit the weight room label. Someone like Cross or Mafe. I think they both take a big step. Yeah, I would agree. I think you mentioned a couple of guys that are real good names to put out there, because those are guys with just big frames that naturally you feel like Randall are going to be able to add weight really easily to their frame. Cross in particular is just, I think 10, 15, 20 pounds. He could put that on and it wouldn't be much of a problem. Maybe 10 pounds at this point, but certainly could put that on and he'd still be just as quick and agile and whatnot. Who would I say as your weight room, your next year weight room guy? Good question, actually. Yeah, man, I really do come back to you probably mentioned the two that are likely, the Cross and Mafe. Lucas is already a little bit older. He's a little older than Cross, right? So he's probably not going to make as much of those tremendous leaps from that weight room perspective standpoint. And you wouldn't think Kobe Bryant or, Tariq. I wouldn't think necessarily those guys would have to be trying to hit the weight room too hard on their side of things. And Walker's probably going to be built pretty close to how he's built walking in the door. That guy was already sort of, cut out of granite kind of type. So I don't know if there's much more he's needing to add on top there. But you could see with Cross and Mafe there being maybe a little bit more room to add, a little bit more good weight. That good weight, lose a little bit of that baby weight. Get that good weight and take out that baby weight. But thank you, Randall, for the $5 donation. I like your suggestions on that one, man. I do. Megan with another $5 dono. Megan, you're awesome, and I do appreciate you so much. Says B, you forget that I was a Niner fan when I was a kid, due to only ever seeing the Montana, due only to ever seeing the Joe Montana Super Bowls. Yeah, but that was like you had Munchausen syndrome at that point, you know? They had forced you in Australia to only have to be able to watch this horrific team in a red jersey. And, you know, it was like the equivalent of Clockwork Orange, where, you know, they were pulling your eyelids open. And, you know, I can't fault you for that. You know, you didn't maintain it. You learned the ways. You didn't go down the evil path. You didn't go down the dark path. But now you're free. Now you are a free Australian. You're like your country was when they were finally rid of that English empire on their back. And you became a Seahawks fan, as one should. You chose the light. Now you just need to do the same in regards to the Yankee love. And props to Cal Raleigh, who hits himself a double down the line in the 10th inning to allow the base runner on second that's freely given in extra innings in baseball to come around and score. The Mariners come away with a 1-0 victory. Big dumper Cal coming in with a nice hit there at the end. Give the M's a win there. Nicely done by the M's. So hopefully they can hang around, lurk a little bit here as we get in through the year here. Just about ready to make some noise. Let's make a little bit of noise. Nick Guzman and Steve Smith had a fantastic interview with Witherspoon. He did. I'm going to be featuring it over on my I Got a Members video. I'm going to be doing live tomorrow. We're going to be talking about that. And I'm going to be featuring a little bit of that interview. I think Smith had some real, and not only the interview was really nice, but Smith just had some really great, I think, thoughts in regards to Witherspoon as a player. He's another one of those guys that you listen to the way he talks about him and it gets you very hyped about Witherspoon. Nicholas Newton, Bobby Ingram was a bad man. Loved his game. Bobby was great. Underrated in Seahawks history. Someday is going to absolutely be worthy of me doing a video on him, talking a little bit more about him, because he is right now in Seahawks history, in my opinion, the best slot that you've ever had. There's certain times that you had Large in the slot, but he was mainly an outside guy. There's times you had Brian Blades in the slot, but he was mainly an outside guy. There has been no better slot, no more consistent slot, no more productive slot over his time than Bobby Ingram in Seattle Seahawks history, which is why I go back and reference him so often, is because of how well he did play. Big helper in getting you to the Super Bowl in that 2005 season. But he is, to me, a little bit of the benchmark for the position as it concerns looking at these other guys to kind of fit in there. And yeah, he wasn't scared to go back there and punt return. He was a good punt returner at that. Tommy says, you just said go Yankees live, B. You trying to get demonetized? This is a family channel. I know. It's like I just said the F word 15 times in a row. That's pretty much the equivalent. She caught me off guard with it, Tommy, but now I've got my guard back up, okay? It caught me a little bit. I wasn't ready. I was a little not ready for it. It was a little left field, to use a baseball term for a baseball reference, but I'm okay now. I got the swords back up. Jonah the Whale says, worst state in America, worst city in America, worst teams in America, all found in New York. I agree on the city. I've been to a lot of cities in America, a lot of cities, lived in places. I lived for 4 months in Brooklyn. Not a fan of New York. I do not get the charm or why it gets spoken about so glowingly. I feel like people that go to New York just have never gone out to the West Coast and seen what the West Coast has to offer. But yeah, it's a little rugged out there. Tony Wright, you're correct, Brandon, as I wanted my Falcons to either draft Tyree Wilson or cornerback Devon Witherspoon, but they were both gone when we picked at number 8. I think it's an easy way, Tony, and it's what I just try to utilize. Thank you for confirming that, by the way, because I think it's a way to reference this, is to say, okay, how do we remove ourselves with our bias from the situation to really understand respectively of why this pick has the potential to be a star pick. And you don't normally get so many teams so congruent in being willing to take a player or having a player really at the top of their list, be it whether it was Tyree Wilson or Witherspoon, at that point in their board in that top 10, especially in this particular draft. And I think that it just spoke to so many teams seeing that little bit of something extra special in Witherspoon's game that had him then placed up in that next rung above a Gonzalez that fell into the late teens. Or you had the Steelers cornerback that I think was taken the top of the second round. So I think that a lot of NFL teams are kind of recognizing it. A lot of NFL teams are all kind of seeing the same thing. That probably means that it's pretty on point and it's pretty true. It doesn't guarantee success, but it does mean there's, I think, a legitimate reason, Tony, to get excited about those kind of players and really getting hype for where their potential could end up landing at. BP says Landers is a physical receiver, but I think Bobo can beat him just because of a Chip Kelly type of offense. It's possible. It's going to be one hell of a battle, man. It's going to be one hell of a battle. Harborside, upstate New York's beautiful. I have heard that. I didn't go up to I will say I didn't go up to upstate. Brad Myers confirming my thought on it. New York City is by far the worst city. It is. It's the food was overrated. It's dirty everywhere. Trash is all over the place. Floating around because the wind's blowing it all over the place too. Everybody in the city has an animal of a dog. Every single person. And there's crap just all up and down the city side because they don't pick it up. So you got the trash and the animal feces, the bad food, the cold weather in the winter, the humidity that'll kill you in the summer. I say why? Amari Taylor, I think JSN ceiling is Justin Jefferson. Oh, he can hit that. That'd be amazing. I can't quite see that myself, but it's possible, man. I could be here's the thing about that, Amari. I undersold Justin Jefferson coming in this league. I liked him, but I did think that, well, it'd be a real good slot for you, but he's just a slot. So I could be very well doing the very same thing with JSN by saying he's not in that same realm to me, but I think that's your hopeful upside for him. I agree. Random McDaniel with a $2 donation says, try a high-end coffee like Folgers. I could drink Folgers. I'm not a snob with it, but boy, I wouldn't want to do it every day. I feel like Folgers and Maxwell House put like bits of heavy metals in their stuff just to sort of weigh it out a little bit so the weight aligns or whatever. Put filler. I don't know. I don't trust that Folgers stuff anymore. I don't want it in my cup. I'll drink it though. It'll do the work. It'll do the trick. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we are still a part of the Commonwealth, B. I forgot. Yes. Why do you guys let yourself do that? They made you a prison colony originally. They threw you away to the nothingness. Said, get them off out of here. Get them down. You guys should have said no. We are our own thing here now. You got to get some of that American spirit down there. I'm telling you. Can't let those Brits run the day. Though they do say there is a theory out there that exists that we are still under the monarch's rule ourselves under some secret agreements. Yes, you'll have your freedom on the surface of it, but deep below, within our documents, you will find the chains still wrap around your ankles. Someday we'll be free, Megan. Someday of those Brits will be free. Thank you for the donation, though. I appreciate you. Randall with another $5 donation. Randall, you are awesome, man, for all the donos. You and Megan both. I really do appreciate you guys so much. It says, Bobby Ingram went to Penn State, second round pick by the Bears, played with Kerry Collins and that big tight end Kyle Brady at Pitt. Why do I remember that? I don't know, man. Was he a second? Hold on with the second round pick. Because I remember Ingram too. I thought he was a first. I thought he was a Bears first round pick. And now I hate when I misremember stuff as I get older because you're right, second round pick. I'm misremembering that like hell. But yeah, he flamed out. Bobby Ingram was originally picked by the Bears and they had high aspirations for him. This was at a time, of course, we all know the Bears can never seem to find a quarterback, right? So he didn't have anybody to throw to him. Holmgren recognized that he was a pretty good player. Obviously, I think it was at a time where Holmgren beforehand had been at the Packers, and so probably saw it in him, even probably scouting him coming out with Green Bay, but certainly playing within the same division, and the Bears knew what he was probably capable of doing. But yeah, that was the Penn State was cranking out some guys over that period. That was LeVar Arrington era, where he came out through there. They were definitely more nationally prominent than I think they even are. They're still okay now, but they were right there in the mix of it. I think they even won a national title around that time, if I'm not mistaken. But can't remember. We got our guy too. Our former fullback, I think, was on that team. Randall, Not on that team. He was a little later on. Michael Robinson was probably 6 or 7 years later on. But Bobby Ingram, Randall, hell of a player, man. You go back and watch old Hawks games. If you guys ever go turn them on, 2003, 2014, go watch old Seahawks, Matt Hasselbeck games. You're going to just watch him peppering the ball to Bobby Ingram half the game. Just 8-yard route here, 9-yard route there, 12-yard route there. And he'll suddenly break a tackle here, suddenly break a tackle there. Not a flashy game, but a real productive one. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it as well. She says, I didn't say I like the city, just their team. Oh, yeah. And Aaron Judge. I bet Aaron Judge is a big driver on that one, Megan. Yeah, well, I'm sure feel the same way in the city. It pales in comparison to me to some of the cities that are out in the West and what they offer and how pretty they are and just the food, what there is to do, the vibe. There's kind of a dark vibe in New York. You go in the subway and you just feel a kind of a sense of depression and darkness. I don't know what it is. Maybe that was just me. Maybe it was just me. Herbicide, does JSN hit 1,000 yards this year? I don't see it. I don't think he'll get the opportunities, Herbicide, especially because the team's going to maintain a certain amount of balance as far as running the football is concerned. I think he'll get 700-800 yards, but I do think he falls a couple hundred short of actually getting to 1,000 pure. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, Devon can still get burned on double moves, just saying. No, he's very aggressive. He's very aggressive. And that is certainly a possibility. I think that if you're going to commit to playing man coverage, there's going to be times your guys in man are going to get caught on double moves. The other side of that to me, Jose, is it's a bit of the price of doing business, is that you have to get that on that side and pay the price on that side. But then there's the benefit on the other side of those times where they jump the route and get those interceptions. And for me, more in the modern era, historically, it's been about worrying about those big plays, and you can just not give up those big plays no matter what, even if it's coming at the cost of getting interceptions and having game-changing plays. I think the NFL is starting to shift on the defensive side of the ball to being more about having those big-time plays, those game-changing plays, at the expense of maybe having in the occasional big play that you give up. And we've been such a team, Jose, that's been so obsessed at times with stopping the deep ball that it's come to a point, it's come at the detriment and the cost, I think, at times of getting more of those kind of picks and interceptions and whatnot if you could play a little bit more aggressively. But you do want to have Devon doing a good amount of man coverage if you want to get the most out of him. And that's the best stuff that Tariq did last year as well. And if guys are in man, that just means they're going to be a little more opened up, I think, to getting caught in those double move situations. We can't be, I don't think, scared by it. Also considering with it, remember with this, Jose, he may still be able to be burned by double moves, but he didn't give up a single touchdown last year. He averaged 22 yards. He averaged 22 rating when passes thrown his way. So he may still be real aggressive and potentially get burned over the top, but nobody got to him last year with it. The first touchdown he gives up next year will be the first touchdown he's given up in probably 2 years. Donnie Pearson says, my favorite part of the visit to New York City was the Comcast building the worldwide headquarters of NBC Universal. Cue the NBC chimes. Yeah, I went down and checked out that spot too. The Met was my probably favorite. I like the Met. I like downtown Central Station was pretty cool. They do have all that weird Prometheus imagery stuff down there by the NBC buildings and stuff, right? Or at least by the, whatever it is, the Rockefeller Center. Brian Meyer says, no better place than New York to spend a week eating. I tried. I was there for 4 months. We went out to all sorts of different places, and I just could not find a spot. There's a couple spots that were pretty good, but I'd been hyped up hugely on New York and the food there. And I just found myself walking away going, not impressed. Not very impressed. I mean, I bet the South is better than the New York food. I bet. It's a little overhyped. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? Good to see you, man. Tommy says, I will say though, eating a bone marrow encrusted filet in the same spot that Joe DiMaggio and Frank Sinatra sat is pretty cool. There's definitely some history there. You know about that in New York. There's especially every little restaurant's got its own huge background to it. I don't know though. You lost me at bone marrow encrusted. I can't do that. That's probably my problem with the food there is I'm just a little picky and that stuff's just like, oh no. Ryan Ball says passing wins games. Try telling that to the Broncos. Yeah, they're just running by necessity to overcome themselves for the quarterback position, Ryan. That's all. See, they're so set back by the quarterback position that they just need the running back room to pick up the extra weight and put it on their back to have to overcome that. Brian says it's the variety throughout the city that makes New York City number one. I could see it. I just didn't find it. I mean, like I said, I was there 4 months and I went out almost just about every other night looking for some spot. So much disappointment. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donations tonight on the channel. I really do appreciate it. She says, have no desire to go to New York City. Unless Aaron Judge invited me, of course, B. Megan, I saw you in the chat at the Hawks Nest. Coming to New York. You're not missing anything, Megan. It's to me just, and people who love it, as you're already seeing in the chat. I know there's a lot of people referencing the chat. It's got its certain sort of romanticized element that really resonates in people. And I was trying to get captured into it. I was trying to get that love affair for the city that I would hear people talk about, but it just seems like a brutally dark, cold place that's very hard. People are hard. I know there's a lot of people that love it. I got to acknowledge. It's got its backers. Space, Dutch Bros for the win. Dutch Bros is good out here. I like that. Jimmy Cruz says Reed's going to be put in nickel like they did Neil. I could see him doing that. Definitely could see him doing that. It'd be good to find him that role if they could too. It should just be the kind of like the dime or in the nickel. If they got him. Depends on what they do with Love. I think like Tommy says, they're going to move Love around a lot, which makes them a little bit more unpredictable on where they're exactly going to go. Who's going to fit to what. Tom Eden says, exactly, B, I'm still searching for my soul coffee. She's out there, though. She is. You got to have faith, man. You can't get dissuaded by the fact you haven't found her yet. She's out there and she exists. In a lot of ways, she's just waiting for you. Her grinds are just waiting for you. We got some Folgers love in the house from Randall and Tony Wright. Okay, I didn't think there was going to be so much Folgers backers in the house. I thought that was the drinks of hospices and Brian Myers. Joe Namath turns 80 today. My first football idol. Broadway Joe. He seems like a fun guy to me, Brian. He seems like a character. Nicholas Newton, I'm already reading up on the trademark laws now, B. They're sticky, man. I'm gonna do some merch this year. I gotta do the Seahawks logo. So I gotta figure out how to explain the Seahawks logo to the guy that I'm gonna have redesign the logo. So it's gonna be like, I want a ferocious Seahawk logo, but it can't look like this. So my Hawks Nest shirts are gonna probably have like a hawk with big teeth, like the collar, like the spike collar. They put on those dogs. They got to fight wolves and stuff to protect the sheep. Give them some barbed wire around the feathers, maybe. Just toughen up the logo a little bit, while still staying true to its totem origins. Vincent Musgraves, I'm excited to see the defensive structured from back to front. I feel like the idea of having a plethora of decent and not star defensive and defensive tackles, I feel like we can be a force if we at least stop the run. Stopping the run, I think in a lot of ways, Vincent, is where this begins as far as where the success can be had from this team. I've given a lot of thought about this defense and what they intend to do, and there's certainly a possibility that they just stick to type and do what they've done traditionally in the past and just hope that it gets better with the development of the young guys. I tend to believe and think here, Vincent, that there's going to be a little bit more of a keenness to try to manufacture stopping the run. And what I mean by that, Vincent, is doing a little bit more of the 8-man boxes, getting things a little bit more tight, maybe running a little bit more of the press looks and coverage at times on the outside. And if you were to do that, Vincent, then that does mean that you can overcome, not necessarily, like you say, having the star players down low, because you're not just sticking in base all the time. You're not just running a 4-man pressure package at all times. You're always sending extra defenders, and then the offense doesn't always know where they're coming from. It's the beautiful part about this defense above all is that it can play into these pressure packages. It can play both man and zone now, but it also can throw a myriad of things at opposing offenses, which it can make them tougher to prepare for and also make them tougher to predict, play in and play out, which has been a real key element to this defense that's been missing over the last 5-6 years. And you feel that on Sundays in a real tangible way. We'll see if it can improve. But I do have faith that it can improve too as well in that, Vincent. DVN says, hey, let's go. What's up, DVN? Didn't expect this on my screen. Switch to night shifts. About to go back and play this from the beginning. Sounds good, brother. Hope you're doing well out there. Thanks for tuning on in, and I hope the shift goes extremely fast. Wilbur Knight, salute to you too as well. Appreciate you, brother. Tommy says, I want Gryffindor to make the team just because of the name. I think it's Gryffindor forevermore now. It's got to be. Addicted Ox, Brandon, there's a chance with Bobo. Sounds like a political slogan, maybe. There's a chance with Bobo. You want to take your bad chances with this guy or take the good chances with the Bobo? It's Bobo's time. Bobo's your man. There's a chance with him, man. There is a chance. Tommy Eden says Gryffindor, the boy who scored. Oh, that's good. I think Docs, if Tariq added 10 to 15 pounds of muscle, help his tackling maybe? Maybe a little bit. I tend to think with Tariq Woolen, he showed a real willingness to tackle, which, much like Richard Sherman, who was really rough in his technique at first, if they're willing to tackle, the technique can come along eventually. And especially being a guy like Richard that's just recently transitioned from wide receiver to cornerback, you'd expect him to probably be a little bit of a struggle to tackle, but that being more coming back to just a lack of familiarity in doing it, lack of comfortableness in doing it, and that will come with time. He showed it a few times, even in preseason last year. There's one tackle he made with the Bears runner where he just grabbed him up by his shoulder pads right down near the goal line and just threw him down out of bounds at the 2. A play where that runner's trying to get in and score, and he just kind of engaged his strength, and hey, he is 6'3" at the end of the day. He's very long. So there is times that he is going to be able to bully receivers out there at times as far as a tackler once he can get that technique down. But I don't think it's really a weight thing for him, Addicted Hawks, as it is just him getting better at the fundamentals of the position in his tackling. And it's hard when you've been a receiver most of your life. Remember the time, big dumper for the win? Cal coming through those big hits again, sent the Mariners to the playoffs last year and got us past the Yankees here today. Magical Mariners coming back into the fray here a little bit today, huh? Tom Bean says, at least Megan got to see the elite version of the Seahawks wide receiver, Jerry Rice. That's true. That's true. He was a good player back in the day, too. Can't believe how he took 80 off Steve. Space says, sounds like we have a talented team. Can't wait to see this in action. We absolutely do. And Space coming in with 5 gifted subs. Space, you're awesome for doing that, man. Appreciate you on that. So Jack M., Jeff Geese, Jacob Haas, Hawks fan, Tyler Muir, you have been gifted memberships by Space. So appreciate you, Space. So much for doing that, man. You are awesome. You are, as D-Boy says below, you are a legend. And folks, if you have just been gifted the membership by Space, and I know you also were gifted some ones on the last one, if you are a member of the channel, we are going to be back tomorrow at about 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be doing a deeper dive into Devon Witherspoon. I'm going to be pulling out some clips from Steve Smith, pulling some clips out from Rondé Barber, get a little bit into the depths of him a little bit more as a player, and we're going to start to do some more of those members-only kind of shows. They're only about an hour and a half, so they'll be a little shorter, but we're going to be eventually building them to doing them almost basically daily. So that is the long-term goal in getting those done in that fashion. So do keep that eye out if you are a membership. And D-Boy, don't forget, man, I got you as far as the DM link on Twitter on that. So I know we haven't gotten you yet on that with the membership, but we will for sure on that in regards to that. But thank you so much, Space. You are tremendous for doing that 2 times over now. I really do appreciate you, and the cat appreciates it as well. She's saying thank you, even though she looks like she's asleep. Sons of Patriarchy says Pumpkins Picks was fire. Thank you, man. I was a little worried it might be outside the lines too much for the football channel, and that we do have kind of our brand here we talk about, but I want to be able to branch out as I can and have fun content with it. And at the end of the day, as much as I do take football very seriously, I hope it always comes that we're not going to need to take, we don't take ourselves seriously here. And I always want to have fun with this channel above all else, and make that always kind of the forefront of whatever we're doing with. And shout out to Space as well, who just gifted the subs. He was the one that sent me the card pack that allowed me to kind of put those teams out to really kind of make it easy at that point to do it. So shout out to him with that. It was a great idea, and I think I think we got like a 99% like rate on the video, so people seem to be really enjoying it, which put a smile on my face. And Pumpkin appreciates it. She looks at it, she kind of feels like, yeah, she thinks she's kind of a star now. I'm not going to say she's getting diva-like, because she was already diva-like. You got to transition from one to the other when you're already starting from that spot. But she's not gotten any more unruly, But she's very happy you guys liked the video. Look at the smile on her face right now. It's a pure joy on her face. Absolute pure joy. 1023, New York has a lot of rats. A lot of rats. And they're big. Yeah. God's people love it. I don't know. E. Gibson says, I agree. Bobby Ingram was an underrated and very consistent receiver for us. He had a really good career. And he does get forgotten about. You had so many other receivers at that time, too, that you put so much investment in. You had the second round that you put into Darrell Jackson, the top 10 first-round pick that you put into Corn Robinson. You had Joe Jurvicius in for a year on the outside. But Bobby was always kind of the constant in all of that. And, he is the gold standard, I think, as far as slot receivers in Seattle is concerned. Herbicide says New York is cool. Jason grew up on the West Coast, and I'd move to New York City in a second. Greatest city in the world. Been there twice. It's just one of those places. It is. And Jason, you're on loan. Like Herbicide saying above, there's people. I can't quite get it. I tried to get there with it, but I just can't find the draw as much. I was just, man, the most brutal winters in all of the U.S. in my opinion, and I've lived in Montana winters. But geez, just it was tough for me. I couldn't quite get there with it. Mr. Dog's people in New York are dicks. Well, there's definitely an air of some just kind of a slight depression too with the place, a little bit. 1023 says Tokyo's way cooler than New York. I'd love to go to Tokyo. That'd be cool. Riverside says Munich is better than Tokyo. We got some one-upping going on. Addicted Ox Brandon, bad food in New York City. I tried different places. I was in Brooklyn, and it was the it was like the gentrified section of Brooklyn. So there was some places that had been redone. There was one good pizza place near the bridge. I'm sure somebody would be able to mention in the chat, and that place. That was good. But I even went to Manhattan, and Manhattan's become very cookie cutter with like just a bunch of restaurants that are all stuff that you could get anywhere. There's nothing you used to get this impression, I think, that there just be a lot of unique kind of places, and just they were unto themselves. And now it just feels a little bit more like it's a little bit more corporatized down there a bit. Mr. Dog says New York is overly fast-paced and mean people. They definitely have a little bit of there's a different mentality out there, that's for sure, too. The vibe out there is different than the West Coast, laid back, chill kind of vibe. They're wound a little tight out there. A little tight. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, Boston's worse than New York. Oof. I can imagine it. I've heard some stories about Boston too, Jose. I've heard some things. The Thet AM says Julian Edelman-ish being JSN. That seems to be what is the majority comps go back to, mainly because the elite testing numbers he posted in the 3-cone and the shuttle fit in alignment with what Edelman posted on his pro days. And that has people making that comp a little bit on top of the fact they're both slot only kind of guys. I think it's a good comp. And if he can become what Edelman was for the Patriots, that would be tremendously, tremendously valuable for our Seahawks. Whoever says I lived in New England for 5 years. And that's not a place, guys, people that love it or hate it. There really is no in between. You know? Tommy says, which borough are we talking about, though? Certain parts of New York have some decent food, but it's pricey, $300 a steak. I was in Williamsburg at the time. And there were some pricey food spots. I don't think anything crazy went to. It should be like $30 for a burger thing, you know. Overnight, I want to see what we're going to look like week 1. Be interesting to see. Megan, thank you for... sorry, Megan. I missed a couple of notes here. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I would rather go to Seattle than New York, B. You know how much I love the Emerald City for so many reasons, not just the sport. Indeed, I do. And I knew you were having a hell of a time as far as your stay there. It sounds like definitely the city captured the imagination of you when you came. And, you know, you came at such a good time, too, when the weather is just showing so brilliantly at that point. And unlike New York, we don't have the humidity on the West Coast. So when it gets to the warm sunshine in the summer, it's just purely beautiful, and that's it. And there is no better place, spring, summer, early fall, I think, in the nation to be at it in the Pacific Northwest. The winters are a little bit hellacious with the constant drizzling rain a little bit, but no doubt about it, there's still, even for the issues and things that have been type and plagued recently, the Seattle area in certain respects of things, it is still a wonderful place to go. And I certainly would go there myself way more, 10 times over more than before I'd go to New York. Like, no, I'll just do Seattle again. Megan with another $2 donation. Says, love Seattle as much as I will be moving there. Indeed, Megan does have that intention to eventually get up into the Pacific Northwest and the Seattle territory of things. So I think you're going to love it, Megan. I know you, like I said, I know when you came last year, it captured your imagination there. And it can do that for folks. They fall in love with the Pacific Northwest when they come out there. Especially if you come out in the summertime. It'll get you in that way. It'll sink its hooks into you. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations tonight, Megan. I really do appreciate it. She says, Pumpkin and I are the divas here, B. Indeed. I do know that, Megan. Yes, I am very well aware. I am very well aware. You can hear her say, can you say diva? 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 Diva. She said it as much as she can say it. Thank you, though, Megan. It's indeed the truth. Jonah the Whale says, I love my country. It breaks my heart what's going on in it at the moment. I know it will get better because we can make it change. But, man, right now this place is crazy. Tough times. A little bit of tough times, but things do turn around and things can get better. And just because they're tough right now doesn't mean they're always going to remain that way. That's for sure. Jason Tudor says, you'll never free us Canadians, though. We rule your pop culture. We allow that rule, just so that you let us tell you what to do in other respects of things. We've got to throw you a bone from time to time. You're the little kid brother up there. It's like when you play with your little kid brother and you're playing basketball, right? You got to let him make a couple shots from time to time. Like, oh, you got me on that one, bro. Woo. You guys have given us some good pop culture stuff, though. I will give you that. Tony Wright says, Brandon, did you hear that 89-year-old Al Pacino is about to be a father for a second time with his 29-year-old girlfriend? Can you do an Al Pacino impression?
Oh, who would have ever known that I still had an ability to shoot no blanks ever in my life? Another child. Here we come. Hooah! Oh, I'm so happy about this one. What? Yes, she's 29. Okay, I was 53 years old when she was born. But hey, why can't I have a kid now? I'm gonna live forever. I'm Al Pacino. I'm Scarface. That's how you roll as a movie star. I'm also trying to keep up with Bob, my Bobby De Niro. He just had himself a kid at 84. Why not me, too? Let's go. I wasn't trying, but I made it happen because that's what a great actor does. A great actor never stops procreating, never stops creating. That's what I want.
How about Big Al, man? 82 years old, popping out a child. Woo! Some of those older guys with money, man. Just, Lord. It's just like, oh, man. Yeah, like, Al, come on.
What? I don't have blood pumping through my heart too. I don't want things as well just because I act.
Jonah says, I can tell you this, but nobody actually listens to Canadian artists down here. They just make it seem so because they're all over the pop charts, but people don't actually listen to the Canadian pop. Oh, Nicholas, good old Clockwork Orange. What a movie. Hey, Kubrick is one of the best ever. D-Boy, Brandon, do you remember when Adrian Peterson was a Seahawk and scored one touchdown for us? I do. I do remember that, D-Boy. He averaged, 3.2 yards per carry for us? He was definitely in that Franco Harris at the end of the line kind of road at that point. Brian Myers has had an incredible Italian sandwich near the Haba in Boston. Remembered well. You remember good food and good places, that's for sure. It'll stick with you. It's one of the reasons I have so much hate for New York. I don't have any of those memories. Space says, I'd go with Jamal as my fave as well. I want to see him play through a full season, though. Me too, man. It'd be so wonderful if he could get through a full year. So wonderful. I think he's doing everything he can, Space. Seems like he's training his butt off to try to get there. Sons of Patriarchy says top 5-0 with an average team seems plausible. I'm stoked. That's my whole thing with it. Is I think it's a top 5 offense, a top 15 defense, a top 3 special teams unit, and one final trade. One final trade you make to put yourself over the top down the line. And if you do that, I think you have a team that can be elite, a team that can truly compete next year, that can potentially get back to the conference championship for the first time in 10 years. Drunk Squitter, it looks like Trey Lance is going to start after all. I don't know what the hell is going on over there in San Francisco. 1 week it's Sam Darnold, another it's Brock Purdy. Maybe they're trying to throw teams off. Or maybe it's a little bit of what I think it's looked like for a while now, Drunk, on this being that what the front office views in this situation versus what the coaching staff views in this situation versus what maybe even the players want on the field view of their situation may all be differing. And we don't know exactly who favors what where. But yes, it's getting confusing as hell. You're telling me that this is a team that's supposed to be a Super Bowl contending team, but they don't even know who the hell their quarterback's going to be? They're just so good. They're just so damn good that they don't need to have their cornerback position cemented. That Shanahan's just so much of a genius in his own head here that, we'll just kind of rotate around and eventually land on someone. We'll figure it out. It's a nice problem to have, I guess. I can't help but thinking, but coming back to that though, Drunk, like you kind of are inferring with your comment that, this is a thing that's going to upend you as a franchise that believes you're in your Super Bowl window. And I think it's one of the reasons that it has so many San Francisco fans so nervous about it is that they're recognizing that. It happened to them last year. It wasn't necessarily by the fault of anybody, but you came down to losing your quarterbacks, and the lack of the quarterback position kept you from getting to the Super Bowl. And you've had Jimmy Garoppolo a couple of years ago, who had to throw 6 times against the Packers and with the Niner defense winning the day in that game. And then you get to the Super Bowl where he's barely throwing any balls. And the one time you need him to make a throw in that game, he overthrows the guy. The one time you make him one throw in this game, Jimmy, and he can't even make that throw. So time and again, this isn't a new story here for this Niner franchise. They've had the quarterback position upend a Super Bowl ready-made roster. Are they going to go back down that same road once again? Well, I got to feel like all of the trappings of it for it to occur again lay there to bear once more. They don't know who's going to start for them. Who, what, when, or where. Tom Eaton says, didn't the Chiefs win the Super Bowl with like the 16th ranked defense or something? That's right. That's 100% right. I don't think either of their two defenses on these Super Bowl wins were elite defenses. They were both right around middle of the road. Ethan says, I really like visiting New York for the few days. They have some amazing pizza and bagels. Wouldn't live there, though. No, sir. Yeah, they got bagels. I'll give them that. The bagel game was pretty tight. Tommy says, I think it's Lebranos in Brooklyn. Great pizza. Might have been that. It's the one right next to the Brooklyn Bridge. So it's right by the bridge, and it's a real famed one. And they had really good pizza. Or besides, says, ain't nothing like New York pizza and cannolis. Well, those are all good. I love all that stuff. George Witters says almost everything is overpriced in New York, but the pizza is the real deal. Handmade, amazing pizza worth the price. Some of it is. Some of it's bad. Some of it's cardboard with red sauce and plastic cheese. Yeah. Brian Meyer says DeFaro Pizza in New York City. That sounds familiar. Joe's Pizza is incredible. Riverside says, hold on. Where does everybody stand? Thick, New York, Chicago, or Detroit? Thick, thin. I like both styles of crust. Just like I like both deep dish and New York style. I'm more New York style on the pizza. The Chicago deep dish stuff's a little bit much. It's a little bit too much, right? That's a little bit of like, I'm heading for $250 and change. If I'm going to sit down and eat this thing. Like, I'm fully leaning into the weight gain. Pretentious Cameron says Texas has the best Mexican food in the States. LA can't compare. Bold statement. My LAites are going to come out. Wilbert, I agree. I do think we need to make a good trade for a stud defensive lineman as well. I think it's the thing that's standing at the top of the list that they need to do. I said, I think in the fourth aspect, from what happens with the team, the 1/4 aspect that has nothing to do with the team on the field is adding an extra player and making that go forward move, making that move that a lot of teams that find themselves right at that elite status as we go through the season, right near the trade deadline, or maybe in training camp, recognize and say, you know what, we are elite. We are ready to go. But if we get one more player to help us take us over the top, that would be great to go out there and make that move. That would be a worthwhile move to go out there and make. And I think that they're going to go do that as well. So I'm with you, man. I'm 100% with you on that. Dig Doc says, Brandon, Fargo's a dark, cold place, but the people are really friendly. And that's the thing about New York is, yeah, it is a dark place and cold, but that wasn't really with the weather that was the dark, cold part of it. It was just that there is a coldness to the people there. And it's a little bit of the different culture between West Coast and East Coast. And it's not that makes them bad people or anything. It's just a different vibe. But when you come from the West Coast where people are a little more with the friendliness and all that, or a place like Fargo where it is dark, cold, but there is a friendliness to it. It's a little bit off-putting to you a little bit first, or it takes a little bit of time to kind of adjust. I mean, like, for instance, I've said this before, when I was there, I was like 30 days in there and I'd be we'd go on the subways all the time. And it struck me how many people were you'd see the faces on the subway of sadness and not happy. And I mean, not just even like a neutral face, but you go, this is rough. George Squidward, Russ lost 20 pounds to a gain like 20 pounds. Both of those things were probably needed. Thet AM says, ever notice how Lady Liberty has chains? Ooh, love it, Thet. Nice. Bringing it there. Herbicide Russ has got his danger witch still somewhere. He's got a couple of those in the freezer. Jason Duder says, New Yorkers are mean to your face, but actually love you. West Coasters are polite, but secretly bitch about you the second you're gone. The passive aggressive stuff's real on the West Coast. We're no perfect. We're no perfect angels on our side of this either. Each side's got its detriments, its downsides to it. I'll give you that. I think that's fair. Furlax says JSN jersey showed up super stoked. You played pretty well in the OTAs. Drunk Squidward says, can't wait for Spoon and Tariq. Hopefully both are shutdown corners this coming soon. Means slot cornerback will be targeted more often like Kobe Bryant. It does. This is where I think, though, that they're conceptually, there's so much intelligence behind the thought process of running the more of the stacked boxes, Drunk. Because if you're going to commit to then playing the man on the outside, and let's say we have Quandre Druggs running cover 1, cover 3 over the top, we bring down that eighth defender, and now we can squeeze tighter the zones for the slot wide receiver. Whereas opposed if you're in a cover 2 and you're dropping into bracket coverage, there's that much more open space then for that slot receiver to go run through. So you get the 2 birds in one stone. You bring down the stacked front because you can trust your corners on the outside to just play man in both cases. But that stacked front helps you to stop the run initially. But then after stopping the run initially, it can then backtrack into some real tight coverages up near the line of scrimmage, which are going to be what the main routes are that a slot wide receiver is going to target against you. And that's where this really does seem to be the opening for this defense to go find its way in its pathway back to getting to a top 15 state, back to getting to being legitimate, not back to being not a back end defense for large swaths of the season. But it would also take Coach Carroll to really change in a lot of ways from an aggressiveness standpoint of things. We did some of this back in the day. It wasn't really as blitz much, but you did bring the defender down the box before with Cam back in the day and had a lot of success with it. Nick Doc says, Brandon agreed. Woolen has the want to for tackling. Just that thought, some extra weight, and he turns into a defensive version of DK. Oh, I see where you're going with that. It's possible he's going to add a little bit of weight. I don't think that the players, when they first come in the first couple of years, that's where they end up sitting at by the time they get to their prime. And certainly there's at least going to be probably 5 to 10 more pounds on him by the time he's in full prime, at his best, and all of that. You just want to make sure you're keeping him with the speed and quickness to his game. And the thing with adding the extra weight on a guy that is 6'3", addicted to Hawks, is the thing you always want him at the forefront. The thing you're worried about at the forefront with a 6'3" corner is the change of directions and flipping his hips, which gets, I think, a little bit more difficult the more weight you start to add on with that on that bigger frame. But I do agree, though, they're going to add. It's, I think, just a natural tendency to add this on as these guys. You lose your baby weight, you get into your grown man strength. He's going to add probably a couple pounds. We saw this with Sherman too, right? Sherman probably added a good 5 or 10 pounds over his span here as well. Mega says Hawks Nest met him at the Trojan game in LA. Oh, okay. That's cool. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Sorry, I missed this donation. A little late on this one. So Pacific Northwest is very similar to the Northwest or New South Wales. To the Northwest or New South Wales. Oh, okay. I don't know much about the environments down there with Australia because you think of everything American-wise in Australia, Megan, it's all just a big desert there. But I know you guys do have some different areas of environments and stuff, weather and things like that. But I think it's as good environment as any. I'll tell you that, with Pacific Northwest and what you get from it as far as the nice weather and the bad weather you get. Every place is going to have its bad weather downsides. And I think the downside bad weather wise is Pacific Northwest pales in comparison to places where it's like Arizona in the summer or New York in the winter or Montana in the winter. Not fun with all the rain, but I've seen worse for sure. Thank you, though, Megan, for all the donos today. Very kind of you. Tom Eden says, wasn't Steve Smith a Pete Carroll Trojan? Was he? I think you're thinking of another Steve Smith. I think he had a different Steve Smith come through there. Yeah, Steve Smith went to Utah. But you're not wrong. There was a Steve Smith that came through USC. So you're just thinking of that one. Easy enough to confuse. Space's The Pumpkin video was great. Oh, thanks, Space. I had fun putting that one together. And she was perfect for it. I couldn't ask for more of a ham. She definitely leaned into it for me. Tommy, I love the way Steve Smith played football as well. He's going to be one of my all-time favorite receivers for the way that he attacked the position. Guy was undersized, but he's the epitome of playing bigger than his size. And 5'9" and kind of a bully out there against defensive backs in a lot of ways. Sons of Patriarchy says I'm a sucker for cat videos. I knew I was going to catch a few of those folks that to get reeled in by the cat videos. That certainly was not coincidental. That's for sure. I was like, I got these cats. I got to put them to work here for the channel somehow, some way. Dick Doc says, Brandon, are you trying to say that Diva is Pumpkin's middle name? Yeah. And just like you put it, Dick Docs, in caps. Not just the first letter capitalized, all caps. And maybe even a period on the end of Diva. It's that serious. Tom Eaton says, oh, Daryl Hands Jackson. Forgot about that one. Yeah, I can't forget about Daryl Hands Jackson. Go up and down. Sometimes he'd be real sticky with his hands, and sometimes that just would leave him. Brody 13, you see how skinny Russ looks? Let me look at skinny Russ. Let me take a look here at skinny Russell Wilson. All the pictures are from 10 years ago. Let's see. We'll do by the past month. Yeah. I guess he looks a little thinner. I don't think he looks like 2013 Russ, and the jersey he's wearing a jersey that's like one size too big, so it looks like you can't see no gut bumping around up there. But yeah, he looks a little better. Drug Squidder, Tokyo is 4 times bigger than New York. It's huge. Jeez. It'd almost be daunting walking through that city a bit. Would be cool to visit though someday. Yeah, Space, you're awesome with the gifted sub, man. Thank you for doing that, brother. I really do appreciate it. Brody says you should meet up with Tom Grossi when he gets to Seattle. Grossi hates the Seahawks. It's funny. He does hate the Seahawks. Yeah, I'm down to meet up with him. I think he's maybe going to be there on like the 24th or something though. And that's just the day that I'm actually heading out on vacay out to Hawaii. But I would love to work with Tom at some point, man. It'd be great to do that, Brody. The one thing is I always feel a little worried out reaching out to him. He's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So, even though we've gotten pretty big here at 12.5 almost, he still got me pretty beat. So I don't know if I offer him a whole lot audience-wise as he might on the other side of it. But Grossi does great work. He does. I love how he runs an awesome channel over there for the pack. And so if something opened up, I'd love to do it. Would love to. I do think he's coming on the 24th. That's just the day. Just the day I'm flying out. Dig Dogs, Brandon, come on. Fargo from November to March. Now that's heaven. Nothing like those Midwestern winters. Nothing like it when that snow starts stacking up past the roof of your house and you realize how real it is. James says Grossi's reaction to us drafting JSN is hysterical. It is. I felt his pain on that. Especially because I've knocked the Packers for years for their stupidity when it comes to just having a complete blind spot when it comes to the receivers position. You have these Hall of Fame quarterbacks, but you just refuse to go get the upper level talent, especially in the draft, to match that up with that Hall of Fame quarterback. And And then you just have another year. Like, he was a guy who wanted, I remember Grossi was a big Justin Jefferson guy. And like, nope. And he goes back and he wants JSN, and he ends up in this draft with 2 tight ends. I get his frustration, man. I'd be frustrated with it too. Like, what are we doing here? Wide receivers matter in this day and age. You know, they do. But Packers have like a very rigid, old school style to their application of their team building process, and they do not show any willingness to deviate outside of that. I don't know why, because I can't see how that they look at this last 30 years with these 2 quarterbacks that were Hall of Fame quarterbacks that came through their building. 2 guys that are 2 of the top. I'm certainly Rodgers is probably top 10, top 5. Favre is probably top 15, top 20. You walk away with 2 championships, 2 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowl appearances in all of that time. I feel like you'd walk away from that going, there may be something we need to do a little bit differently, especially since probably congruently over the course of this time period, we've been doing somewhat of the same thing over and over and over again. Megan Rogers says, Hawks Nest, I need some Cosell. The Seattle Seahawks have just commenced and completed a highly successful, audacious off-season training activity session. You had all rookies ready to roll at the forefront of this camp period, balling out of control. You've got Devon Witherspoon dropping back in bail cover 3 technique, only to slide off that technique for unencapsulatable, incorruptible interception of the quarterback when they are only throwing to air. It is indeed stacked against them, these practice sessions, these cornerbacks, but he goes to show you just what he's capable of providing. And then we have the old gray beard, Bobby Wagner, returning back with the green dot on his helmet to come up and nearly intercept the football. And after he did not, audaciously letting the coach know what time of day it is and to never just his portion of the field in practice again over the course of this offseason. It was one hell of an OTA session for the Seattle Seahawks, and an indication that they are on their rise and a perpetual path to the Super Bowl this upcoming season. Herbicide.
If I was the man I was 10 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place. Or make a baby. I don't know. One of the 2. Make a baby, flamethrower. It's the same thing.
Tommy says, turns out Son of a Woman was an autobiography.
I had 2 in the bed with me. 1 here, 1 there.
Yes, he certainly seems to be a little closer to the Colonel character, Tommy, in retrospect than further away.
Hoo-ha. 'Cause she had a great ass, and you had your head all the way up it.
Sons of Patriarchy. I'm down to give anyone a dab and a craft beer tour of what the coastal or inland Pacific Northwest does best. Yeah, nobody touches us with that, Sons, right? Nobody comes close to us with that. That's kind of what I think I'm going to be doing here is when I go down and do my little tour here. I'm going to try if I can to get back for All-Star Weekend baseball-wise out there in Seattle. And definitely that would be at the forefront of what I'd like to do. Got me thinking here, man. Craft beer. Brian Myers, Brandon, walking trying to choose which donut on Friday. Free at Krispy Kreme. I don't know how you can give people free donuts. It's like free heaven in your pocket. You got to save one. So sugary sweet. Later, I'm going to eat. It'll happen. That's what I do. Now, which one do I want? Chocolate? I like chocolate. It doesn't sit right in my belly. Never has. Got something more delicious. Maple bar. Looks good to me. I'd eat that. Tasty all day. Yum. But not yet. Not enough. Jelly roll. jelly bowl, I don't know. I don't see how I could eat that. That looks not good. Wait, what is this? What do my eyes see now in front of me? My God, it's an Oreo donut. Yes, sir. Give me more. That creamy filling now, please. He's on the Oreo donut kick, man. I love it. Sugary with cookie and donut. Donut and cookie. How? I don't know, but I want it. Herbicide says, I want to see some lock in the preseason. I think you're going to not only see a good amount of lock in the preseason, Herbicide, I think you're going to see Locke playing even better than he played last preseason. Yeah, there's not as much that push for him trying to really compete with Geno at that point. He can just lock in and trust himself and let it rip and let it roll. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to Locke, if he goes out there and balls out and has a really good preseason and you happen to find yourself with a quarterback somewhere out there on a contending team that goes down to injury in the preseason, he's out on the practice field and he tears his ACL for the year, but this team still looks at itself as being maybe potentially able to compete this upcoming season. Is there a team that makes a call out to Seattle about potentially trying to bring in Drew Lock at that point for even a mid-round pick? Yeah, maybe not a likelihood to happen, but maybe a possibility of happening. You never know. You never know. Lost my spot. D-Boy asks, Brandon, who are you most excited to see this year? I think at the forefront, for me, I'd say I think Olo Watimi is the guy that of all the rookies, I'm interested to see if my evaluation is right on him and that he's going to be a pure fit, that he's ready to go, that he's going to fit in and give us better play from the center position than we've had. Going back to Justin Britt's one magical year that he had that allowed him to get the contract extension that he ended up receiving when he failed at a right tackle, failed at a right guard, and eventually landed at center. So I think Olo Watimi's the guy kind of at the forefront of me, followed by Witherspoon, who's kind of for the similar way where I think he can be ready to roll very quickly, ready to provide you some impact very quickly. And the more of these rookies to me, D-Boy, that can provide us that kind of instantaneous impact in some fashion or another, the more likelihood we have now of becoming elite next year. And not having to wait for the long-term future, not having to look back at the season as, well, that was year 2 of a rebuild. And those would be the two guys for me, though. Save the Geese says, how long can the Niners continue to have a Super Bowl roster? Bosa and Ayuk haven't gotten paid yet. They haven't proved they can keep a quarterback healthy. Great defense, but for how long? Well, I think certainly the Super Bowl window has been open for them the last couple of years, Save the Geese, and it's one that is ever closing. Maybe not closing fast, but it is indeed to some degree closing on them. Yeah, the Bosa deal is coming down the pike. The good news with them on the Bosa deal is that when they sign him on that deal, they can get the deal under the cap because he's counting like $18 million on the cap this year. So they can manage the numbers for this upcoming season in a way that can allow them to still fit Bosa underneath it and still make it happen. They are going to be top heavy as we go forward. They have monster contracts that are handed out to Trent Williams, George Kittle, Fred Warner, and Deebo Samuel. And now you're about to hand one to Bosa here next. And Ayuk is certainly chomping at the bit to get his deal done too. And you got to figure at some point or another that the cost is going to click in here and you're not going to be able to sign everybody at that point. This will get freed up a little bit for them, see if the Geese after this year, because I do believe this will be probably Trent Williams' last season in San Francisco. He's 35 years old. He's made a lot of money in this league. Does that guy really want to play to be 37, 38, 39 years old? Is he really wanting to do that? I wouldn't count on it if I was San Francisco. That's going to free them up a lot of money when he does retire. But with that being said, Save the Geese, I think that especially once the Bosa deal clicks in, the pain starts to get felt. Because let's not forget, they're not getting the cheap quarterback right now. It's relatively cheap, but Lance costs you about $9-10 million a year right now in the cap. So it's not pennies. Jordan Squiddard, I'd love to see Shelby Harris brought back on a cheaper deal. It'd make me feel better about the defensive line if they did so. Daniel says, any reasonable suggestions on who you would like to see them add? Is that one more move? I think DeForest Buckner is the guy that stands at the forefront. You have a Colts team that really shouldn't be ready to compete next year with Anthony Richardson at quarterback. The roster's really not ready to be there either. And then you got to consider they're operating within the AFC, that they're going to need some more time to get right. Meanwhile, they have DeBuckner, I believe, going in, I think, to the last year of his deal or second last year of his deal, but they save a ton of money. They're also really kind of tied up against it into the cap. That's one to me that makes a lot of sense, where the cost would not be too great, unlike making a trade for a guy like Quinnen Williams, for instance, which the cost would be great. That would be a move that I would love to see as a front-running possibility that you could make, like maybe in training camp, if you could talk the Colts into flipping him over to you. If not Buckner, let's say you're waiting to the trade deadline. Let's say a team like the New York Giants, let's say, Daniel, we got a team like the New York Giants who doesn't perform up to where people think they're going to perform, which is built upon last year, that they take a step backwards. Well, they have Leonard Williams, and they just signed that other defensive tackle to a real big deal there. And when Williams is going into the final year of his deal there, maybe you could make the call to them on Leonard Williams and pull them free of New York if we're talking about around like a trade deadline deal. But some kind of move like that would be something that I would be interested in making if we could pull it off. That'd be my one more move. Tommy says Roanoke, Virginia has a pizza place on Main Street with pizzas the size of a table and slices as big as a medium pizza. It's awesome. That does sound awesome. I had Sbarro's Herbicide. I liked Sbarro's was good pizza. I don't know if it was the best I ever had out there in New York, but it was good. It was good. It was top shelf. And Wilbert, top defensive lineman will definitely be on the radar in next year's draft. Probably a couple of them. Tommy says we don't really have to be good on defense. We just have to be better than historically bad for games at a time, and we can go places. That's where I come down to the top 15. Top 5 offense, top 15 defense, top 3 special teams. Just has to be middle of the road. You're right. Just don't be historically bad, as you've been over the last couple of years at times. Get out of that lane, And then you can have some measure of success that goes beyond just being a fringe playoff team or being a one and done kind of team. Herbicide, I like the snow. I grew up in Alaska. I could handle a Montana winter. Montana winters weren't like New York winter was worse than the Montana winter for me. Montana winter was like a lot. It's there all the time. It never goes away, but you can deal with it. You get used to it. The New York winter, especially the wind chill, just will slap you in the face in the morning. Just, oh. I agree, Wilbert. Zach's got some similarities to Chubb. Chubb's a little more explosive, a little bit bigger, but there's some similarities there. What's up, Greg in the house? How you doing, man? D-Boy says, Brandon, you better be careful with the pumpkin videos. Someone told me that they were selling pictures of your feet on the dark web. A younger man would have cared, D-Boy. An older man is just simply, okay, that's what they need to do with it. I thought I tightened all the shots to keep my feet out of it, too. Damn it. I got to blur those next time. As long as I wasn't showing any nip, D-Boy. As long as I wasn't showing any nip, it's all good. Troy Squitter says the Packers wide receiver room isn't that bad. They have the young kid Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, and that new wide receiver that they drafted, Jaden Reed. Yeah, it's not that you go to the place of saying that they're bad. It's just that you're always saying, like you said, they're not bad. And you can kind of go for years through that wide receiver receiving room and with the Packers and say, well, they're not bad. And you're not wrong. But that's the thing. My problem with it is that if I have a quarterback who is a Hall of Fame quarterback, who's one of the quarterbacks of his generation, I don't want to just give him a room of not bad. I want to give him a room of great. I want to give him a room of dynamic playmakers. I don't want to give him young receivers that are going to need time to develop before they finally turn it on. I'm going to want to give him guys that are ready to go right now. And that may be just my difference of philosophy in the way I look at it. But I feel like that whole slow roll fashion that they went at the receiver core over their time with Favre and Rodgers, and always kind of just stacking it by a strength and numbers kind of game overall, did sort of short sell to me their full potential of how many championships they could be looking at over this last 30-year period. And I think it sits at as much the forefront. If you're looking for individual reasons why the Packers were not able to attain more, that sits at almost as item number one at the forefront for me when you look at it. Ethan Tech World Brando, we're talking about food in New York City. What's Jerry Jones' favorite food in Texas? All food down here in Texas is good. All right. Seahawks football team is always great. All of our food is always great. Even our bad food still beats all of you Yankee food. All right. I'm going to tell you that right now. Everything down here is the best in Texas. That's why we're the biggest. That's why we're the best. You come get a burrito. You come get yourself a grilled cheese sandwich. That's going to be the best grilled cheese sandwich you ever had in your life. You're going to say, was that barbecue grilled cheese sandwich? No, that was Dallas grilled cheese sandwich. That was an elite grilled cheese sandwich is what you just had. That's Texas. That's Dallas. Drunk Squitter says, do an impression of Jerry Jones trying to draft a running back in the first round. Steven.
What is, Dad?
Steven, we're up on the clock now. Who are we taking?
I told you we're taking, Dad. We're going back. Daddy, we're going back to the defensive line. We need help. We got to stop the run. We got to Philadelphia.
Going back to line. What do you mean line? Offensive line? We're building up an offensive line like we have with Martin and Frederick and Tyrell and Young. Ooh, I like that offensive line.
No, Daddy. No. We're not building up the offensive line. Offensive line's good enough there, Daddy. We're going back defensive line. We're going to get us the zero tech out of Michigan there.
Mozzie! You're going to get that Mozzie. You're going to get the man that doesn't even have a first name I've ever heard in my life. What is a Mozzie? Do you know what a Mozzie is? I don't know what a Mozzie is. But I know that's not a running back. I know that that's not Jahmyr Gibbs.
Daddy, I know you love Jahmyr Gibbs, but he was taken up in 12 overall by Detroit. We didn't have a chance to get him unless we want to trade up.
Why didn't you trade up for him?
Daddy, we can't trade up in the first round for a running back. This ain't 1993.
Shut up, boy. Get in the closet. I heard enough of you.
I'm not getting in the closet. I'm a vice president of the Dallas Cowboys. I will not be made to be put in the closet by my father anymore.
You get in that closet. You get in that closet now, and you don't get to make another single decision at it. Give me the card. I want to put the card in.
I already put the card in, Daddy. It's Miles Smith. He's going to be a run-stuffing defensive tackle.
Does he at least provide us a measure of pass rush? Does he mind us? Am I getting pass rush, son?
He's a real good run stopper, Daddy. He knows how to stop the run real good.
I asked you about his pass rushing, boy. You answer me or I'm going to stuff a big burrito down that big frickin' gullet pie eating hole of a face you call a mouth.
He don't pass rush very good, Daddy.
Damn it, boy! God damn it! Jerry definitely wanted a running back. He was definitely big on the running back. Even though I know it's going to be popping their All-Star week. I just want to go down to downtown and just like take in the vibe, have beers, take up the weather, you know. Just enjoy myself out in downtown again. So just soak the vibe up. Tony Ray Brett with the impressions. Brody, I'd be pretty happiest if Adams stayed healthy all 17 games too. That'd be pretty amazing. Sector 7 has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 19 long months. Thank you for all of that long-time support, Sector 7. He says, was at the M's game, Cal walk-off, double in the 10th. Let's go. How about Cal pulling that off? And great to see Mariners just kind of fighting their way through this year so far to they haven't even really gotten hot yet, right? They just kind of been sort of finding their way a little bit. And the schedule's been a little bit tougher here early on. I still got faith in this team and where they're going this year. And, there's a lot of season here still left. So we're on our climb, man. Hopefully they can just keep it going. Megan says, we come for the Hawks, but stay for the impressions. That's right, Megan. Kelly in the house. How you doing, Kelly? It's good to see you. She says, B, I can help you with your coffee hunt. Do you prefer light, medium, or dark? Laughing out loud. I'm a medium guy. The dark's too much. The light's not enough. I need to be right down the center in that middle of the road territory. Herbicide, you have yourself a great night, man. Sleep well and take care. See you back on Sunday. Kelly says, sad about Neil. Hopefully, eventually he comes back. You never know. Certainly these guys in this situation in Seattle, Kelly, have a penchant for returning back once again, don't they? Just because you leave, Bobby Wagner, Jaron Reed, doesn't mean you're gone forever. So, yeah, he may come back yet. Jack M says, thanks for the membership, Space. Love you, fam. Space is the man. Thank you for gifting those subs, brother. You're awesome. Awesome. Brody says, I'm interested in small homes or just learning to build my own. My dad built a house when I was like 10. It's not really that hard. If you know the right person, you can do it. There is some skill with it. There's certainly too. The tough part is, Brody, if you live in a state where you got the regulations and you got to have this and that and this tested for that and earthquake safety this, but the old manner of it wasn't that hard back in the day. I'd like to eventually get a place with like just a little bit of property, not like a lot, just a little bit. Drunk says, how good is Devon Witherspoon prospect compared to other high-end cornerback players like Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley? It's a great question, Drunk. I think that he is some of this depends on where your opinion kind of falls on Ahmad Gardner, because this is a little bit of he's not exactly my brand of soda. You know what I'm saying? I look at Ahmad Gardner and I see a guy that's got some skills at cornerback, but I think that he's been tremendously overrated. And I think he's very handsy and gets away with it for some reason because I guess he has a super cool nickname in Sauce. Stingley didn't have the greatest of year out there at Houston. It was an up and down year for him a little bit, I think. And Stingley also coming out at the time, Drunk, while he was still viewed as a top end quarterback prospect, I don't think it was his last year he had put out his best tape at LSU. I think it had been the year before, or even 2 years before, when he really had his best level of performance at LSU. He hadn't necessarily been really progressing, whereas with Witherspoon, you can see the progression. You can see him reaching up to the peak status of last year with Illinois as he was rising as that particular type of player. So for my money, he's a superior prospect to Gardner and Derek Stingley, especially because if you want to stack it between him and Gardner alone, he's going to take the ball away more in his career than Sauce Gardner is. Sauce Gardner may have the better completion percentage with balls targeted in his direction or some kind of silly stats like that. But in taking away the ball and being more of a shutdown type corner, especially because with Ahmad Drunk, and I think this is the case with Stingley too, there's more of kind of the zone-based guys than they are man-based guys, where Stingley can do both of those things. So I'll take him over the top of both of those two players. Kelly says, if you want a darker, bold flavor, I recommend Zeke's. Okay, Zeke's coffee. I'll give that a try, Megan. I have seen Zeke's on the shelf. Or Kelly. I'll give that a try, Kelly. Zeke's. Okay. Because I'm liking my Pike's breakfast, but I'm not, it doesn't have me committed. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of casual with it right now. I'm casual with my coffee right now. Brody says biggest thing is the foundation and the load beams. Street coffee in Seattle's good. Yeah, street coffee is good in Seattle. Kelly says the espresso blend. Don't let that name fool you. It's wonderful. I am usually dissuaded by the espresso blends, but I'll give it a shot. Okay, espresso blends, because that stuff usually means to me it's like, oh, it's gonna be harsh. It's gonna be tough. Daniel W says DeForest Buckner was a good one, but they added or restructured him one more year, $19 million dead cap. It used to be zero dead cap, so we can't get Buckner this season. That sucks to hear that, Daniel. That's tough. Well, I guess Leonard Williams, or if negotiations break down between, obviously they're going on right now between these camps, but let's also look at these guys. And I did post this, of course, up with the last. We talked about this in the last video, but Derek Brown, Quinnen Williams, Christian Wilkins are all due to be given contract extensions, but none of them have them done yet, right? So there certainly is maybe some opening there for one of those three guys to come out to the opening of the forefront and being traded for. It certainly isn't that those teams are looking to move him right now, but Panthers to start out not having a good year. Maybe they're not sold as giving Derek Braun a contract extension because of the fact he is more of just a run stuffer only kind of guy. Or then you come back around. Leonard Williams is a possibility if the Giants aren't going to be as good this year, which I'm not as sold on the Giants being good this year. But even a Devin White with the Buccaneers has talked about wanting a new contract extension, and maybe the Bucs don't want to pay him that. And that, I don't know if you guys saw it, but the quarterbacks are looking mighty bad out there at Tampa Bay in OTAs. They can't even hit open receivers, neither Baker or that kid out of Florida that they drafted. So maybe they're in more of a sell mode at that point. But that sucks to hear the Colts did that, Daniel. Would have been great to be able to try to make a move for DeForest. Whitebird says it's going to be a while for Packers to be Packers again. Agreed. Unless they've suddenly struck 3 times in a row on quarterbacks in love, which is certainly hard to see that a team does that. It was lucky enough for them to pull it back-to-back between Favre and Rodgers. But, yeah, I think that they're probably heading into a period where it's going to be a little bit hard for them, which I think is going to lead them a lot back to looking through this age. You get more and maybe doing a little bit more dissecting as to why didn't we get more out of that era? We had Hall of Fame coaches like Mike Holmgren roll through here, Brett Favre, a lot of talent, Reggie Whites and Charles Woodsons, 2 championships. Megan says, Hawks Nest off to get the jersey, be back in a bit. Sounds good, Megan. Seen a little while. I think we may be going. We'll see how long we're going to go tonight here. X-Man 406, do you like Eskridge coming out of college, or was that a head scratcher? That was a head scratcher for me, X-Man. I didn't think he was a bad prospect necessarily, but to take him in the second round, I thought was a bit of a reach. I had more of like a 4th round grade on him. The troubling spots for me with Eskridge is number 1, he's a slot only guy, which look, we drafted JSN this year. So being slot only doesn't mean that you have no value at that point, or you couldn't derive a second round value at that point. You certainly could. The problem is that he had short arms, which JSN also has. But the 2 things that are really different to a guy like JSN's game as opposed to Eskridge that stood out to me are JSN is a much better route runner and has much better hands. And those were 2 things that were missing on Eskridge coming out, on top of the fact, X-Man, that Eskridge had a significantly huge injury history out of college. It wasn't just one injury in college. He literally changed his jersey number in college because of the bad luck he was having with the injury situation there. And so you had 3 things to me that were very likely to carry over into the pro game. And surprise, surprise, shocker, shocker, what's happened? They've carried over into the pro game. The injury situation's still been there. Still not a particularly good route runner, only a slot guy, and doesn't have particularly good hands. So, yeah, I very, very much scratching my head on that one. That was one where I'm going, huh? What? 360 says, biggest breakout potential on our team this year? Biggest breakout potential. Well, I'll tell you what. Kenneth Walker quietly has a place to go out and put up some phenomenal stats this year. He's going to get none of the attention from defenses. You got JSNs and Metcalfs and Tyler Lockett's and tight ends for days. There's going to be some open holes there for him to run through this year to where he could really go from 1,000 yards last year to like 1,500 yards this year if just a few more things round out in the right fashion for the team. So that'd be a guy at the kind of the forefront that I think is the main guy that would be a candidate to break out. Aside from that, maybe a Miles Adams. Kind of felt like the teams had a lot more confidence in Miles Adams being, it would make a little more sense in why they haven't been more proactive in addressing that position. And his development was nice last year. He moved along pretty well. And so they may think that he's got a little bit more upside to him too as we do go forward. 360 inspiration. The over-under in Vegas this year for the Seahawks is 8.5. I just put my mortgage on it. Holy mackerel. 360 going all in. Chip center of the table. Okay, man. I'm going to have to make a bet on that one. I got to download the app and get that bet. 8.5 is too juicy. I mean, they'll get to 9 wins with their eyes closed, right? They got to. Space Hank Hill.
I only can do Hank Hill, and I guess my Hank Hill don't sound too bad. Down here in Texas, we're going to be doing the Hank Hill.
My Hank Hill only comes out when I start doing Charles Barkley.
Like them big old San Antonio women with them big old churros. They're terrible down there. They're just terrible.
You guys are liking the impressions? 360 Inspiration says rolling up a fatty and falling asleep at the Hawks Nest is exactly what I need to fall asleep. Thank you, man. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, brother. Go Hawks, and glad to help you out in that respect. Drug says 29-27 for not being hot is pretty good for the Mariners compared to last year, down 20 games, laughing out loud. It's phenomenal, Drunk. It's something I've been trying to caution to folks over on my baseball channel when we're running live streams, and folks have become a little impatient. And there's this understandable impatience in the Mariner fandom, wanting to see this team come to bloom faster and faster and not wanting to wait as long. But the baseball season is a very long one. We are through now only 2 months of the year. You still got July, August, September left, right? So we're not even halfway through the season yet. I think they've done very nicely to begin things, Drunk. You're right at 29-27. It's in a tough division as we stand right now. There's like 3 teams in this division that have over 500 records. You've had a tough schedule to start things off. So let's see if they can find that hot point. And yeah, what happens when they do get hot, Drunk? We saw last year what happened when everything starts clicking into Gauge. It was around mid-year, right? Where everything just suddenly turned on, red hot. And I think they're certainly capable of locking in that same kind of way. Jesse Lund, have a Heineken and some Loco Moco for me when you go to the islands, brah. For sure will do, Ran. For sure will do. I go deep, Jesse, because I go deep on the Maui Brew, man. So I do go pretty hard on the Maui Brew. I get the blonde. But my mom, where she's at, is right down the road. It's like literally about a mile away from the Maui Brew company. So, it's just like too easy to go down there. And they got the samplers and they got all the different types down there. But I will be probably consuming a few tasty beverages of the alcoholic variety when I go to Hawaii. I'm going to make that wild guess at this point that might happen. Greg says, did you see PFF's latest top 10 corners list? Spoiler, it's real bad. Ooh, I did not see it. Take a look. Yes, those are the prospects. I'll have to look it up offline. It's not coming up for me quick and easy. 360 Inspiration over-under for 4,000 yards passing for Geno. Over. Because the offensive line is going to keep him upright. It's your first worry. Is he going to get battered? Is he going to get beaten up? No. He should be able to withstand that. Over-under on 1,400 yards for K9. If healthy, I would say over. But I think the healthy part is the big in quotations. And that's with big quotations and question marks on the end of it. I wouldn't want to make that bet as much as I'd want to make the Geno bet for 4K. 360 over under on 5 interceptions for Woolen this year. I'd go over. I'll go over. Teams are going to throw the ball on us a lot. He's got Witherspoon on the other side to take away the heat a little bit, to cause teams to have to throw to him, to give him those opportunities for picks. 360 Inspiration, A.J. Brown or DK, who are you taking? I'll go DK. I think A.J. Brown's got a little bit of a ticking time bomb in his knee. Not full-on Odell ticking time bomb, but he's part of why the Titans were willing to move on from him. Kid Flash's Sauce is easily the most overrated player in the league. I've seen so many highlights of him, and every time he's grabbing and ripping and tearing at jerseys. And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like the guy in Zoolander's like, is there no one else seeing this? It's the same look. It's the same look. Everyone's going, it's like, yeah, he's grabbing every time. I know this is the craziest thing to say, but look at the highlight. Look what he's doing with his arms as the ball is being thrown up the field. See him mauling the guy and throwing him to the turf and then kicking him and then throwing him out of bounds. And then the guy stands up finally and the ball goes off of his hand and dribbles out of bounds. It should be called. But yeah, I agree. He's pretty overrated, and he got there very quickly. D-Boy says K9's going under 1,400. He has a good backup running back this year. Yeah, that'll be hard to... You don't have to lean on him as much. That's a good point, too, as well. Grug says, I can't believe how overrated Sauce has become. New York City has convinced everyone that he's a generational all-time great who would be first ballot if he were to retire right now. Laughing out loud, he's good, but way too handsy. Way too much. And he's not bad, but yeah, like he's good, but you know, everyone's saying like he's going to be this next like Deion Sanders. Like, no, he's not. For one thing, the guy can't even... There's the other problem where he doesn't have the best of hands. Not a guy that's really going to take very many balls away. Might knock a lot of passes away, but he doesn't get a lot of interceptions. You know. Spacer says that Folgers, that stuff's toxic. It is. You know they put a lot of bad stuff in it. You know it ain't legit top to bottom on that one. There's some questionable, like, is it coffee? Is it silicone? Is it maybe a little bit of both? I haven't seen Avatar 2 yet, Space. Kind of struggling with the want to see that movie. But people liked it a lot, so... And Cameron's got a good track record. Some point. D-Boy says, Brandon, I didn't know that a lot of Green Bay fans were really mad at us for taking JSN. Sucks to be a Packers fan. I think it's just that years too, D-Boy. You know, we have this here at times with drafting, and this can happen where things start to mount over given years. And you've been spending years going, can you just take a receiver this year? Can you just take a receiver this year? Okay, finally now, can you just take a receiver this year? Okay, for the love of my almighty, it's been 20 years. Take a receiver. And especially think about a D-Boy too, when, you know, it's like last year, you have you're going back with Rodgers, you're running back with him, one more ride, last dance, one more ride, last dance. Okay, well then you're going to want to get him functional receivers that can be a threat at that point, right? No. We're going to go with a couple rookies, Dubs and Watson. And I know that Adams forced his way out, but they could have taken some other aggressive paths to bring in some other wide receivers to counteract that, especially if they're really going to try to go for it last year, which that general managership did not show they were willing to do, in my opinion. And I think this starts to resonate down with the fans, D-Boy, where they start to recognize the failures within it as well. And it starts to frustrate you more and more and more and more. And it comes out in those moments where you see a team like us that's already D-Boy sitting on DK and Tyler going, yeah, we'll take JSN too. Yep. Well, that's okay. No, we got room. We got room in the back. That's all good. No. And they're over there going, and we get second round pick Christian Watson. It's tough. Drunk Squidder, Brett Favre had a big turnover problem in his career, but somehow one game's crazy how much the NFL has changed in play style. I'd say every 5 years, the NFL changes either more offense or more defense. Agreed. I think that's also where it was a great pairing for him to have Holmgren there. And when Holmgren left, Drunk, a little bit of that keeping the reins pulled tight on that particular thoroughbred got really loose at that point. And so Favre could fall back into some of the worst habits that he had as a player at that point, which Holmgren was able to sort of counteract and get the most out of Brett at that point. It says a lot about how good of a coach Mike was to be able to get Brett on kind of the straight and narrow, especially as it concerns, like you say, the turnover situation. But Mike was able to. Grug says K9's a good pick for breakout, but Boye is going to explode. I love it, man. Let's go. Love the confidence there. Hell yeah. Jeffrey A. Thistle with the $20 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the big $20 dono, man. I really do appreciate you on that. Very kind of you. Says, I would like to acknowledge the high possibility of a slight Geno regression this season. I want to see Geno being more short pass methodical like in the first half of last year, as he ended up far more gunslinger than I want. Very, very fantastic point on your part there, Jeffrey. And certainly there was that stat that was presented out there about the turnover-worthy throws from Geno Smith as the year went on, and those numbers grew and grew and grew and grew as they went along. As opposed to early on in the year, Jeffrey, where he was really good about not turning the ball over, right? I've got there certainly is a potential of a regression here, Jeffrey. A slight regression is possible. I think, though, when I think about this, I come down to that back end of the schedule and I say, okay, did Geno just simply regress in the back half of the schedule, or did something happen with the offense? Was there something specific within the offense that occurred that was really at the head of that regression? And so you have Rashad Penny go down, you have Homer go down, you have DJ Dallas get bumped up. You have, at that point, Kenneth Walker out there trying to be a good soldier and make it go, even though he was having a problem, I believe, with his foot. So your running game took steps backwards. The other thing, and Chris Sims talked about this in his recent evaluation of Geno Smith, who he had as the 15th best quarterback in the NFL this upcoming season. And he said that he'd actually have Geno up higher. He just didn't want to reward him for only 1 year of productivity, but that his tape was actually much more better than being a top, just simply a 15 guy, that he had some really great throws on his tape. And so I think when you come down to it, one thing Sims talked about was the pass protection and how bad that got as the year went along. Your running game, how bad that went as the year went along. And then let's remember the third aspect to this, Jeffrey, which was the defense was also failing during that period, right? And so Geno gets out there now and he knows, I got no running game. My pass protection is not holding up, but I do have to still score points because my defense is not scoring points. And so I've got to now start to make a little bit more, I think, of these riskier throws. And I think that when you remove some of those problems that existed that create the impetus to have to make those risky throws, he does it less often. And my proof of this, Jeffrey, of course, would be the first 12 games of the season when he had those things and he was able to play so much more competently, so much more safer in that respect of things. So it is possible he regresses. The tough thing with that to me, Jeffrey, is that you had almost no slot last year. No slot receiver for the most part, outside of Goodwin for a couple of games. It was pretty much a dead zone for you on the team. Your running back room got decimated over the course of the year. Your interior of your line in both your right guard and your center position specifically really went backwards as the year went along. And certainly your tackles hit their rookie wall at one given point or another too, to a degree. I think those things are going to be improved upon this year. JSN's going to be better for you at the slot. You're going to have a deeper running back room at this point. Your tackles are a year older. They should take their biggest jumps forward in the second year. Your center position and your right guard position are in better shape this year than they were last year, and you've not taken any steps backwards as far as left guard. So if he does regress, it will be regressing at that point, Jeffrey, with less, with more of a supporting cast around him than he had last year. And I do track those failures back at the end of the year, if we're going to call them failures, or the regression or the dip at that point. I do track them back to a thing of, like I always say with this, Jeffrey, your quarterback position is driven by the team. And we like to think about the quarterback position as this Superman position that somehow sort of carries the load for the offense at times. But it is so much beholden to the talent that it has around them. And if that talent falls off versus early on in the year where the talent is all around them and very almost prolifically so around them, well, then you see a difference in performance at that point. And then it's easier to track why that dip occurred. But thank you, man, for the $20 donation. It is possible that could happen. And I don't want to see gunslinger from him either. It's not what's required of this offense. He made the big time throws last year, but this is a little bit more about just dinking and dunking. And that's the West Coast offense, is a little bit more about the short routes and working those in further. I do think, Jeffrey, it'll help him having the slot, because there's no more receiving position on the football field that's better aligned for those type of short throws than the slot. And having a more capable slot to get that done, you would think that would definitely help him take those steps forward in that direction of things, to getting more productivity in those kind of routes. But great thoughts on that, Jeffrey. I appreciate it, man. And thank you so much for the donation. Anthony, thoughts on Julian Love? Julian Love is a really fun player, Anthony. If you look at last year, I think he was a top 30 player in tackles in the NFL, which is saying something for a guy that was moved all over the football field. Safety, slot, free safety snaps at times. You could just move him anywhere. And what's nice about him, really, especially for me, Anthony, is that he frees you up to be able to move Jamal Adams anywhere. Beyond being able to move him with versatility and put him anywhere, you're now allowing Jamal Adams to get back around the line of scrimmage. Not having to now put him in those points that you put him in, let's say, 2020, where there were too many times that he was in cover two or in single high situations, which is not Jamal Adams' game, but is something that we like to have our defense do from time to time. Well, now maybe you can flex Jamal up in maybe a sub linebacker role or something like that, and now you can bring Julian out to be your cover two safety in those points, and he can do it and do it well. Or you can bounce him in the slot, and now you have an upgrade over the top of Kobe Bryant when you want to put him in the slot, because he'll be better in that role than Kobe was. And then you can still keep Jamal on the outside. So he provides you the versatility, flexibility, and he provides you a way to apply those very same facets to the defense itself. And that it makes your defense a little bit harder to prepare for, because you don't know exactly where a multitude of players could be on any one given play. And that starts to feel like our defense can now maybe play a little bit more of the chess, whereas historically speaking, we've been more of a checkers-based defense. We're just going to run what we're going to run. It's going to be very simplified, and we're going to let our players just try to run fast and free to the football, and we'll find success within that. Well, that has not worked up until this point in recent years. We've got to get more a little bit more creative, a little bit more complex, a little bit more tougher to deal with. And now we have the parts to do that. And Jamal and Bobby, you got two great blitzers. You've got guys like Julian Love. You can move around the football field into different places. Kobe Bryant the same way. Let's take advantage of that. And I think the coaching staff will try to find some ways to do that. GP says, plus new ownership bringing an expansion team to Seattle. Go Sonics, go Hawks. That's right, man. Go Sonics, go Hawks. Eventually we'll have, if the Sonics do come back here from to the NBA as an expansion, I will have a channel that will be called the Control Tower. That will happen. That will occur. It will be a reality. Jesse Lund says, "Attaboy, have a ball after have a ball, man. You deserve a break after the draft season." It was a great draft season though, man. We had a hell of a run through the draft. So from growth and viewership, it was amazing, you guys. Just absolutely amazing this year. But yeah, I'm gonna recharge the batteries on the vacay in Hawaii, see my mom, get recharged up for the season. Maybe we'll even do a stream out there on the beach for you guys. We'll do a little 20-minute stream for you guys to check in on you. Just make sure you guys are doing okay, you know. Something like that. Greg Sauce, one look. I don't think so. Trips the opposing receiver. So true, Greg. So true. You thought I just pulled jerseys. You got me there, Ahmad. Jonah the Big Well says, my favorite beer in the world is Big Maui Wave. It's a good beer, man. It's good beer. I like that they got their own brands out there in Hawaii. It's kind of cool. Just adds a little bit more to the ambiance. Browner says, says Browner and Sherman had the grabs. Oh, they did. I mean, those guys could be grabby at times too, you know. But those guys also could have ball skills, and those guys could also take away the ball, and those guys could also at times, you know, cover every bit as good as Ahmad Gardner. I don't think Gardner's got the same hands as either of those two guys, actually. Browner had some pretty good hands on him. But yeah, it was a little bit different too, where that was in an age where they allowed that was also at a time too, where they allowed the corners to be a little bit more physical, where they started to institute the Legion of Boom rules, which then didn't allow the players to be as physical on the outside unless your name is Sauce Gardner. George Quitter says, yo, Brandon, are you a beer person? If so, do you drink tap IPA or a regular can person? I'm more of a Modelo or Pacifico person. I'm curious what your taste. Not an IP guy. I'm a lightweight when I drink because I don't drink very often. So I can take the heavy beers. Anything heavy, anything strong. No. Modelo, Pacifico, that's right up my alley as well. I'll definitely drink those. Those are tasty as hell. Those are good summer beers too. You're sitting on the back of a deck and it's just hot. I'm not really picky when it comes to beer, just as long as it's not too heavy. I don't like that stuff where it's just like Hefeweizen. IPA does that to me too, where it's too much. They got this one brewery down in San Diego. Stone Cold Brewery, whatever it is. Steve Austin Stone Cold Brewery. Whatever it is, it's like way too much. The beers are just too much. It's overload. So you have one beer and you're like, jeez, what is going on? Did I just do a shot? But yeah, I like me a good cold beer, especially summertime, especially in the heat. Good cold, frosty beer. Safety Key says, don't forget PFF has Woolen as their 16th best corner. Guess who's first? They got Gardner as number one. That's so perfect. That's perfect. Sure they do. Seriously, taking crazy pills. What are they not? You can't. I don't know how you can see it. It was coming up on my Twitter feed every time last year. There's a Sauce Gardner highlight. It was Sauce locking this guy down. Some New York Jet fan posting on Twitter, and 15 million likes. 50 million hearts. It's him just ripping on the guy's jersey up the field. And at the last second, finally turning and doing something. The ball was in the air. He's grabbing the guy's jersey. How is this hard for the official? That's where I feel like the rep thing came into play with him. D-Boy says, Brandon, have you, I know you've spent a lot of time in Hawaii, and I know it's W2F is an apple banana, and Wade does it sound, no, WTF, what the F is an apple banana, and Wade does it sound so good, and I've seen someone eating one on YouTube. I have never eaten an apple banana. That's the first I've heard of them. So I didn't see him over there when I was over there. They may do exist, but not that I saw. Maybe I'm missing out though. I'll definitely ask about it this next time I go, D-Boy. So maybe I'm missing out on something here. Central Valley King, when you guys stole DJ Reed from our practice squad, did the fans know how good he was, and why did the Hawks let him go? Fantastic questions, and thanks for coming in, being an awesome Niner fan, coming in the chat. Always appreciate respectful folks coming in from other teams' fans. No, nobody knew, including myself, that DJ Reed was going to be anywhere, near as good as he was for us, or has continued to be really good for the New York Jets. And he was really good for us all the way around. Good tackler, good in coverage. DJ Reed was coming up for a contract to be a free agent last year, and the problem comes into play is that you have a guy by the name of Russell Wilson that is wanting to leave town. And now that drives your decision-making all the way down the line. So I think it was last year that DJ Reed got the contract, if I'm not mistaken. It might be that you've been the year before. I sometimes get these confused a little bit, but you've not been, the point being is that at the time the DJ left, you were still encumbered by the Russell Wilson contract, and you were also paying Bobby the big money, and you didn't necessarily have freed up cap space to go out there and sign DJ Reed to the big deal that he was going to be signed for with the New York Jets. And this is also a team that, has historically, before they finally have taken this pick with Witherspoon, has been a team that's tried to get by with lesser at the position for the most part. You did pay Richard Sherman a lot of money, but absent Richard Sherman, the team has tried to keep the cornerback position pretty cheap throughout the time of Coach Carroll being here, being that Coach Carroll, one of his main attributes, Central Valley King, is to be able to coach up cornerbacks. He is in a lot of ways a cornerback whisperer. A guy that has showed you with fifth-round picks like Richard Sherman, Tariq Woolen, Byron Maxwell, Deshaun Shedd, Shaquille Griffin, who was almost a fourth-round pick. He was taken so far into the depths of the third round. He's gotten quality out of these guys. He's gotten performance out of these guys. He's gotten good play out of these guys. And so that was a little bit of their feeling on how they looked at it. Reed was also a little bit of an undersized guy that didn't fit to necessarily their historical viewpoint of what they want on the outside there as far as like a 5'9" guy starting necessarily, I don't think. But it was more, I think, beyond not being willing to sign to a contract extension, just that they just didn't have the money when it really boiled down. Avatar's kids movie with a full-length sex scene? Really? Jeez. Don't they just like rub together tails or something though? It's like, ooh, and they're just like connecting tails. Kelly says, I much prefer Brooklyn to New York. Great neighborhoods. I tried, Kelly. I did. It's a tough sell for me, though, with New York. It's a tough one. Such a weird vibe out there. Seahawks got a punt returner yet? Ask I. No offense, Leon Washington. Devin Hester was the last Seahawks great kick returners with gears like me. Not yet, man. It still remains a big-time question mark for this upcoming year. I have no idea what we're going to do at it. I'd like to bring back Ooga Boogie, Godwin. Kelly says another great one I forgot about is Kova, Portland. The blue bag and any from Boss's family, Portland. All can be ordered online. All right, I'll check it out. Kova and the Boss's family. Kova. All right, let me write Kova down. Kova's the best you had? Kova coffee. Okay. That's a bold statement, Kelly. Bold statement. Kelly says Whole Foods in Seattle sells both. You can buy online. I think I got a Whole Foods out here too, somewhere in Spokane, somewhere in this grease pit. I'll check it out. I'm always open to some good coffee brands, new coffee brands. I'm waiting for my soulmate of coffee, Kelly, right? I'm waiting for that one that bears out. I says I bring back Devin Hester or Percy Harvin. I'd bring back Percy. I bet he's still fast. DeAndre Hopkins was indeed cut. D-boy. Couldn't get a trade partner. Robert, I still wonder about the linebacker position, the lack of depth of that position. It's a problem, Robert. I think the team is trusting that Jordan Brooks is going to be able to bounce back, and that whoever fails out from the three-man, whoever fails out between Devin Bush and Jordan Brooks to be the starter next to Bobby Wagner will be your backup, and that gives you enough then backup to be able to sustain. But I think you're right to wonder if that's going to be enough, because there's not a whole hell of a lot behind them. And I don't think that's like the defensive tackle position, Robert. If you're looking for the few positions where they haven't stacked up both really good talent and really good depth, I think the defensive tackle position and the middle linebacker position are those two that you look at and you go, well, it's a little concerning right now. It's a little worrisome. I says I'll cry if DJ Dallas is the punt kick returner. No offense, DJ. I don't think there's any offense to be thrown at him for that. I think that's all realistic. He's okay as a kick returner. He's at the very least like a marginally above league average as a kick returner, but he is god awful as a punt returner. It's tough. According to what I was hearing from the OTA reports in regards to Brooks, he is ahead of schedule. So there was some thinking that he was going to take a couple months into the season. He seems to be a little bit ahead of that, and maybe even on a soft course for being able to be ready to roll by game one, tentatively. Central Valley King, Tannehill, Goff, Cousins can be better than Geno. I honestly think it's Pete Carroll's philosophy and system that makes average quarterbacks statistically better. Well, I think when it comes to Tannehill's had a couple of spots to prove that he's in a couple of opportunities as a starting quarterback. Certainly got way more opportunities than Geno got, having that he did kind of fail out at his first spot there at Miami. Has never really touched Geno as far as from a statistical standpoint goes over a course of a season. Goff and Cousins have put up things close statistically wise, I guess. I don't know. They're all probably very close in somewhat of alignment. My opinion is that I would take Geno if you asked me to pick between those four. Cousins has done nothing in his career to endear himself to me at all. Goff is certainly a guy that I think is probably given more shade than he deserves and is probably a lot better quarterback than many people consider. But I'll take Geno. Goff's also a complete statue in the pocket and has a tremendous offensive line, which keeps him productive. Geno was under much more pressure last year. So I'll go Geno myself. Pretty easily so. And yeah, D-Boy, there's no way we're going to get D-Hop. You've already made your bed with the JSN thing. If you hadn't picked JSN, if you had gone for maybe a defensive lineman and then still had an opening on the team to bring in that slot guy, you could make an argument for D-Hop. But the other thing with D-Hop on this as well, D-Boy, is that he's looking to still go out there and get paid. That's why there wasn't a trade with the Cardinals for another team to move D-Hop. It's because he's looking at this as an opportunity to go out there and get another contract. Yeah. I says Percy Harvin equals one of the best trades ever, putting the Seahawks over the top to clinch the championship. Got to push all the chips in and then some. I certainly haven't heard a lot of people put it as one of the best trades ever. I definitely still to this day hear a little bit of shade. I don't necessarily think it's the word. It's like you say. I think it's a trade that helps you over the top. And him returning that kick at the end of halftime helped seal the deal in that particular game. Not only he helped you in a couple games that year with Minnesota in the Saints game in the playoffs. To help you win those games as well. So I like them being aggressive in that manner, and I agree. You got to push all the chips in when you know it's your time. When it's your Super Bowl window, you can't be conservative or talk about 2 or 3 year plans. You've got to try to go for it. And that's the new modern NFL price of admission to get yourself a Super Bowl in a lot of respects, because that seems to be a lot of times what teams have to do if they don't have, absent having a all-time like quarterback in a Mahomes or a Brady. Grug, thoughts on J.C. Horn? I personally like him a lot. I feel like he's a borderline top 5, kind of up there with Woolen. Both get the same treatment from the media despite being really good. Yeah, he's really solid. People I think are probably a little slow with him on that J.C. because he was just coming back from an injury last year. So it's just major injury, just kind of getting back up to speed. But he's a very good player, and I loved him coming out of South Carolina. Awesome coming out of there. Is he a top 5 corner at this point? I don't know if I'm at top 5 state of him right now. Certainly top 10. But a good player. And you're right, a player that's not often talked about a lot. Good zone corner, good tackler, pretty good ball skills. Still just that one really upper level, really good year of production there at Carolina. So still need another year of it, a little bit. I don't know if he's got quite the ball skills of a Tariq, but a good corner. I says beast for a 4th round pick. I watched his Buffalo Bill highlights for less than a minute before I knew the Seahawks were unstoppable. Yeah, he was a hell of a back for them. 2 4th round picks. But you could tell it from the Bills. I remember when he ran like hell on us. We were playing in Buffalo when Marshawn was with them, and he had a hell of a game against us when Holmgren was still here. Mighty impressive. You could just tell how hard he was to tackle in the open field, and he was busting off some big runs. Drunk says it's a shame what happened to Brandon Browner in jail. It is. It's tough to see that's where kind of things ended up there with him, and hopefully he's not going to be there as long as I've heard he potentially could be. Spaces, sounds like we have a new center now. Sounds like we have a center now. Does sound like that, man. His name is Oluwatimi. He comes from the deepest heart of Africa to help the middle of your offensive line. Jared Johnson, does anyone else remember the night after a bad Seahawks loss when Brandon got wasted on live? It was awesome. I did have a stream where I got completely yes, I drank way too much that night. I probably should relabel that the great drinking stream of 2021, I think, or something. But that was the night Russell got his finger broke and the Seahawks Super Bowl run. An era came to a close that night. And so that was me mourning it. I've got those Irish, old gypsy kind of roots to me a little bit. So, you drink when you mourn a little bit, And I was mourning the loss of a Super Bowl run there. D-Boy, Brandon, when I watch podcasts with Seahawks players, they always bring up how Pete makes them compete and scrimmage hard during practices. Is that not a common theme in the NFL? No, I don't think it is as common, D-Boy. I think that there's a bit of a penchant initially there when you talk about practicing of protecting players and keeping them as healthy and safe as you can. And then that comes at the expense sometimes of having them compete 100 miles an hour. But I think Pete sees that the price is worth it. Now, maybe the cost is you lose a couple of players to injury over the course of a year with practicing that hard. But the benefits are that the players are that much better or that much more prepared to play. As you heard, like you're talking about these podcasts, I'm hearing the same thing in them, where these players reference so often how much that did prepare them so much better for game day, practicing that hard. And part of a philosophy with Carroll, he's got a variety of things with this that have been developed over a long period of time in his coaching years, being underneath Bud Grant, and this stuff kind of evolving for him realizing why it is, so important. It's even down to the stuff, D-Boy, of how they warm up. Coaches don't do that, the bag drill, foot drill thing that they do. It's like, why does Pete do that? Because he knows that we see in the past, the players don't go out and properly warm up, properly get their bodies moving, and then they try to go full speed, and you get major injuries from that. So these things you learn as a coach, that there's some bad parts you get with Coach Carroll being an elderly, not elderly, but a coach is definitely up there in age and doesn't necessarily be as open to maybe new ideas. But there's also some stuff that's advanced along the realm of things for why he does what he does. And that you also get that's on the plus side of it with him too. Greg says, I swear sometimes it feels like Sauce could hit Stephon Diggs with an 18-wheeler and the announcer would go like, ooh, he got lost in the sauce. That's 100% right. 100% right. I says, great DB analysis. Oh, thank you, I. Jared says, apple bananas are amazing. Small bananas, but with a bit of an apple twist. I'm going to try it when I go to Y next time. You guys have sold me on it. Rolando Roca, I get they have a partnership, but Buffalo Wild Wings constantly tweeting about sauce got tiring also. That's why Wingstop is better. Laughing out loud. Wingstop is better. Only losers go to Buffalo Wild Wings. But yeah, it definitely got a little old as the year went along. Especially it became funny for me. It's like, oh, a sauce highlight. Let's see if he's grabbing on this one. Oh, look, he is. What a shocker. It became almost to that point of a meme for me. And Anna Jack, can I get some love for Zach Charbonnet, first mixed Cambodian in the NFL? He is an absolute tank. You saw he doesn't miss any workouts, that guy. He ain't missing leg day, that guy. He definitely shows you what you want to see in running backs. We saw this at times with Rashad Penny, right? Rashad Penny would have a little bit of that soft body. And I know about some of you, but there would be times you look at Rashad and then he gets injured and you go, how much of your little doughy body there is a part of this injury situation? Is any of it related? Is it just, you just maybe have a bad body and it's just, that's what this is? But I do feel like you have these guys like him that show you that they're working and they're doing everything they can to prepare their body right. Walker's this way too. Guys like say cut out a granite a little bit. Seems like a really hard worker. The productivity that you get from this kid over the last 2 years coming out of UCLA is as good as you're going to get for a running back coming out of college, especially one playing at a pretty major program. 2,500 yards rushing, 25 touchdowns, or I guess like almost 3,000 yards rushing, I think, or something. And it just insane a level of production the last 2 years. Catching passes out of the backfield in addition to it. He can do it all. He can block as a running back in that respect of things. He's a complete back where he's not just power, but he can give you some elusiveness as well. So you have to, you have to kind of pick one or the other with him when you come up to tackle him. And if he picks the opposite, he might just completely lose you to thin air. So I love his mix. I love what he brings to the running back room. He's going to be a short yardage back for us as well, which that takes that off of the shoulders of Kenneth Walker, which I think is very important. But he's going to be a very good player in this league, Anna Jack. He's going to be a very valuable running back for this team. And he's going to allow us to keep the running back room vibrant, even if there is an injury that is sustained to the number one guy. And that's going to be very important. It was important last year. It's part of what helped us continue to sustain once Rashad Penny did go down, is you weren't just going to DJ Dallas or Travis Homer at that point. I got a lot of hope here for Charbonnet. Love that pick. Drunk says PFF has Jalen Ramsey as the number 2 in their list. Laugh my ass off. He's a top 10 cornerback still, but no way he's top 5 after last season. Agreed. No way he's number 2. No way he's top 5. Jai Alexander's better than him. There's a couple of guys I would go to that are better. Patrick Surtain at this point is better than Ramsey. I'll keep him in the top 10, but not that. Yeah, you're right. Jonas says, actually, we have 2 different types of bananas. I have them both in my garden. We have the apple banana or the Samoan banana. It's sweet and crunchy. And we have the ice cream banana. Oof. Both of those sound good. I got to try a lot more bananas when I'm in Maui next time. That's what I'm hearing from this, Jonah. I says, did Tariq get hurt running Russell Wilson off the field after Russell Wilson got caught trying to call plays again? I don't know. Reports are sketchy on that one. Reports are just a little sketchy on that one. Drunk Squidder, yo, Brando, where do you think Shohei Ohtani gets traded, or does he stay with the Angels? I heard that he could get a contract up to $600 million. That's insane, but he is the modern-day Babe Ruth. Yeah, he's the unicorn. There's no guy that does what he does or brings what he brings to the table. You're getting a player 2 for 1, so why shouldn't you have to pay 2 for 1 on the prices? As far as the prediction about where he goes, I think he ends up staying on the West Coast. I would love to believe that we are certainly in the realm of being a possibility for him, and I think Seattle will make a run at him. But I do feel like a team like the Dodgers ends up coming in there and just being willing to come over the top with like $200 million of extra money to make the deal go. And that ends up being enough to get it done. So, yeah, I think that he's definitely going to be in the realm of $500 to $600 million. I don't know how he couldn't think that he should get that. He fills out your rotation, and he's an everyday player for you, both in the field and as a DH, even when he's pitching. We've never had anything like that. Some of these contracts in baseball, you go, nah, that's so silly. That's such funny money. That's such dumb money to give that guy who's going to be 39 years old when that deal's done. But if there's one guy that should command that kind of salary, it's this guy. Debo says if Ohtani gets $600 million, that would be crazy. But if there's any player that could get it that much, it's him. That's what I'm saying. If there's anyone that deserves it, it's like hard to say not him, right? Are the Hawks still about that Bruce Irvin profile prototype defender on defense? If so, is that Darrell Taylor or Jordan Brooks or a new rookie? Profile prototype on defense. I don't know. I don't know that Bruce Irvin was necessarily a profile prototype. I think Darrell Brooks is probably, Darrell Taylor is your closest equivalent comp to Bruce Irvin, I think, as far as on this roster, body style, play style, quickness, explosiveness style, being athletic. He's probably the closest, but Bruce was probably even still a little bit more special than him. After all, Bruce was a top 15 guy. They tend to look for edge guys, 6'3", 6'4", that have 33-inch long arms. That's more of the prototype than anything else. It's hard for you to throw me off on the Bruce Irvin one because you brought him in because you needed you knew he's going to give you some rotational pass rush initially. That was at the forefront of drafting him. It wasn't really a prototype thing. It was that he'd given you 2 great years of pressure production out of West Virginia, and you felt like he was going to be able to fit right in there with Chris Clemens to provide you that second counterpunch on that defensive line in that respect. And then you eventually slid him out as a 4-3 Sam linebacker, and then that was his role, and then a rotational pass rusher. So there wasn't really kind of a prototype that, like, you don't even have a Sam linebacker in this defense anymore. So it's a little bit tougher to answer on that question exactly. George Samuel has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 8 long months. Thank you, George Samuel, for all of that long time support of the channel. I really do appreciate it. He says, can't watch live, but I watch all of your streams later. Well, I appreciate that, man. Whether you watch this live or whether you watch it later, I just appreciate you watching. So no matter how you might be taken in the Hawks Nest, understand that I am definitely very thankful for your support on that, George. And anytime you can. And hey, it's tough, man. You're on the other side of the world. I know you're out there in Egypt, so it gets a little bit tough to necessarily catch you on that flip side of things. Anna Jack says, thanks for all the love. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Space, am I concerned about Woolen's knee? No, arthroscopic knee surgeries are not the thing to worry about in the NFL. ACLs, PCLs, LCLs, MBL, LCLs, CBL, DBLs, LBL, DL, CL, CBL, DL, DLBL. No, but arthroscopic is minor stuff, man. You know, they go with that little, like, tiny little laser camera, and they're just picking out little bone fragments that can sometimes, you know, just shear off the top of the bone every once in a while a little bit with heavy amount of usage. So it happens. It's not the most major thing. It's not necessarily an indicator of anything more major into the future there. It's maybe something even that Spacey's been dealing with for years going back to college, you know, and now just the time is right to get it fixed and get it cleaned up. You guys would be probably shocked if you learned to have some of these players playing through some of these injuries where it's like the hitchhiker in your shoe with a stone in your shoe, you know, or just they just kind of play through it, right? Just kind of fight their way through. Jesse Lund says Patrick Surtain is better than Ramsey or Sauce. What are they smoking? I don't know what they're looking at. They've got the advanced analytics stats. They know better. I know there were games last year that Ramsey was not, analytically speaking, very good. So I'm kind of thrown off a little bit at the fact that PFF's it seems like they're more just ignoring all of their analytics stats to sort of shoot from the gut on this particular list. Megan says, I can't eat bananas of any kind. It reminds me of medication I had as a child. Oof, it's tough. I says, last year, Brendan Nelson's live stream got freaky funny when he started hearing noises, and then he vanished, followed by Pete Carroll's press conference the next day where he gets startled by a noise. I better not have any like spooky specter spirits showing up on my stream at some point. I mean, you guys are like, I'm reading the chat, and the chat's like, there's a face over your shoulder, Brandon. I'm like, wait, what? There's a face over. I keep seeing like all these comments. Face, shoulder. Look over your shoulder, dude. Your shoulder, dude. Shoulder, man, shoulder. And then I do that move in the movie, right, where the face is here, and then I do this move where I'm like, you know, that awful point when you're horrified, you're running down to the basement, and you got to do that look back move. You got to go look the demon that you know's in the room. That's D-Boy says, please hit that like button, everyone. Please, it would help the channel out, and it would help the channel out. It's helping Brandon. If it helps Brandon, it helps you. It's the circle of life. D-Boy's right. If you do like what you're listening to today, if you've appreciated this, I would really appreciate it if you do sub on up. And if you're already subbed up, just hit that like button. As D-Boy says, it does help this channel grow. It does show me up to other people looking for Seahawks channels to say, hey, check out this content. You just might like it. Drunk says, did Bruce retire? Is he still on the team? He was solid rotational priest. I actually have information on this one. Bruce was asked about that, I think on Twitter, if he's fully retired. Bruce said he's retired, absent if one particular team were to call him and need him and put the bat signal up to the skies, he would come for them. And hopefully I don't have to tell you guys which team that would be, but we've got him sitting, chambered, locked and loaded, if we got to call him out. He's our de facto 7th edge, waiting in the wings if we should need him. Greg says, wait. You're meaning to tell me Tariq Stan is going to be even better physically after the knee surgery? How did the league let this happen? Oh, he was held back last year. We thought he was at his best, but he was doing it all with a gimpy knee. Now he's got those bone fragments removed. Now it's just free and clear cartilage, free and easy movement. Now he's going to be running like literally the wind. He will run like the buffalo. I says, good thoughts on Bruce Nervin. I just remember that draft pick getting roasted by everyone. I think Chandler Jones was still on the board. You are right about that. Except Bruce fit perfectly in that pass rushing role for Pete. Yeah, the Chandler Jones one didn't always make much sense to me as far as that being one that people were getting harping on that we should have taken, even at the time. Because Chandler Jones was going to be an outside 3-4 linebacker. Coach Carroll was running at that time the 4-3 under defense, which was defensive end. And when you looked at Bruce Irvin, you go, that's just a defensive end. That's a put his hand in the dirt and get it done guy as far as a pass rusher goes. And you're right, it was a roasted pick. People looked at Bruce Irvin and as being a little bit of an older prospect and the troubled background that he came from. And so that should be really a second round pick. But he did have back-to-back really great years of production out of West Virginia. And they did know, I think, that they were getting a guy that was going to be able to give him some real instantaneous pass rush their eye, which is something that you always have to usually kind of wait on usually with edges, even when you end up taking him in the draft really high like that in the top 15. It's like you got to wait a year or two to quite get what you're going to get from him. But of course, with Bruce in that year one, gave you 8 sacks right out the jump. And he was a real athletic guy in the respect of that is a bit of the model they look for in the 6'3", 6'4", long arms, explosive first step, explosive 10-yard split, good back-to-back years of production coming out of college. A guy like Derek Hall would be kind of close to that a little bit. I don't think Darrell Taylor, for instance, had the back-to-back years of production, but I do think Darrell Taylor fits closest to him in alignment of body style, athleticism, and all that. D-Boy says, how do you think Nwosu is going to do this year, and how do you feel about him as a player? I like him a lot as a player. I think that he is tremendous all around, both as a run stuffer and as a pass rusher. I think that his PFF score would have been even better last year, D-Boy, if we didn't have to lean on him for so many snaps as we did, and that did end up kind of harming him a little bit as the year, he wore down a little bit, I think, as the year went along, especially as he was never a guy that was ever a frontline starter up until last year. He was always kind of a rotational guy, so it was a lot to kind of on board on him. He's a very complete player, too, as far as he's not just a one-trick pony. He's just one move to get over. He's very advanced with his hands. He can chain moves together. He's got good first-step quickness and good power for his size, especially being a little bit undersized. He does really good at taking advantage of that by usually winning the leverage war within that. He plays with a tremendous amount of energy and passion. I have a lot of cut-ups that I'm eventually going to put up as shorts here for Nwosu, where you just see him giving high effort out play after play and still getting to plays, getting to tackles, just that are on the basis of him, just having the real high motor. So I love what he brings. I'm not at a place where D-Boy, I think it makes a lot of sense to sign him to a contract extension. With the amount of guys you've drafted through here, you can afford to keep the position cheap as we go forward. And there's really not a reason as much, in my opinion, to go spend $15 million a year for Nwosu as we go forward, being that you have guys that you want to create some kind of pathway for them to find their way onto the football field and give you that production while they're in that rookie time frame, especially if they're really good players. So I'm good with just waiting another year out on him, let it play out another year, let him go. I think this year he's going to be probably pretty close to what he was last year, D-Boy, but he'll get the production he got last year while maybe playing 20% less of the snaps, which means he'll be just more efficient in getting to that production. But I think he's been an awesome addition, and great job by the Seahawks to kind of find that little bit of a depressed asset. They paid 2 years, $20 million for him, but that's kind of a bargain for the level of production that they got for him, especially considering what some of the other guys out there get who put that kind of production up and the kind of contracts that they pull in. So it was a fantastic deal at the time. He's going to get paid a lot of money next year if he can have another year like he had last year here. But I don't want to, as much as I do like him, I like the idea better of trying to keep that position kind of cheap and just keep rotating guys in, keep getting the young dogs through there. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation. I thank you, Wu-Tang, for that donation. That is very kind of you. He says, just got back home from the Mims game. Big Cal sent the Stankies home stung. C-Town business. We defiant. Yeah, that was good to see, Wu-Tang, and I'm glad that they rewarded you in that stadium because it's 0-0. You're going through 9 innings. You're like, I was in that stadium last year with 18 innings of no-run ball, and that was brutal. And then to have to leave that stadium on the other side of a loss, in addition to that, made it even more tough, more brutal. I mean, it really did. So good for them to get the win there today and fight it out, man. It looked like a real tough game. George Kirby was dealing. That ball was just exploding out of his hand. It had so much movement on some of those pitches. You could just see the Yankees weren't comfortable all day with him in the box. That kid just continues to come along so well, as this young staff has continued to as well. So hopefully these Mariners can get it running, get us up to the All-Star break. Let's get up to the All-Star break about 7-8 games over 500. Get the other side of the All-Star break into the end of July, into August, and let's go make our run right there. Let's start making our run. Let's get playing our best baseball as we turn our way into September at that time and start to push for a division title, hopefully, at that point. But hopefully it was a good game out there, and the weather looks like it's at least nice this time of year out there in the stadium. So I'm a little jelly, Wu-Tang. I'd like to go see a M's game right now, I think. But thank you for that donation, brother. Appreciate you. D-Boy says, Brandon, tell him to stay on the couch and enjoy the game from there. You do? Stay on the couch? Which guy, D-Boy? I just don't understand how the Seahawks play defense 4-3 or 3-4. Explain what they're running. Thanks. So what they ran before was what's called a 4-3 under defense, which meant that you're going to stick four-man line down. Everybody's going to have their hand in the dirt. Then you're going to have your Sam linebacker, who is going to be your strong side linebacker, which means strong side of the formation. Or so if you have to think of it where the tight end's essentially aligned, where the strength of the formation is aligned, you're going to then put your Sam linebacker over the head of that tight end. And so what you're essentially doing is creating kind of almost a 5-man front then with that particular 4-3 defense. It's a defense at the head of which is going to essentially stop the run first and foremost. When it comes to a 3-4 defense, you have 3 down linemen, you have 1 defensive tackle over the top of a center, heads up over a center, and then you have 2 defensive ends that are going to be aligned somewhere around the guards, the left and the right guard. But then you're going to have guys standing up, outside linebackers standing up, in what's called the wide 9 technique, which is outside the shoulder of the tackles. So you essentially still then do get a 5-man front at that point, but it's more stretched out. And so you have more of an ability in a 3-4 defense to be more creative, and you can drop guys back into coverage, and you can overload one side, and you can confuse offenses a little bit better. But there are now going to be more openings in the run game against the 3-4 defense, because by stretching it out, you create some natural holes there, right? Just by the alignment of it. Whereas that 4-3, everything is really tightened up. Every guy is kind of shoulder to shoulder all the way across the line. And so it gets a little bit tougher to run against. So that's really the main differences between the two. 4-3 defenses tend to be a little bit more, you see what you get. They're going to be more reliant on the front 4 to generate the pressure rather than blitzing. They're going to run more stunts, more games inside with those front 4 guys to create that pressure. Whereas the 3-4 is just going to be more creative. You're going to see more full house blitzes and that type of stuff from 3-4 defenses. I says, M still need another all-star caliber batter that hits or for average. They very well may here. If Kai Barrow can settle in at second base, if Eugenio can start to get back a little bit better on his bat, if Teoscar can hit a little bit closer to his career norms, they might be able to overcome that a little bit better. We'll see where Evan Moore is coming back off of AAA and his injury situation that he's been dealing with. But that certainly seems to be the opening right now of a move they could go out there and make to help this team out, especially for me, as it concerns DH. It's the easiest one to go out there and address. You don't need the guy to play in the field at that point. Just get us a guy that can hit 260 with some pop from the DH position, and that would be so much more significantly better than what we have been getting from that position. Seahawks Times. Imagine trying to block a guy and intimidating a player like Derek Hall when he was literally born dead. Can we call him the Undertaker? If not, just for the photoshopped Paul Bear PC Hall memes. I think we could. I'll tell you, the one thing he's got, Seahawks Times, is he got those wide eyes like the Undertaker did when he opens his eyes up real wide, you know? He's got a little bit of that going on, man. If Derek Hall did this move, you know, where he put the eyes up in the top of his head like Undertaker used to, it'd probably be pretty freaky. I love that, Seahawks Time. I might steal that for a thumbnail, man. I might steal the Undertaker Derek Hall thumbnail from you on that one. You can't drop the pearls in the chat like that and not expect me not to rip them off. But no, that's a guy that I don't think you're intimidating. And that's certainly, you talk about a tough guy on the defense, an intimidator. He is just that. I know that I'm matching up from him as an offensive tackle and that this guy over the course of the game is going to be stronger and more powerful than me. And I've got to be countering that all game long. That's not even addressing him as a pass rusher or the moves that he could potentially start to chain together. That's just him with his pure power and what he brings to the table in that respect of things. And tackles don't like that. You know, tackles, I think, a lot better like to deal with the twitchier guys, where it's just about me mirroring you and staying in front of you. And then even if you get past me, I can just with one arm throw you out the back door of the pocket. Whereas with those strong guys, they can just walk you back and there's no kind of finding a finishing move that gets yourself off the hook like that move on those twitchy guys. And so he's going to give guys problems, Seahawks Times, and he's going to be a bad man there on the outside, especially if you put him and Boye on the edges early downs. I feel like you're going to have those edges set time and time again, and some of those now edge runs, those outside zone runs, those pitch plays aren't going to be as dynamic because those guys are kind of messing those plays up a little bit. D-Boy says, Brandon, tell Bruce Irvin to stay on the couch and enjoy the game from there. Well, I hope he does. I hope we don't have the injury situation where we got to require it of him, but it is nice having that in reserve if we do need a call on it. You know, we keep the bat light with the draped, you know, for now. We got the blanket over the top of it, but we still got it plugged in. So anytime we need to flick that Bruce Irvin light to the sky with the dreads, you know, the silhouette of the dreads in the back, like anytime we got it. Grug, why do people act like Woolen was 2021 Trevon Diggs? The dude did not have many bad reps last season. He's not only a ball hawk, but also a good coverage guy with a lot of upside in that area. I don't know. He's definitely nowhere close to Trevon Diggs. I think the only reason people try to make a equivalency of that is because Trevon Diggs was a guy that transitioned from wide receiver to cornerback as well a little bit later on in his career in college. And so maybe people are trying to make that same equivalency because of that. But no, Woolen is a much better tackler than Trevon Diggs, and Diggs is only a zone cornerback. I don't feel like Trevon Diggs is a very good guy in man at all. You want to keep him at zone and let him kind of pick and choose in zone when he does what he does. But yeah, Trayvon's another guy like Ahmad to me that's a bit overrated. Drunk Squidder, do you go into any All-Star events? I know the All-Star game is, and by the way, folks, so do sub up to Seahawks Times over on YouTube, if you guys haven't. Both him, Jose Rodriguez, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, get subbed up to those two channels. Both friends here at the Hawks Nest. Drug says, you going to any All-Star events? I know the All-Star game itself is going $300 per ticket. Crazy baseball prices, but it's the best baseball players all in one place. I probably won't buy a baseball ticket. And I'm just getting back off a vacation in June, right? A week later, the All-Star game is going. But I'm playing with the notion of going down to downtown and just kind of taking it in a little bit down there. Maybe just drive over the west side and just kind of go downtown and make a day of just going around and checking out the events and, you know, eating some good food and just kind of wandering around a bit downtown. So I'm kind of playing with that notion of it. I'll let you guys know if I had to head out that way. We'll definitely do maybe a meet and greet or a meetup if we do something along that line. D-Boy, Brandon, so let's say everyone healthy. Who's your defensive starting lineup? You can keep the defensive line you want. Healthy defensive starting lineup. Well, I guess you got to put Cameron Young at the zero tech just because at that point, Draymond Jones, Jaron Reed are going to be your other starters there on the defensive line. Beyond that, My edges would be Uchenna Nwosu and Boye Mafe as my starters early down. Darrell Taylor's your pass rush specialist. Derek Hall's your development guy. Bush and Wagner are starting middle linebackers. Then Witherspoon and Tariq are your guys on the outside. And then, of course, you got Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs as your safety with Julian Love as your slot corner at that point. I'd see that as that's your base. I think it's your base starting unit. I says, I do like second base Caballero. Yes, DH, please. Hitting against a number one pitcher has been rough since Edgar Jr. It sucks, man. The thing that drives me crazy about it, is that it's the DH. This should not be the lost land of Atlantis to go have to rediscover this. And you're right. Since Edgar, it just seems like a position that we have struggled to find anybody that's just capable of just hitting like a reasonable average with some reasonable power, which is something that you tend to easily be able to find in Major League Baseball as it concerns the DH position. The good news to me on this one is that it does still remain the reality of it being an easy one to address, but it does still remain one that the team just can't seem to find an answer to. And hopefully they do here now. Because if they can get it to a competent level, I think, then it does raise the top end of this team this year. With some of Kellenick's development and Caballero coming in their second base, Julio and Raleigh still continue to look pretty good here as they go along. France bouncing back as he has. That's a team that can compete. But I think the DH position can also sink them if it's going to maintain in the same kind of place it's been in recent history, which is 220 with like no power. Debo says you can do the offense next if you want. All right, well, we got Cross, Lewis, Oluwatimi starting at center for me. Phil Haynes is going to be your initial center at right guard. Lucas is your right tackle. Obviously, Fant, Disley are your two starting tight ends. I mean, Disley's your inline guy. Fant's your kind of move tight end. DK, Tyler, no, easy enough there. JSN is your slot. Walker is your starting tailback. And then Gino is your quarterback. That one's an easy one. How old's Bruce? Yep, 35 years old. A little bit up there. Grog, I was mainly referring to when Trayvon caught 11 picks, but allowed 1 billion yards back in 2021, and people act like Woolen is just that. Horrible in coverage and gets a lot of picks thanks to that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and Woolen, the thing with that, of course, is that to get those interceptions, Trayvon, the reason he gave up all those billions of yards that you mentioned is that he was taking so many risks. He was jumping so many routes. So he got those interceptions, but he was also getting beat on a lot of routes because he was jumping it in that way. And that was not what Tariq Woolen was doing last year. There were those routes that he jumped, but there was those routes where he just purely overtook the receiver and caught the ball. Like when he's down the sideline against the Cardinals, against Hollywood Brown, and he just out jumps him for the ball. Or when he undercuts the tight end in Detroit and runs it back for that pick six. That's not him taking any gambles or risks at that point. That's just him just engaging the speed and quickness that he has along with the length and jumping in front of the player. And whereas you're right, with Trayvon, it was all about gambling and being risky and just all about the picks. No one will care about the yards and the touchdowns they gave up because I'm getting my picks. Plus, Trayvon doesn't want to tackle for his life. Let's also acknowledge that. That man's never wanted any kind of contact on the football field, and that goes back to Alabama. Drug Squittard, 35, yeah, he has a small amount left in the tank, maybe one season left. All I'm saying is if we get something decimated at the edges and we got to call upon him in like week 10, it's not the worst thing to be able to pull off the street at that point, considering the alternative options. Not saying it's my, let's do this, but if we got to go to it, it ain't the worst way to go. That's all I'm saying. And Drunk, absolutely. As long as it's not Tommy Patella, I'm fine with whoever else they put in at DH. Just don't do Tommy Patella, please. Please, dear God. No. D-Boy Brandon, I don't know if I asked you this about the blueprint. If I didn't, how do you feel about him and do you see him fitting in? I see him being able to really overtake potentially DJ Dallas as your kick returner and being better at that than even DJ Dallas was. That's really the quick role to fit into. I also wonder if he's not maybe more the natural guy to slide into that third down role because Charbonnet can certainly catch the ball, but with McIntosh, you can actually have him run wide receiver routes, which is a nice thing to have from a third down back if you want to flex him out in rolling him out in motion, just to mess with the defense and sort of get some things figured out from Gino's standpoint as far as diagnosing what coverages they're throwing at him. But I don't think he's going to be a starter or get a lot of carries absent. We have some injuries along the line, but I think he'll find a way to get some touches throughout the course of the year and have an impact with those touches. He's a good player. And that tape I put together of him, I think, is true. And that you got a real big steal there at the 7th round. For him, it's just a numbers game. You have DJ Dallas that's been here for years, who's going to be going into a contract year, and you're going to probably get his hungriest level of play. And DJ didn't play bad for you last year. He just can't stay healthy. And then you've got your 2 front runners. So there's not a lot of freebie available carries necessarily in that backfield for him. But they'll get him some touches, I think. He'll be active on game days. Ute says, no more Tommy kneecaps. No more Tommy kneecaps. Okay? I want somebody legitimate when I got my job out there like this, all right? We're freaking professionals. Well, let's act like it. Tommy Patella, Tommy kneecaps, that's not professional, okay? It's just a jag. Just another guy. Divine Comedy, where does Jarek Reed fit in long term? Strong? Weak? Strong. I don't know what you mean by strong or weak necessarily. I think he fits in as long-term. He looks to be probably your free safety of the future. He is a guy, if you look at the snap counts with him out there in New Mexico, was played a little bit of all over the place a little bit. So he does build you an ability to, for instance, play slot. So the one real role that's opened up initially for him, Divine Comedy, is with Ryan Neal moving on, you do have an opening now for that dime corner. And that might not be a role that's used a lot, but it's out there a good amount. Rams love to run a lot of forward wide receiver sets, and you'd like to counter that with dime when you can. And for those teams that want to throw the ball over the field like a Cincinnati Bengals next year, you're going to be in dime a lot of the time, probably against that team. So that's where I think he can really find that role and slide in there. But I think long-term free safety is where ideally they'd like him to settle in at. George Squitter says, yes, Kenny is our kick returner right now, right? That's what he did do at Georgia. He was not as much of a punt returner at Georgia, but he did do the kick return stuff, and that's the role I would expect him to slide into here. He did it pretty well there as well. Now, DJ is not bad at it. He's a bad punt returner. He's not a bad kick returner. But so it's going to be a competition between those two, but we should come out at the other end of it with a pretty dynamic returner, whoever ends up taking over there. Seahawks Time says, I think K-Mac. K-Mac? Do I call me? I'm sorry. Is it strong or free weak side? Love it. Strong or free safety? Oh, so he'll be a free safety, I think. He could probably do some strong safety stuff. He's a little bit like Quandre Diggs, who you're looking to overtake. Quandre Diggs came into this league with Detroit, started out as a slot corner, moved to strong safety, eventually settled in with Seattle after the trade into becoming a full-time free safety. So I think you're going to see a little bit of the same thing here where this kid gets moved around a little bit initially. But I do think long-term it's free safety for him. D-Boy says, Brandon, for some reason my eyes keep getting lower and lower. Gotta go. Good night, bro. Have a good night, man. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Seahawks Times. I think Kenny McIntosh. Sorry, Seahawks Time. Yeah, I was a little slow on that one. I think he's going to win it too over DJ. Seahawks Time. Brandon, do you think we can actually get a top 10 defense, or do you feel between top to 10 to 15 ranked as more likely? If top 10, who are the top 5 players on defense that propel that jump? Great questions, man. I think top 10 is a bit much to jump from when you were so bad last year. And when you haven't necessarily significantly increased the team's talent on the defensive side of the ball this offseason, absent bringing in young players that I don't necessarily think Seahawks Timers are going to be ready to play at their prime level for where they'll be a year or two down the road. So it just feels like to make that jump from 30 to top 10 just seems a bit much. It's possible, though, because you are adding Jamal Adams. You can make the argument you lost your best defensive player last year after the first quarter of the very first game of the season. You're bringing back Bobby Wagner, which should increase your middle linebacker core. If we're going to be a top 10, who are the 5 players on D that propel that jump? It's a good question. Number one, I would think it would Devon Witherspoon. Let's go first and foremost. Him coming in and being a shutdown-like corner, not necessarily being equivalent to Tariq Woolen last year, but being almost a shutdown-like corner or close to that, now then is going to allow you to give you 2 corners that are elite at the same time. So that opens that door up very, very quickly. Jamal Adams playing for a full season would have to be my number 2 on that, where his impact is allowed to be in full, not in a sample size or in a couple game run, but you're feeling it for the full year at that point. So he would be my number 2 guy. Cameron Young would be my number 3 guy. Your zero tech role right now is pretty absent, pretty empty. And this kid's going to have to come in on day one and be able to roll for you. And I got to be honest with you, Seahawks time, the tape doesn't tell me that he can do that. I may be wrong on this one, but I don't have a lot of faith. But if you're talking about getting to top 10, that means that he's in there and he's having that impact in there as that zero tech and stopping the run. The other two players that I would appoint to that would be at the forefront there, Draymond Jones, taking another step forward as a player, building upon even what he was with Denver, going a little bit more forward, kind of a little bit like we saw with Chenna, right? Seahawks times where he was getting better and better with San Diego, rotational roles, stuck behind Melvin Ingram, stuck behind Joey Bosa, finally gets his opportunity with Seattle and really shines. Draymond Jones, right? Kind of maybe stuck behind some guys early time, waiting to get his shine. Last year's bad offense, really, really leaning on that Denver defense. Now maybe he comes in here and he really steps forward. So there's my number 4 guy. Number 5 guy for them to be a top 5 unit. Well, I guess Tariq Woolen's got to give you what he gave you last year. That would, to me, give you, if he backtracks, if he's not on the football field, if he's not playing as well as he was playing last year, you could have the Devon Witherspoon shutting guys down on one side and then quarterbacks just targeting the other. I think for this team to get to a elite state, which I'd say a top 10 is getting close to elite state at that point, Seahawks times, it's going to have to come on the back of those corners getting the job done. And if they're locking it down, I think that will feed through to the rest of the defense overall. Great question, though. Wu-Tang says our secondary and run D are going to be fierce. Hope so. Jason Tudor, prognosis on Trey Brown's recovery. Will he ever recover the burst? Well, the first part will remain a question until we really see it on the field, if it does or it doesn't. What we are hearing about is that he is a full go right now in OTAs. No hold up, no hang ups, no half speeds, no wear a red jersey. He's out there running it in full all the way. So he'll be in the mix. He's going to be fighting out in the competition. It's going to be hard for him, like it's going to be hard for Kobe, like it's going to be hard for Mike. Where those guys, it's not just a matter of, I think, a pure and free competition here where the team's going to lean to wanting to put Witherspoon out there as the starter. And those guys are really going to have to shine to keep Witherspoon off the football field. They're going to have to be like more than 1% better. They're going to have to be probably 5% better, 10% better to overtake him at that point. So we'll have to see on that second part. That's to be TBD. Divine Comedy hit it, though. He was getting good reviews out of OTAs. George Squitter, where does Trey Brown even fit in? I don't know, man. We've got an embarrassment of riches with the secondary as far as the outside corners go. So, you very much could find yourself in a little bit of a numbers game there. But this is what we had during the Legion of Boom era, right? I mean, you at one point or another cut Antoine Winfield, who's almost a sub Hall of Famer at this point in the NFL, who was going to be brought in to be your slot corner, but because you had Walter Thurman and the Jeremy Lanes at the time, in addition to your Shermans and your Browners and whatnot, you didn't have any room for him. You were too stacked, and you very well could be running into the same situation here again this year. Greg, a bit of an odd question considering the time of year. Have you had a chance to check out any D-tackle prospects in next year's class? Not as of yet. I've been watching a few guys here and there, just checking out the other night, Jeremiah Trotter's son out there in Clemson, who's a very impressive player. So I am indeed now I'm going to start to crank back up my film watching of these guys, these next young players in the next year's draft. The hope is always on this one, Grug, to get a little bit faster, a little bit more ahead of the prospects for next year's draft, to just be more prepared up ahead of time rather than being kind of reactive as I am a little bit as the season ends. So I'm going to start looking at them. It's about time. I don't want to wait on this one, but I have to give it a little bit of time after the draft. I need this full month to kind of not have to grind on any tape, because by the end, man, you're grinding on so many guys at the end. When I get to like that 300th prospect, it gets hard. You're pushing yourself at that point. You're like, ugh, this guy better show me something. Drug Squidder, which teams do you expect to be disappointments? I'll start with the Jets. Good question. Disappointments. That's a good question. Boy, I'm struggling for the ones that jump out to me. I guess you've provided some good ones. But you say I expect to be disappointments. I can't go Jets or Niners as I expect. Jets could be, they're certainly at the top of the list. I think the Broncos are going to be a disappointment this year. I don't buy that Russell Wilson's going to have some bounce back year this year. So I think that they're going to be a disappointment. I know the expectations aren't great with them. I think the Giants are going to fall short of expectations, being people think they're stepping forward. I don't think that they will. Those would be my two. I think those are my two that's at the forefront of my mind. Nothing easy on that, though. I can see the Niners being that team. A couple things that can definitely upend them. Divine says the OL offensive line is getting a heck of a pass because of the Trent Williams aura, but it kind of sucks ass. No, it kind of does. You lost Mike McGlinchey this last offseason to the Broncos in free agency. You lost Alex Mack, your center, the year before that. I don't know that you've necessarily got replacements in play to take over for those guys and not miss a beat. And, there's questions of the guard position in addition to that. So, that line could definitely end up upending them. Say nothing at the quarterback position and the combination of that. You don't know who your quarterback is. Your line's got some big-time question marks. That's not exactly what you want at the forefront of a team that's supposed to be considered a Super Bowl contender. Megan says 335 scouted and 113 mocks, B. That's your mark. Yeah, I'm not hitting that. I've learned 300's about as good as I can go, Megan. Then the eyes say, no more tape. Greg, man, Jeremiah Trotter and Bobby Wagner would be an awesome duo, wouldn't it? It would, man. Bobby could just let that kid go run free, and I'll handle all the stuff in between the tackle boxes. You got anything outside the tackle boxes, okay, dude? Sound good? But agreed, yeah. Trotter's a really good player. Great lateral movement, which is just what you want from a linebacker. His side bounce step is so fast. Daniel Bailey, aside from Wagner and Woolen giving us what we'd hoped, I'd say the fifth guy to bring us a top 10 is Devon Bush. Devon Bush, living up to his first round draft spot. That'd do it too. He played up to his top 10 first round pick status. That would certainly, you're right. That would definitely be something that could get you there as well. Yeah, boy, do I think Tom Brady is really done for good this time? I think he's just waiting for the Niners to make a call. I think he's just waiting for the Niners to make their peace with they've got to bring him in at this point. Do I think he's done? I kind of don't. Whether it's the Niners or some other team, I think somebody makes a call, and I think he's going to be tempted. I do. Drunk says Broncos again. Yeah, sorry, man. It just is what it is. It is what it is. Megan's got Cards, Tides, Bucks for disappointments. Colts. Yeah, maybe. There's not a lot of expectations on the Colts right now, though, I'd say. I mean, that's kind of with disappointments also, it's got to be expectations, Megan, right? There can't be any real expectations on Bucks or the Colts, the Cardinals. Seahawks Times, excellent stuff. Thank you. Woolen and Spood could indeed really both make the game shifting, defining plays, leading to the difference between a 9-8 team and a 12-5 or even a 13-4 team. The upside is that real. It is. I would even say, let's take it even further, Seahawks Times. If you want to talk about stopping the run and you don't have the defensive lineman that you've installed this offseason to get that job done, one way to get it done is to bring up the 8-man fronts. Don't take the 7-man fronts, go up to the 8-man fronts. Bring that extra man down the box. This is what you used to do in the Cam Chancellor days. You have the man corners now on the outside that can hold the line, right? So you don't need the two corners, don't need the two safeties back in cover 2. Now you can start to stop the run also on the back of that. Now you can bring more pressure-based packages because you have in Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams, two guys that are also very good blitzers. So it all kind of comes together in that realm of what could allow that to be a dominant unit at that point on the back of those outside corners and their ability to really play, especially man coverage and lock it down outside. Wu-Tang says the Broncos are going to stun the league and win 7 whole games. Daniel and Russell will be cut the very next day after the season ends. Daniel says, I think the Ravens will be disappointment. Lamar gets injured. It's possible now that he's gotten paid. Drunk, is Sam Howell the real deal? Seems like he's getting first team reps now. Interesting if he starts week 1 since we do play the Commanders. I don't think he's the real deal. I just don't think the Commanders had a very clear path to going and getting their next quarterback. And that rather than go out there and do something like what they did with Carson Wentz last year, which is try to settle on something that's close to what they're looking for, but not exactly what they're looking for, but yeah, probably likely to fail. That's ending up to be where they, kind of go with it. And so they're just treading water right now, getting the new ownership in there, probably aware Rivera's not the right guy, but they just don't have the pathway to go get that other quarterback. Unless they were going to give up the whole farm to move up in this draft where they were picking, it just didn't seem to make a lot of sense for them to do that. I get that. The cost would have been great to move up from where they would have had to move up. Have a good night, Ethan. Go Hawks, go M's. Meg says, you think my head wasn't exploding with migraines? B, they were, and I'm hoping to add at least 200 more to the scouted number and get 120 mocks. Well, that's some yeoman work over there, Megan, to get that done. I know how hard that is. It ain't easy. It's hard to keep the concentration fully on it once you get to past 300. A divine comedy when it comes to Purdy. I'm a skeptic. I am too. Still remember how after 6 games, Jimmy G was going to be the Brady of the Bay, hyping up mediocre quarterbacks after hot starts as a 49ers speciality. Boy, isn't that the truth? And I'm the same way. The guy does not have an arm to be able to make NFL throws, and that's going to catch up to him at some point or another. And if they want to ride with that as their starter throughout the NFL season, I'll take my chances with that. To me, Trey Lance is a way scarier proposition. Even Sam Darnold, to me, is a scarier proposition than Brock Purdy. I hope, as Lynch said today, that he is indeed the leader in the clubhouse and that they let that guy start, because some team or another is going to expose him at one point or another, and hopefully it ends up costing the Niners greatly from when it happens. D-Boy, Brandon, who do you think more mad at Russ? Who do you think is more mad at Russ, the Broncos organization or the Bronco fans? And do you think they regret the trade now? I think the Bronco organization is probably more mad at Russ than the fans, because they gave him everything that he could want: parking spots, offices, control, power, bop-a-da-bop, and it all blew up in their face by giving him that. I give you everything as a player. I want the rewards from that. I want the returns from that. And instead, they got only the downside of it. He came off as a diva. He burned out some of the locker room. You're hearing Shannon Sharp put him on blast on Undisputed, nearly on a weekly basis. So I think it's the organization that probably gets most bitter in regards to looking at him going, Megan, sorry. Daniel says it's crazy how people are still saying Geno needs to prove more, but they're all ready to praise Purdy as the guy. They're in on him, man. There's a lot of people that just completely got caught up in the Purdy magic, I guess. I don't get it myself. I look at it and I just kind of shake my head and I go, you guys are aware of the fact he cannot make NFL throws. Like, I don't kind of get it. It's like there's some throws he can make, but that's a powder puff arm if I've ever seen one. And I know arm strength. I know when you've got a weak arm. I mean, this is Chad Pennington levels of arm strength from Brock Purdy. Is he that smart? Is he that much of a great anticipator that he can work around that? Well, he can when he had, like last year, his receivers winning butt-ass, wide, naked, open 4 or 5 yards on every route as they were at the end of the year against the competition. I don't think that that's going to be likely to sustain itself, but we'll see. But yeah, it's definitely, he's got more to prove than Geno to me. Megan says, all the Brock praise and Geno trashing drives me bat nuts insane, and I hope it ends sooner than later. Well, hopefully Geno's able to put it to rest this year, and I think he probably will. All right, folks, we are 4 hours and 20 minutes in. I think we're going to go ahead and put a button on this at this point in time. Another great show out here today. I really do appreciate all of the folks that donated to the channel with all of the support, as you guys always do. Really, really, really do appreciate that. We're going to come back this Sunday. We'll be doing a show at that time. I think I'm going to tentatively be maybe looking at some of what we got going on with our competition in this division, looking at Niners, maybe looking at the Rams and the Cardinals and seeing what they did this offseason, seeing what we got to prepare for this upcoming year. We got a couple of freebies in this division this year with the Rams and the Cardinals, but we got to take a little closer look at that Niners team did this offseason and what moves they made in addition to that. Jason Tudor, you have yourself a great night. Drunk says, why did Russ become such a high maintenance? Was it Sierra or just his ego, or is he a great player, but a man? He wasn't always like that with the Seahawks until 2018. It's a bit of what people tell you about when you become famous like actors over a certain amount of years, and it does change you. And maybe there's a bit of an inevitability where it changes you and you just can't help it. You have yes men surrounding you, everyone licking the boots, telling you you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. You eventually think you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. But you can also lean into that too, I think. And you can also lean away from that a little bit too. And I think Russ leaned into it. and it just over time continued to go more and more. I don't blame Sierra for it. I think that this is Russ driving this. I think that some of this was annoying people even within that locker room going back prior to 2018 drunk. That's why there is so much friction at times, I think, between him and the Legion of Boom, is that there is a little bit of that. You thought you were better than us. And you saw the Broncos organization and the locker room get that feeling very quickly from Russ. And it's almost a little bit like he was so used to people putting up with it in Seattle that he thought it was such commonplace that he just unveils it in full in Denver with this new contract he's got in this new trade. And people are like, that's a horrible way to come off to us. And he's just kind of, unfortunately with Russ at times in this kind of stuff, he becomes a little bit tone deaf. He gets on his everything's positive, visualization stuff and not kind of taking bigger account and stock inside himself going, maybe this isn't the greatest way to be. But I also think that the train's probably gotten down the tracks on that one. It's, you lean into it that far for that long and you just eventually can't kind of pull back from it. But Tony Borges Silva says, thanks for the stream. Been listening the last couple hours of the week. Helps me pass the time. My pleasure. We will also be coming back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I forgot to say this as well. We're going to be starting up this members only videos, live streams for you guys. We'll be doing about an hour a week to start off and then expanding out of there. But tomorrow we'll be looking at Devon Witherspoon. I'm going to bring in some clips with me from Steve Smith, from Rondé Barber, and maybe some more. Just talking about him a little bit as a player. I want to go over that with you guys a little bit as we can. So be on the lookout if you're a member of the channel for that video to come out tomorrow, for that live stream to come out tomorrow. We're going to be doing more benefits, more membership benefits as we get closer to the season for those folks that are members of the channel. So if you've been a member of the channel, been waiting for some more benefits to come, they're coming down the track here for you now. We're going to be doing some more of those videos and live stream shows and stuff. I want to expand those benefits because that's really the pathway, I think, to help really amp up kind of the membership program of things. Moo says, night, Brandon, been lurking. Really enjoy hearing your evaluations on stuff. Your channel has given me much more knowledge and understanding of the game and the team I love so much. That is absolutely the perfect comment, Moo, to finish up on. If there is a goal that I hope I can bring on this channel is certainly to educate and hopefully expand thought processes out there, maybe entertain a little bit. I'll say this to you though, too, Moo, is that I get just as much from the chat. I get just as much from folks educating me and putting me onto stuff that I wasn't aware of. And that's what we're just trying to do here at the end of the day, because we, like you say, we love this team. We love it so much. And we just want to understand it all that much more better, be able to unpack things that much more and expand our knowledge that much more. And that's what we're all, I think, in so many ways committed to doing here. And it's why I think you'll always tend to find here, Moo, that this is such a respectful place, and that people really do, take into account others' opinions, and that it's a low level of toxicity, as long as we don't get any Niner fans in the chat, that you tend to get to see here. And I really do love it about this place, and it's something that I'm going to fight, and hopefully we can sustain on in here into the future forevermore, because I think it will help to make this channel whatever it will be. It's not me. It's going to be what this community is able to help push it and to make it so. So I appreciate that, Moo. I'm glad you have been lurking for so long, man, and thank you for watching. And I do appreciate the kind comments on that. We'll be back tomorrow, folks. We'll be back on Sunday as well with another show. We're going to keep it running throughout this offseason because you know what? There is not, what does the sign say here over my right shoulder? There is no offseason here at the Hawks Nest. We run 24/7, 7 days a week, 25 hours a day. It don't end here. We're always going. I know you guys are going to be riding right alongside with me, and you better believe I truly do appreciate that. Thank you guys for all of your support. I'll be back in a day, but I hope you guys don't forget. I don't think I have to remind you at this point. I can feel the juice. I can feel the energy. I can feel the expectation levels start to rise on up within my chat, and I want to see it. As I say right here, we haven't been spoiled here. We haven't been, just so used to winning now that we can't ever be losing. It's a model. It's an expectation level. It's a standard is what we have created here. Let's keep that standard. Let's not look at this as a rebuild. Let's look at this as a reload. And Mr. Space, you are awesome for finishing us up just right here in this stream, as he has gone out and gifted 5 more memberships on this stream, as he's got Liam Alacherel, Jonah the Whale, Moo, Drunk Squiddard, Tuck Tuck, Michael Carasino, you have been gifted memberships by Space. Thank you for doing that as we head out the door. D-Boy, don't you worry, man. I won't forget to send you that link tomorrow for the shows. So I know that you haven't gotten the love on that with it. I'd give you the membership if I could, just if you two let me just give them to you. But it doesn't do that, of course, so I can't just put it out to you. But we'll get you the link. You're one of my main mods here on this channel. You know I'll get you hooked up on your side of things. But Space, you are a legend today for gifting out all of those memberships as you did on the prior stream as well, man. Thank you for doing that. The memberships are really going to expand as we go along here, and the eventual goal is going to be on this with the membership program. This is the pathway of where I'm going to go to eventually doing what would be like a daily podcast show, where we'd be doing a daily hour show in addition to doing all of our normal live stream shows in addition to it. So that's where we're eventually looking to head by going down this road with this membership program. And that's going to be my goal, even if we can get to that stage by the start of the season. So I'm going to see if I can put it together. It's certainly an aggressive approach on this. But for those folks that are new members, thanks to Space, or just joined and just signed up, you're going to be seeing those benefits coming down the line very, very soon. Space, you are amazing, man. I appreciate you for all those donos. And don't worry, Space, I'll get D-Boy hooked up. We ain't going to let D-Boy just out there in the middle of the ocean with nothing but a floaty. You know, we'll get him back up on the ship here. You know what I mean? Get him back up on the membership ship here. So we'll get him that link out there. No worries on that. Jonah says, it looks like I was gifted, but I'm already a member. Don't tell D-Boy that. Well, now you got a little bit longer membership. So maybe it got you a little bit longer out onto that. But we will be back. We will be back at 5 o'clock for those members. We'll be doing that Devon Witherspoon. And thank you, Space. You are awesome as always, man. You sent me that card deck. You helped me get that video out for Pumpkin. I really appreciate that. Everybody has really been reacting to that well. It was a great suggestion on your part to put that little prediction thing together on that. So thank you, man. As I say, it's the support, it's the community. This is what makes this channel as much as anything of what it is. It is not me here. It is you guys. It is as us all together working really in tandem in that respect of things. And it's not lip service. This is truly what I do believe about where we're going to go with this channel and where it could go. Is it's going to be on the back of all of us kind of pulling together in that respect. So thank you guys so very much. D-Boy, you're amazing. Megan Gockroger, you're amazing as well. D-Boy, one of my main mods on the channel, you're as well amazing. I love all of you guys. I appreciate all of you guys. We'll see my members tomorrow at 5. We'll see the regular folks, my other subscribers, back on Sunday. I got a couple of videos in the works. I'm putting together a Cameron Young video. I've got a video about just kind of distilling down the 4 items it would take for our Hawks to become elite this upcoming season. Some things we've talked about in this live stream. So those will be coming down the track along with the UDFA video as well. A lot coming down the track here for you guys. I've even got another little video I'm working on as well in the background. That's a little bit of a secret little video that we'll have coming out too as well. So a lot coming down. Keep an eye on the channel. Off-season never ends here. And I hope I don't have to remind you. I hope as you guys are all so hyped up and so ready for this season to already start. But I'm going to let you know anyway. Don't you ever forget, even for the day I'm going to be gone, even for the couple days until we're back, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.